Again! What is good, chat? How are we doing today? Welcome to another show. Chat, like, we gotta stop it, okay? Because it's been a long time since we've covered Tariq Nasheed, okay? The last time we've covered him was when he was roasting these clowns, these same bozos that are about to get roasted again, but with a twist, okay? Because you got Sneako just lumped into the mix. Now, I know some of y'all might be scratching your heads and saying, Duke, Sneako, what does Sneako have to do with any of this? Why is he involved? Didn't he get his tooth chipped by a random security guard somewhere else? Like, how is he finding the time to end up in debates where they're discussing black people? What is Sneako even black? What is, I mean, we know he heavily derives his influence from black culture. I mean, that is undeniable. But what the hell is Sneako? The most racially ambiguous person I have ever seen. You know, like, I mean, like he said, or like, what is it? He said like he looked like a lesbian or something like that, like some shit like that. I don't know, right? But again, it's just one of the things that, you know, when it comes to these type of race talks, don't forget that Nick Fuentes was this guy's best friend, okay? Or is this guy's best friend. I don't know what happened ever since Nick Fuentes and the whole gay porn after, you know, the stream was done. Oh, y'all didn't hear about that? Y'all didn't know about that? I tell you, y'all, these alt-right people are sus. They're even way more sus than these pill poppers. You have no idea. So apparently Nick Fuentes was streaming, and at the end of the stream, he thought he turns it off, right? And he goes directly into watching gay porn, like unadulterated gay porn. And like his chat was going crazy. Like, yo, Nick, look at your screen. You didn't turn it off. You didn't turn it off. So that's how we come to find out that Mr. Nick Fuentes over here, the most, we got to go back to traditionalism. We got to bring back, you know, the real people to run America, right? Yeah, we know what kind of agenda y'all are bringing. Hey, ain't no different from these hyper left propaganda y'all spewing over here, right? Because it seems like you are the same ilk as the far left, right? So again, it's just one of those things where, like, don't forget, that's Sneako's best friend. He's getting exposed, okay? And then Sneako has the balls to come up here and get in a conversation like this. Now, some of y'all might be thinking, well, Duke, what exactly is the conversation we're talking about here? It's obviously about race relations, and it has to do with Tariq Nasheed, okay? Now, for a time, a lot of people, you know, have been considering their fresh and fit. I know this might not be surprising to y'all, but a lot of people have been considering these guys as racist. Not so much pug face, but more specifically Myron, okay? And I'm sorry, but Myron has given people a lot of reason to believe he might be a racist. Matter of fact, he might go as far as to say that he might be a Klan brother himself, okay? I mean, he's been featured on streams willingly wearing Klan hoodies and doing Nazi salutes. He has an alter ego, literally. That's a KKK personality. I mean, if you don't call that racist, I don't know what it is. I don't know what so-called black man is walking around with a. Hold up. There might be some people that come to mind. But again, I mean, you just never know. Some of these people, you know, you just never know. They look like you, but then again, they might not just be for you. So just be careful. But again, I don't know. Anybody else who has an alter ego that is a KKK Klansman, you lost me, okay? And if somebody looks at that, especially if you put that on social media and said, yeah, that guy's racist, I'm more inclined to believe that, right? Because you're putting that out there. So again, it's coupled with other things too, because Myron, the pug face, they've been out there caught, saying things that have been, low-key perceived as disparaging towards the black people. I mean, let's just be real, right? So, and to be fair, I know Sus Marquard's also somehow streaming about this. He's also in the same boat because Sus Marquard, along with Myron, are some of the same guys when they get called out on their racist bullshit. All right, then they all of a sudden remember that they're black, right? Remember, Sus Marquard was shit on black folks. All right, y'all, we've played multiple videos where he refers to black folks as the blacks, and this is how the blacks thinks. Fast forward now, all of a sudden, Fresh and Fit are getting the heat. Yeah, you know what? I mean, this is what I've always been black. I've always been proud to be black, right? So you just gotta you gotta think, bro. These guys, especially these pill poppers, they love to hide behind their race when it's convenient. And Kevin Owens does the same thing, okay? But Myron, he's even worse because his ideology is he can criticize the shit out of black folks, all right? And it's pretty bad the way it is, almost to this point where you might just think, hey, bro, like, you're just like 1, 2, 3 skin tones away from being white the way you talking. Like, that's crazy, right? But he the way he criticizes them, a lot of people say, yo, dude, you got a problem with black folks. Now, obviously, when push comes to shove, he likes to hide behind, well, I'm black. I look black, so how is that racist, right? In all an effort to make his audience look stupid. And I mean audience because his own audience pick up on this, okay? They pick up on the subtle racism and they say, hey, dude, we watch you a lot, bro, but you hate black women. We watch your shows. We see how you treat black women compared to white women, right? And it's completely night and day. We're not saying you don't fuck them. We're not saying you don't date them. That's not what we're saying. We're just saying the way you treat black women is sus, bro. So with that, the pressure continued to build. And this was back when they used to have their call-in shows. Y'all notice? I don't know if they do that. They don't do that anymore, right? But they don't want the fans to talk after the recent controversies. No asking questions. They're hoping you forget about everything so you don't get to ask any questions, right? But anyways, here's the thing. When they used to have the call-in shows, the fans, one of the things they would ask and pressure them about, or increase in fashion, would be the Myron on his racism, right? And one of the things that started to come to mind, the idea that started to take hold, was a potential debate between Myron and maybe Umar Johnson, or what slowly started to become the people's choice, at least the Fresh and Fit fan base choice, Tariq Nasheed. Now, for a while, okay, this is a known thing because Tariq Nasheed has been picking on Fresh and Fit. The demonetization, when they got departnered, when they were having all of these L phases with what is that? King Vaughn's ex-girlfriend. What's her name again? I totally forgot her name. Y'all remember that tit for tat he had with her, right? Tariq Nasheed was always there criticizing Fresh and Fit, and he wasn't shy in terms of challenging them regarding their, ideas on race and what they thought, right? And for a while, a lot of people call wind to this, and they've been pressuring Myron. Now, one of the things that Fresh and Fit has been doing was, especially Myron, was, alluding to the fact that Tariq Nasheed wasn't even a worthy opponent, a worthy adversary, someone who's worthy of debating. Matter of fact, they would much rather go with Umar Johnson than Tariq Nasheed. Now, we've actually commented that on the show. It's a previous show we've done, but we commented on exactly this, all right? And I'm going to play this for you in just a second. The jog your memory a little bit, okay? But we said, hey, listen, honestly, I like Dr. Umar. Shout out to him. There are a lot of things you could really pick apart with Dr. Umar. And with Tariq Nasheed, it's really not the case, okay? Out of Dr. Umar and Tariq, we thought Tariq would probably be the better bet in terms of debating these guys than Umar Johnson. Because let's just be real, bro. Umar Johnson, I don't know if his motivations is more along money or the cause. We don't know. We don't know. Okay, this is just speculation, but I'm not the only one to have these speculations. A bunch of his own fans have been asking him questions about certain promises he's made that hasn't come to pass. Unlike Tariq's a different story. Tariq actually, follows up on certain things. Now, there's certain manners in how he debates and things like that is one thing you can disagree with, but ultimately that's just what he does. All right. So we thought on this platform that Tariq would probably be the better opponent for Fresh and Fit. Now, Fresh and Fit, more specifically Myron, because what the fuck, Fresh, right? Who cares? Right? Myron has been saying that Tariq is nothing. Tariq is not worth debating. Tariq is peon, whatever. Get him out of here, right? Right. And, that's what he's led his fans to believe. And the call-in guys, the fan bases, they've been pushing for it, right? It's almost as if they were seeing what was about to unfold and we're about to play for you as well, because it was bad. Because eventually, I don't know what ended up changing Myron's mind and why he decided to tag Sneako in this, if he did or not, but he decided to actually take on the offer and debate Tariq. And that actually went down. And we're about to react to it because Myron gets exposed in the most hilarious fashion, okay? And I'm going to explain why in just a second, but we got to go over a couple different things, okay? First of all, we got to go over the sponsor of today's show. That's you guys. More specifically, the YouTube like button. That's all it takes to sponsor the show. I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all could be all over the place right now. Some of you guys are. I appreciate it. So please don't let your time be wasted. Go ahead and smash the like button, because every like makes you a sponsor. You're a sponsor, right? That's it. But let's go ahead and then get to the video. One of the video in question that, started getting a lot more fans to be more inquisitive about the debate between Tariq and Myron, or particularly Fresh and Fit, right? We're going to play a video of the callers actually calling out Myron Gaines on Fresh and Fit, not only on their racism and their hatred towards black women, and it's obvious, right? And I don't know if it's hatred, I don't know what they're feeling, right? But he also calls out the fact that they're scared. They're actually scared, despite all of the excuses they've been making. They're actually scared to debate Tariq, right? Because they're always deflecting to Umar Johnson, but the fans don't want to see Umar Johnson. Nigga, even we don't want to see Umar Johnson with y'all. We want to see y'all versus Tariq, right? So we're going to play that video so y'all can know. It just jog your memory a little bit and know for the fact that the Fresh and Fit fans, this is what they wanted for the whole time. All right, let's play this video real quick.
Point is, bro, I get it. You're emotional about us, black women. But trust me, my mom's black, my sister's black. We date black girls as well. It's fine. It was a joke. We make funny jokes sometimes. If you're taking it personal, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
Bro, honestly. What do you look at all these hats on the fucking table? We covered almost all
So they got their fucking rainbow of racism just chilling right there. It's like, all right, bro, you got a sombrero, you got all these different representations from different countries or costumes. That's basically what they amount to. But this is them trying to prove, yo, look, we're not racist. Look, we're not hey, yo, how you gonna call us racist? We count every other race. It's like, bro, that's not the point. It's certain things that you say and certain things that you align with, especially when you've built a base off of black people, that just it just gives a certain tone that maybe you might be leaning towards a different direction here, bro. But I digress. Let's let Myron explain why he's not a racist.
Continents. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? That we're racist to just black people? What are you talking about, bro? I pulled out these hats on different occasions, on different people, from different nationalities and different backgrounds.
Tell your savior, Dr. Umar, to pull up.
And here, yeah, Dr. Umar don't want to do it.
He don't.
Fresh already talked to him.
Yeah, he don't want to do it.
You don't want to debate Tariq Nasheed because you can't yell.
Nigga, he's an L.
Because he's a nobody, bro.
Oh, y'all see how? Listen, the fans don't want Umar. Yo, and I think at that point they knew that. Myron knew that. The fans don't want Umar. Because listen, Listen, Umar's good. Like, don't get me wrong, but Umar's more of a preacher, and he's not as he's not a, I would say a tactician would probably be the better word to put it. Umar is that guy if you want to generate a bunch of people feeling some type of way in a very, and passionate way, I call Umar. I say, hey, you know what? Go give a speech or just go crazy, right? You let him off the leash, he'll get a bunch of people riled up. And them same people could be pissed off at Umar. Okay, they'll be mad as hell at Umar, but goddamn when Umar gets going, you're just like, he's spitting facts. I get it. Hey, what happened to that school though? We still waiting on that, brother. What's going on? But people will still listen, right? But when it comes to debating, Umar, no, because they know that it's more of an easier target. And here's the thing: it's very easy to get Umar off guard, right? You could get Umar off guard. You just got to placate the ego a little bit. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying Tariq doesn't have an ego, because he absolutely does. But he has certain ways of like countering when people try to distract, right? It's weird because it's almost to an annoyance, and we'll point it out during the debate, right? But he has a way of counteracting the fact that these guys tend to deflect, right? And he oftentimes repeats himself or throws like mini jabs. We'll point it out throughout the debate. But let's continue. You notice how they're just dismissing Tariq right off the bat, saying he's not even a thing. He's not even a challenge. But what we're about to play next proves that these guys were just scared. And finally, they ran them smoke, bro. And it was over with.
I said specifically. No. I said specifically.
He's not a nobody.
He is a nobody, bro. I said specifically. That dynamite. Yeah. I said specifically. Right. I make the Arab jokes too on my own people. Come on, man. Yeah, I know. 9, 10. 9, 12. Yo.
Your mom Arabian. Why do you think that's okay? Like,
why do I think what's okay?
Isn't your mom like Arabian or something? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, my family's from Sudan, and I'm totally okay with making fun of my culture and my people because I'm not a bitch.
Why is that? Why are you so okay with that? Like, why you get on a platform like this? Why you got demonetized? What's your issue? Why is it so funny to you?
Wow.
Because I'm not soft. I have thick skin. Words don't fucking hurt me, bro. Of people making racial jokes. I think racial jokes are funny. Of all races, it's what makes us unique and also makes us interesting and makes it funny. So that's what it is, bro. You're literally very soft.
It's different when you're doing a platform like this,
bro. What the hell, nigga? Yo, did you just come over from H3 or some shit? Like, yo, you sound like a fucking pussy,
man.
Holy shit.
Let's move on,
bro. Why are you so soft?
We need some real.
Why are you so fucking sensitive? What year were you born? 2001.
I just think that you're perpetuating a certain type of. Never mind. All right, just move on, bro.
No, here's the other thing too. Here's the other thing too. I want to let you know. As far as like, because you mentioned Tariq Nasheed, whatever. I said specifically, if he's gonna come on, he's got to bring Dr. Umar with him.
Why Umar? Why Umar? Right? And you know what? You notice after the ass whooping that they got on the recent debate they just had, you notice that Myron's now coming out and saying, hey, I'm bringing Andrew Wilson, tag in Andrew Wilson. He's on Twitter. Andrew Wilson. Hey, listen. Hey, Tariq, you want to run that back, please? You want to run this back? I want bring whoever you want to bring, and then I'll bring Andrew Wilson. Like, why? So that's not even the whole point. You bring a white man to rescue you, bro? Huh? A white man to rescue a Sudanese from a debate from a black man. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense, Myron, okay? But that's essentially what ends up happening. These guys are so bad. It's funny, but like you just want to be like, damn, bro, I feel bad for y'all. These L's are just not looking good, bro.
If he's gonna come on.
No, Dr. Umar don't want to talk to you.
Okay, then who's scared then?
Who's scared then?
Then who's scared then? Because you first made the argument that we're scared of Dr. Umar.
Tariq Nasheed will definitely debate you.
Bro,
will definitely
see, you got to understand that there's levels to this shit. If he's going to come on and get that kind of exposure, we need something in return. He's got to bring Dr. Umar so it makes sense. Otherwise, it don't make sense. He's irrelevant, bro.
And two's better than one.
He's irrelevant. Let's keep it 1,000. He's irrelevant. His YouTube channel's been stuck at the same number forever. Who cares what he's got to say?
You're setting up this ultimatum. You know Tariq Nasheed will come up there. He's going to destroy you by himself. Omar don't want to talk to you. He don't think you have no real clout. He thinks that you hate women. He don't want to talk to you.
Because he's scared.
Because he's scared. Because he's scared.
He's not scared. He just don't think you're worth it. This is how you don't think Tariq Nasheed.
Nigga, we're bigger than Dr. Umar. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No, you're not.
He's not even on YouTube,
Hold on,
nigga.
hold on.
You know, the only people that know Dr. Umar are idiots like you that are running around and call themselves FBAs. Bro, nobody knows these niggas, man.
Caller.
Like, they're not as famous as you think.
Nobody really knows you like that.
Nigga, you're calling into my show.
Okay, we're done. We're done with that. We're done with that. But chat, I just wanted to give you guys a backstory, all right? Because this is how confident they were back then, before what just happened, okay? Because what just happened is the debate between Tariq Nasheed and Myron. But Fresh wasn't there because, I mean, bringing Fresh would be a disastrous move, okay? And it'd be so easy, okay? And Tariq just went in, especially when he found out that Myron was on the show. Apparently, it wasn't just Myron and Tariq debating. There were a bunch of people that were on there too as well. And another one that their voice almost sounds familiar, okay? To me, I pointed it out when I was listening to a little bit of it. I'm like, huh, this guy sounds a little funny to me, okay? He almost sounds like the guy that's Myron's manager, like the new platform manager. Why is Myron's manager also debating Tariq Nasheed with Myron? What the hell's going on, right? So there's a lot of questions. I was gonna just just didn't make any sense. Maybe it doesn't make any sense to you. I'll point it out when it pops up, okay? But it was just crazy to me. All right, so let's go ahead and get to this fucking just insane fucking heated ass debate that happens.
That's
like
literally what you do. You cannot portray yourself as an intellectual
like
and not bring up
Hold
anything.
on one sec.
Calm
So,
down.
I was, I kind of wanted to hear what Tariq would come in and talk about.
Is that Myron?
Is that Myron? Yeah, it is. And it's interesting.
Myron, hold on. Before you start, I got to say,
wow.
I know we've had our words. We've had our words and we've had our differences. All right. And I'm willing to go on your show. I know you wanted me to go on your show at one point. And we can put our differences aside. And I offer my extension to prayer. And I pray now.
Okay. Now, remember I told you I'm going to point out the things that Tariq does to basically counter deflect what these guys do. It's shit like this. Like, he just keeps doing crap. And almost to the point where it's an annoyance because he does that with almost every debate with other people he has, like other Africans or other non-FBA or whatever it is. Whenever he's having one of the debates, he uses those same tactics. So, like, right now, he's clowning the fact that, this is the Arab side of Myron right now. And to be fair, sometimes you don't know what Myron is. 1 minute, you call him black, he almost looks offended by it, right? The next minute, he wants to stand by it, right? 1 minute he say, I'm not black, I'm Arab. And then the next minute he's saying, how can I be racist? I'm black. So we just don't know. It's just one of these things that you got to be aware of.
All right.
There you go. All right.
What a fucking lame.
You know what's interesting? Like, this is what I found very interesting. I kind of wanted to see what you would come in and talk about. Right? And
all right, go ahead, Myron. Go ahead, Myron. All right, let's hear from.
I was legitimately.
Let's hear from Sudanese Myron. Go ahead.
Okay, can I talk now?
Go ahead, Myron.
Yeah, so I was intrigued to see what you were going to come in and talk about. I was actually legitimately open ears, like, okay, I wonder what he's going to talk about. And I find it very interesting that we were not talking about an iota of race, whether it was black, white, Jewish, anything.
All of your platforms are about anti-black.
Okay, look, let me finish my point. My point. Now, we were not talking about race whatsoever, and I find it interesting. The first words out your mouth are white supremacy as soon as you come in here.
Yeah, you're a wannabe, right?
And again, Tariq, I got a legitimately serious question for you. If you
go
didn't
ahead and ask that
race,
question.
If you didn't talk about race, what would you talk about?
Sir, I
sucking dick.
Like that, oh my goodness, bro! Like, what kind of question is that? If you didn't talk about race, what else you be talking about? That's really not even it. He talks about a lot more stuff. Just not even race. He talks about community stuff. There are other stuff that he talks about. He talks about current events. There are tons of things, right? Yeah, sure. Overwhelmingly, he ties that back to race and the overall culture. But at the end of the day, bro, the guy is diverse. But you using that tactic is weird. Shout out to Todd French 600 with the 2 says, Myron's so soft. He was crying about demonetization. That was the only time we saw this nigga cry.
If you didn't talk about race, what would you talk about?
Sir,
sucking dick.
Like, what would you legitimately talk about, bro? What would you talk about if you didn't talk about race all day?
Sir, I talk about a whole bunch of stuff without talking about race, but I talk about
Really?
racism because
Tell
it's
me,
the most
what?
important thing
What
that you
is it?
white supremacists want to be.
What is it? What is it that you talk about without that's not about race?
I started my career with relationship books, and they were all bestsellers, sir.
Again, the original fucking dude that wrote books on game. Like, he was even on talk shows talking about that stuff. Like, it's crazy. Unlike y'all, he grew out of that phase. Now he's talking about shit that's serious. But yeah, this dude, I almost thought he was a pimp at one point. He probably would have been a pimp at one point. Who knows?
I can talk about
and you don't
so
talk
many
about it
other
anymore.
things.
Interesting enough.
But race is a very serious problem, especially anti-black racism. So I discussed something that's very important. Yes, anti-black racism is a very big problem.
I'm asking you
why
about
you got
what you can talk
platforms.
about that's not
That's
race.
the only reason you guys
and
got
you bring it back to race.
Because you
I
have
ask you what you can talk
anti-black
about besides
platforms.
race, and you bring it back to race.
Because you're anti-black platforms. That's all you do is discuss
No, I'm not
race.
anti-black.
Yes, you are.
I'm not anti-black. I'm anti-retard.
That's the
I'm
only reason you have a
anti-retard.
platform.
And you're behaving like one.
Sir, please,
I'm
you're the
asking
one.
So Myron right off the bat just goes into the insults. It's like, again, this is that subtle thing that they do to try to deflect you off your game. And, Tariq is good at this. So he ends up countering it with, the same thing. One thing that I found when he was doing it was kind of annoying. Like, sir, please, sir. Like, what? Like, sir, what? Right? And if you notice, chat, look right over here who's sitting right just to the left of Tariq's profile. Okay. It's Sneako. So Sneako's already in there. Okay. Now he's about to get, empowerment from Myron here because, he's witnessing Myron's antics, his childish antics, as some kind of, rallying cry to, join up to, get his shit going off. But it just doesn't work out well because, I mean, again, Myron, Sneako, the fact that y'all were seen on streams together doing KKK stuff, it invalidates all of your shit. Like, wherever perspective you come from, it invalidates that just right off the bat because people right off the bat know exactly where you guys stand on this stuff.
You talk about besides race?
What do you do besides flee your homeland?
Okay, good one. I'm asking you a legitimate question, Tariq.
And that's
what do you
a
talk about
legitimate
besides
question.
race?
That's a projection. Your platforms are based on anti-black racism, Myron.
No, we talk about a bunch of things. Race is just one of the things we talk about.
It always goes back to anti.
Talks about a lot of things, but has never once mentioned the Sudanese civil war right now. He has never once mentioned that on the show. I talked about Nigeria here all the time, bro. He has never once mentioned anything about his home country on his show. That's a problem.
Versus all you talk about is race.
And then you have a bunch of women on there who are black and Caribbean, and you scream and bark on them
white,
like a coward.
Hispanic.
Why don't you do that shit to a dude, man? Why don't you bark on a dude like that?
White, Asian,
you know what I'm saying?
Come down to Miami.
You do all that shit to dudes.
White, Asian, Hispanic. We've had them with all
you
kinds
understand?
of races. Not
you
just
know,
black.
you don't do it to dudes because you'll get that Sneako energy. You saw what happened to Sneako. You saw what happened to Sneako when y'all run up on a dude with that shit.
I refute what you say, and then you immediately come in
because you bark on women, you bark on black women all the time because you're a coward. You're a coward and a wannabe. Okay.
So what's your argument now?
That's because. Well, the argument is you're a coward and a wannabe. All right?
Okay. Yep.
You're a wannabe white supremacist and you're a coward.
You don't put your foot down with women? What you don't talk sternly with women?
And all you guys have platforms built on anti-black racism.
Like, you don't talk sternly to women at all.
You talk that shit online.
You don't talk sternly to women.
You talk that shit online and
you let women talk to you.
Tariq, thank you for coming in here and showing how low IQ the reparations movement is.
Again, like I don't even understand what's going on here. Like Myron's trying to deflect, and Tariq is counter deflecting, and then you got these other fucking retards over here just fucking chiming in, and we actually don't know what's going on, but you can tell they're all. It's quickly becoming a 4-5, possibly 6 versus 1 right now.
Thank you for coming in here and fucking exposing your dumb ass.
All right, you're a bunch of geniuses.
No, you definitely.
You're showing us the high IQ. All right.
You're definitely an elite.
Tariq, no, guys,
we can look
at a legitimate question, and you guys see how he just immediately deflected.
We can look at your high.
Just deflected everything.
This is high IQ conversation from you guys, really?
Bro, racism is not high IQ.
You guys are talking like you're Rhodes scholars. You're a bunch of YouTube flunkies.
Bro, you're talking like,
all right?
you're talking like you're
you're not
on
a
leash by
Rhodes
your
Scholar.
woman,
You're a
bro.
bunch of YouTube flunkies.
You do not. No,
all right?
you do not. You have no
your
type
only
of control in your
platform
home.
is
I'm
you
guaranteeing
can only
that.
come up by spewing anti-black racism. You're not intellectuals at all. Let's stop it. All right?
You want to know why anti-black
man, you're over
racism
your head,
exists
bro.
is because of you.
You're
You're
a
the problem.
You're a bunch of.
No, it's not. And here's the thing that always pisses me off, because they always point at the people that call it out as the problem, and it's never actually addressing like the actual root cause of it, right? So you're basically blaming the person, saying, "Hey, the emperor has no clothes," versus addressing the fact that the nigga's naked. Like that's essentially what this is. This stuff, it does exist. Okay, sure, we can choose to ignore it because some people on the right, I'm not saying all people on the right, because they're actually, I've spoken to some people, reasonable people on the right, and even they disagree with this stuff, right? But they're not saying ignore it completely, because you shouldn't ignore this stuff, right? Because you see what the greater conversation with, especially with these alt-left guys, or not alt-left, the alt-right guys, they're telling you, oh, why you always talk about it? Just stop talking about it, right? We're in 2024. It's over, right? And it's like, bro, that's not how you get rid of a problem, by ignoring it or sweeping it under the rug. Because if it's still happening, clearly you talk about it to make shit happen. Now, are there people that overdo it? Yeah, absolutely they are. You can see it all over the fucking place, okay? But at the end of the day, you call bullshit out when you see bullshit. That's all they're doing. So to sit there and call Tariq, say, oh, dude, all you do is talk about race. Nigga, all you do is talk about women. But when we levy those criticisms against you, you turn around and say, well, this is common modern women behavior. So we have to talk about this because we're saving men's lives. We have to do this. Okay, fine. So this is common behavior that we see out loud in society when it comes to race relations. So it's fair that you can have your sphere and talk about women all day. He can have his sphere and talk about race relations all day. Who the fuck are you to come clown him on how he does his shit? It just doesn't make any sense, bro.
You're the reason that black people are held back in America, because you hold on to victim mentality without anything else.
You failed, and all of you failed in your homelands. All of you, and you want to be white supremacists, and that's the only platforming you can do is spewing.
You do realize that there's like FBAs
we're both right? You get knocked in your damn teeth. You got knocked in your teeth for doing that shit in person. You're a bunch of losers.
Dude, this guy talks like he's from the coast of California because he is. It's exactly how people from the coast of California talk, because they don't have other people calling them out for the dumb shit they say. And this guy's doing exactly that. I'm from the coast of California, so I know exactly how these fucking people are.
And you smell like a wet dog. Now shut up.
From the coast of California, I know exactly how these people are. That sounds, bro, even the way he phrased all that sounds sus as fuck. What do you mean these people? Huh? What do can you specify that? What do you mean these people, bro? Again, listen, bro, is one of them just undercover dog whistles? Listen, I don't care. This dude Myron wore a KKK hoodie to clown Abba and preach. Okay, you could have clowned them in any other way. You could literally, there are multiple ways to clown Abba. There are numerous ways to clown preach. I'm guarantee you they've probably heard the worst of it growing up. Okay, but the fact that you're clowning them based off of their race, you're calling preach a monkey, you're calling his wife fat, right? You're doing all this crap. You guys, you're proving not only that you hate yourself, I mean, this has got to be self-hatred at this point, but you don't like women, especially women that reflect the color of you guys, okay? Whether you're Black American or African or what, you guys have a clear problem. So it is what it is. But I shot to M-Dot with the 5. M-Dot said, if FNF didn't have women on the show, what would they talk about? Exactly. Look at their normal regular shows when they try to do the finance shit, right? When they're doing a normal finance or a regular show where they're interviewing the dollar cost crypto guy. Yeah, you know, that weirdo over there. Yeah. No one's watching. No one is watching that shit, okay? They want to see the Insta thoughts. They want to subscribe to OnlyFans accounts. That's what they come here to see, all right? That's why you can clearly see the view difference. So if Fresh and Fit had no women on their show, no one would be watching aside from like the uber loyalist, right? That's just what's going to happen, M-Dot. Shout out to Yada Zag with the 5. Shout out to you, says, this debate was like a fist of fury. Bruce Lee putting the beats on the Japanese in their own dojo. Facts. Dude, it was crazy. And here's the thing. They're about to go into something that I absolutely agree with, even as a Nigerian, okay? Because I agree with Tariq on this. And I even say this on the show multiple times, right? And we're about to go over it, but this is where Myron and them, they just get it wrong so many times.
Now you all other guys are a bunch of
Yo, man, your insults are fucking trash, bro. You're not even entertaining. All you do is talk shit.
That's why you are struggling with your birth rates and your.
Bro, you say you're the bro.
Yo, I got 2 kids. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
We don't care. We don't act like victims. Who cares, bro? It doesn't matter. You're the only person here acting a victim. It doesn't matter.
You're a bunch of whiny wannabe white supremacists
for your whole community, bro. You're speaking for your whole community when probably half your community doesn't even agree with you.
Going around getting
how are you speaking for everybody?
What kind of shit is that? Get beat up? That's your claim to fame? What shit is that? That's kind of weird. You guys are weirdos. What kind of stuff is that?
Are you speaking for the whole black community?
I'm talking about you guys.
Yo, he definitely isn't. He definitely isn't.
The wannabe white supremacist community going around.
Wait, but who are you? Who are you?
Do you understand how stupid you are? You're calling a Jewish man a white supremacist. You fucking moron.
Wannabe Anglo.
And you were raised by a single mother. That's very fucking clear.
You were raised by.
Where's your father? Do you even know your father's name?
You were raised by a fat
yeah, you don't know your father's name. That's why you fucking are with the piece of garbage that you are right now.
These old 4chan tropes don't work.
It's a dry cereal going up. Your cereal.
What's your daddy's name for $100, Tariq? What's your daddy's name for $200, Tariq? Exactly, you fucking beta bitch.
So guys, he clearly came in here to talk to me. So Tariq.
All right. So, any more corny jokes?
He only came in here to talk to me.
You want to be white supremacist? So not witty.
Tariq, let's go ahead and have a discussion. I asked you a very simple question.
Right.
I didn't resort.
Myron, I answered.
No,
sir.
Okay.
Myron,
I didn't resort to insulting you or doing ad hominems. I asked a legitimate question.
And I answered.
If you didn't, okay, and you said you wrote books about relationships.
Right.
So
Myron,
why do you not do that anymore? Why do you only talk about race now?
That's not all I talk about, Myron. I talk about. I have a hot movie out right now about hip hop. I talk about a lot of stuff, sir. I just don't talk about race. But I'm going to talk about you anti-black racists who are always spewing anti-black racism. Yes, I will check you on that.
No. I spew anti-stupidity. That's
no. You are an anti-black racist.
It just so happens that a lot of black people are stupid.
Well, sir,
that's what I spew.
If we're so damn stupid, you're the one who fled from your damn homeland.
No. I said a lot of them are stupid. It could be white, black, Hispanic. It doesn't matter.
We're stupid enough to not have to flee.
All people are stupid. See how you're going for an ad hominem?
You can't say that.
See how you're going to an ad hominem that has nothing to do with the debate? It has nothing to do with the debate.
Yes, it does. Because you're not qualified to say anybody's stupid and you fled from a failed homeland.
Okay, so
you're not qualified.
So if someone's an immigrant, they're not qualified to comment on.
No, you're not. If you come from a homeland where everybody's over there starving, you can't say none of us are stupid. You're not at liberty.
Now, here's the part that I was waiting on. Okay, now the part I want to comment on before I get to the part I've been waiting on because I wanted Tariq to say this is y'all notice that guy who said, "Oh, you're fucking weird for saying a Jewish guy is racist," huh? I've met some racist Jewish people. I don't hold that against all Jews. All right, I don't. But I've met some racist Jewish people. I've met some racist white people. I've met some racist ass fucking people. All right. So again, don't sit there and say, "Oh, well, how dare you say this Jewish person is racist?" Jewish people can be racist. Yeah. What are we talking about here? That's crazy, bro. But again, did you notice the familiarity of the voice of the person saying that? Because somebody put in the chat who you think that was. Because to me, I'm speculating that might be Fresh and Fit's manager, right? That's the new manager they got, right? Doesn't he sound like the new manager they got? I just wanted to throw that out there, all right? But the second thing I've been waiting on for Tariq to say, and he commented on, is something I was telling y'all that I actually agree with, even though, I'm Nigerian, is because, listen, depending on what country you're from, it does kind of make sense what he's talking about, right? Because me coming from Nigeria, understanding the insane corruption that goes down in that country, understanding the insane bribery, how like torn apart we are, it's crazy, right? And there's a reason why we come to different countries and certain things like that, right? And here's the one main thing I wanted to mention, because it's something like it has a lot to do with kind of pride for your country, right? Here's the thing: if Americans, let's say if Black Americans were to come to Nigeria and they would start telling Nigerians how to do certain things and start heavily criticizing Nigerians on certain things. They go in the Yoruba community and they started criticizing Yorubas on their traditions, practice, or they go to the Hausa, Fulani cultures, and they start criticizing the Hausa Fulanis. They go to Igbo cultures, they start criticizing Igbos. I guarantee you, even though our countries are fucked up, we're going to turn around and say, who the fuck are you to talk about us, right? It's that same kind of mentality. So it's one of those things that when you understand it from your perspective and what would you do if they were doing that in your country, right? Because I'm sure no Nigerian would come in and tolerate somebody just criticizing their country like that and their people. I mean, this is just being fair, and I know that, right? I know that because I have elders in my family, like, you know, they'll hear certain things about what reporters have to say about what's going on in Nigeria, and they'll just be like, I mean, what do they know, right? So that's one of those things. So you got to flip that mindset when it comes down to Black Americans, right? So it's that mindset where it's like, okay, you're coming to America, right? Especially in the current situation that some of us are coming from. It's not the greatest and it's not well put together. When we see this stuff, yeah, we can, you know, I'm not saying that you can't like comment that or anything like that. That's where I would separate with Tariq a little bit. But when it comes down to, you know, seriously getting involved where you're now almost to the point where you're like a Anton Daniels or you're like a one of these other dudes who are taking up direct stance and your platform is massive enough where you start influencing actual Americans, right? And then they're using you as like a, you know, one of those token people like Candace Owens, and they dumped her. Like, look what happened to her. She got dumped. She got a Negro wake-up call. Shout out to O'Shea Duke Jackson because she got it, right? She was sitting here, you know, caping for all these white folk conservatives, and the moment she spoke against the Jews, she got booted out, right? And then by the Jews, I meant Ben Shapiro, Betty Boy, right? The moment she was on the opposite side from Betty Boy Shapiro, okay, she was fired. She got her Negro wake-up call. The establishment didn't want her anymore because America, they're not going to stand for somebody criticizing anything remotely close to Israel. That's just how that fucking shit works. So again, you see the same kind of nonsense being replicated. They can pick certain folks, and oftentimes they don't have, African American descent. Oftentimes, and these guys speak on Black culture, Black politics, and things like that. Realizing that, bro, what about your home country, right? What about some of them? You know, like even the Elon Homars and shit like that, right? They would run for office in America to try to change America for them versus running for office in Nigeria. And I always said, like, if I were to ever run for office, right, I'd probably run for office first in Nigeria. That's my whole country. Why wouldn't I run for office first there to try to change my own country? And if shit don't work out, then shit don't work out. It is what it is. But why would my first option to go run for office in somebody else's country, right? And it's not saying you can't do that or anything like that. It's just one of those things that just makes you think, right? Okay, I'm Nigerian, so technically I would just go do my shit over there and try to fix my people, right? Like even the shit that I do over here, I do to help my people. So it's one of those things. So again, it's the mentality a lot of y'all gotta consider, right? I know a lot of people, you coming from different countries, you can see the problem in here, sure, but when you start getting to a point where you're trying to influence like other people, when you have like actual platforms now, it's one of those things where you gotta like, okay, take a step back, support your Black brothers and sisters, but it is what it is. Because I almost guarantee you, it's almost and I've noticed this. This is from personal experience, so it's completely anecdotal. So don't take it as fact or anything like that. But I've noticed it. It's almost always the people that criticize Black culture the most that are the ones that don't do shit for Black folks at all, or even their own people, right? And I come across Igbo Nigerians that do this shit. They will criticize the shit about Black culture, but meanwhile, we have our own Igbo group, and we've been asking them, yo, when are you going to participate? You don't hear them, but when it comes to Black culture, oh, listen, why don't these Black Americans, why don't they just get it right? It's like, nigga, what you doing for us? Don't worry about Black folks. Worry about your people right now. See, it's always them. Like, so even some immigrants, like, they have problems with that because almost always the people that have something to say about others that don't be doing shit for anybody else, which I find so crazy because I do a lot for my community, right? But then, I see the people who complain about other cultures the most, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, I know for a fact you don't be doing own shit. So like, why? But again, to me, it's just anecdotal. I might be wrong. I might be wrong with this. Maybe the people who complain are the ones that actually do the most. I don't know. But that's one observation I've noticed. I just find it weird. Let's get back into it.
Okay. So hold on. So let me just get this straight. Are you telling me that if you're an immigrant, you cannot comment
from the Sudan?
Situations?
Yeah, if you're from you're from the Sudan, you can't say shit about a foundation of Black American. Nothing
interesting
at all.
Interesting.
Yeah,
You can't
Tariq, say nothing about us.
Let's use your logic.
Not one word.
Let's use your logic.
A failed homeland where people are starving. You can't say shit about us. Yes.
Cool. Then let's use your logic. Then.
That's how that
Let me ask you a question.
Do
you have to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 is 2?
No, sir. No. That's
Wait, Fresh ain't a mathematician, but yeah, he's on your platform trying to figure out who decided 2 + 2 was 4. What the hell are we talking about here, Myron?
No. That's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with anything. You come from a failed homeland where people are over there starving, and you haven't figured out how to stop the people from starving. So you can't come over here and talk about it.
Here we go. Thank you to the white supremacists in America. You're eating, Tariq.
How so?
Oh, again, you notice this voice is so annoying, almost like you want to just right there, just like bitch, shut up. But you notice, like, why are you talking, bro? And you're every time you talk, you're trying to derail the conversation. Let Myron fucking answer the question posed by Tariq, okay? Because again, he has a point. Nigeria, we are starving. We have a starvation, like literally. It's so bad. Tinubu as a president is just he's like the Nigerian Joe Biden. Okay, it's bad. Okay, like the corruption shit, the police and the fucking bandits are. I mean, they call them bandits, but we know who the fuck these people are. All right, so they're coming in, they're killing people in mass. They're fucking hundreds of people getting slaughtered for peace sakes. Some of them inside places of worship like churches, and yet no one is doing anything. So it'd be crazy for Nigeria to come up here and try to tell black people how to do their thing. At least they had a hand in building America to what it was. Even though some Americans don't recognize that, black folks did have a huge hand in turning their country into what it is. Okay, but some of us, we came here because we couldn't manage what was going on back there. We weren't capable enough, all right? But here's the thing. America is a great, unique opportunity. And I always say that because with that opportunity, we can get the education, we can see how they do it, we can learn the infrastructure, and then go back and replicate it for our people and help our people. The problem I've noticed, especially because this is what my job is, because especially when I'm trying to build a strong community of Igbo Nigerians, a lot of times when they come to America, the culture just it sinks their hooks into them, and they almost forget that they're Nigerian. Right? They're criticizing cultures and doing certain things like they're American. It's like, well, you can't forget. I know you're second generation, but you can't forget where you came from. I know you're first generation. Hell, even the first generations, they forget where they come from sometimes because they get infected with the culture. So it's just one of those things where it's like, you can't forget where you come from. You have to make sure you give back to your people because Nigeria is not doing too well. Now we look at Myron's case. Sudan is in the middle of a civil war. When has Myron ever brought up anything about Sudan? When has Myron ever leveraged his podcast to do a food drive? Something simple as a food drive to kids who are suffering, even in his Arabic region of Sudan, where he claims his father is coming from. Where is he doing the fucking? You're talking about $37 a month to keep your platform alive. How about $37 a month to keep your people alive? All right, they're getting slaughtered by guerrilla forces in masses, but yet you want to sit here and talk about women all day. So he kind of has a point, bruh. He has a point. So again, I'm sorry, I'm going in right now because, like, again, for those of you guys who don't know, this is something I'm very passionate about. I've been back to my past videos. You see me talk about this. This shit's crazy because I absolutely hate when people come over the country and then they do certain things like that. We're no better, okay? Let's just let them come in, do what we need to do, and help our people back home because there's a reason why we're here, okay? It's not for tourism, it's not for a visa or anything like that. It's to do certain things and get a better opportunity. So you don't forget that.
Oh, sir.
Because the white people started this country. The white supremacists started this country. Go back. Exactly.
Let me take this because
they didn't. They failed when they tried to do it on their own. They didn't start a damn thing. It was foundation of Black Americans. Go ahead, sir.
Tariq, let me again. So you're telling me if someone's an immigrant from Sudan or wherever they're from, they can't comment on social issues?
Not over here. No, you're not at liberty to do that because your social issues are in shambles. You're not at liberty.
Cool.
Why would
So
we? Why
only
would we
black
listen
people,
to
as
you?
you
Why
would
would
say,
we listen to you?
Okay.
If you come from a country of complete
now let me
failure,
ask you another question.
why would
So
we
I can't
listen to
comment.
you?
So
you're not at liberty.
So only other. Let me get this straight then. So only other FBAs, according to your logic, can comment on FBA issues. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. Only foundational Black Americans can talk about our issues. We don't concern ourselves with what's going on with you. You come from a failed culture. You're not at liberty to give us any advice on anything, sir.
Would you call it a successful culture of foundational Black Americans who were taken
what's going on
Okay,
over there.
so again, hold on.
Culture?
Everybody, guys, he came in here.
You need to fix your homeland.
It's a lot of people all of a sudden in this fucking chat room. Yo, Yadazag with the fucking, am I saying it right? With the 5 shot to you says this debate was like a fist of fury. Bruce Lee putting the beats on the Japanese in their own dojo. Facts. Tony with the 5 shot to you says Rosebud was a real street pimp back in the 1960s and 70s. Steve knows him too. You should check him out on his YouTube channel. He's Real Talk. It's Real Talk with Rosebud. I'll check it out. Send me a link in the Discord. I'll check it out. John with the 5 shot, he says you can't call us stupid. You fled your homeland where your people were starving. You are not qualified. Dead. First time rooting for Tariq. No, he has a point, and you can't, like, honestly, even as a Nigerian, I can't disagree with them on that, right? Because no matter what you can say, even America at its worst still has it together than Nigeria. The fuck am I complaining about? That's why I always say I'm grateful with this country. Even people that complain about America, like even people that were born here, I'm like, what the fuck are y'all complaining about? Do you know where I come from? Y'all wouldn't have the rights y'all got right now. Guaranteed. The freedom that you enjoy here to even criticize the president, it's a no-go. They'll send a death squad after you and you go away in the night. Bye-bye. You're lucky if they don't freaking end you right then and there, because sometimes they'll just throw you in prison and trump up charges against you. Yeah. Do justice? No. Okay. That's not happening. Okay, you don't get no justice in some of these countries, and sometimes most Americans born here, y'all don't understand the wake-up call. Like, it's not the same when you go to other countries. They don't have the same freedoms you do. That's why even some of my friends on the left side of things, right? They'll say, "Oh, how can you sit there and say that you know America's?" I'm not saying America's great. I'm just saying it's not perfect, but it's better than where the fuck I came from. You got to be honest about that. And sometimes I think people just need to get that perspective too. Like, the world isn't great. You live in a great country, all right? It's not the best, okay? There's a lot of things you can fix, definitely, okay? But like at its worst, it's still better than our best. And it's a sad thing to say because it pisses me off. I wish some of these countries can get it together, but it's tough because you have corruption that's up the wahoo. It's insane. So again, you're right? Tariq has a point. Like, even if I wanted to criticize him on that, the only thing I'd criticize him on is probably like just the manner he's going about it. But other than that, he's right. He's got a point. Yo, Doggy with the 5, shout out to you. Myron is the moist, knows it, disrespectful, but the white supremacist is America, have the infrastructure to protect, support, and fund him, just like Kunduz. Listen, he's Homeland Security, so I mean that's what it is. But again, it's just because I think it's part of capitalism, and I'm not speaking of this as some kind of commie or whatnot. I love the market economy, right? I love parts of it, right? But what I'm saying is the part that I'm talking about is how, when people elevate class, because what capitalism does is allow certain people to jump class, because we still are in a class system. If you think that we abolish class systems and whatnot, it's still in effect. Capitalism just gives you a way to jump from being poor and to being uber rich. So you still have that small chance, even though it's not, the greatest, right? So people can do that. Now, what we see when people jump those economic ladders is that they slowly start to forget where they come from. They slowly start to forget the people that helped them get there. They slowly start to believe that, no, they always were smart to get to this level. Matter of fact, they were always at this level to begin with. So therefore, everyone else below them, they just need to catch up. They just need to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And we see this countless times when these people go from zero to all of a sudden making some kind of money. The first thing they do is look back and say, why can't y'all pull yourselves up? Why can't y'all do it, right? They always do that. And don't tell me I'm wrong. We see this all the time, right? And we've seen it with Anton Daniels, right? Anton Daniels is one of the main ones. We even have, with Anton, it's a unique thing, right? For those of you don't know, Anton is a unique case because with Anton, we can see videos when he put on YouTube, right, where he was talking about how money is the root of all evil and he values quality time, family, and, you know, the being present in the world, all that type shit, right? And then after he got YouTube and Patreon money, Anton switched up. Now he talking about Porsches, he talking about the bag, he talking about black people don't deserve reparations, you niggas deserve nothing. He said that. That was all them, right? You notice how they jump economic classes. The worse they look down and the more they forget where they come from. I'm sorry, maybe it's just anecdotal for me, but it's been an observation from what I've seen so far.
When your ancestors got taken into slavery and taken to another country, do you consider that a successful culture? Because you're saying Sudan is not successful.
Right.
So would you consider where your ancestors were originally taken from as successful?
Half of our ancestors were already here. Let's get that straight. We're foundational Black Americans, sir. There were Black people here. There were Black people brought over here. So we had an ethnogenesis, and we never fled from the country we built,
Don't
sir.
answer the
So
question,
we're
of
much
course,
different.
again.
I did answer the question, sir. If you're not smart enough with them stingy Irish genes of yours, that's your problem,
Irish.
sir.
Yeah, my name is Amir, bro. I'm definitely Irish, dude.
Okay. Well,
so let me ask you this question, Tariq. By your logic, right? Because you're saying only foundational Black Americans can criticize other foundational Black Americans. So if that's the case, why are you talking shit about white people and white supremacists? Since you're not white, you can't give an opinion. By
but
your
I'm
logic,
a
correct?
victim of white supremacy. I can talk about the
see how it
victim.
doesn't work out? Doesn't make sense, does it?
Because we're being victimized by the white supremacists. So I can talk about
how are you being victimized by the white
because
supremacists?
they've created a system of
How?
white supremacy that they've militarized, and we can't break out of it because they have a military stronghold over us, sir.
And where I would also add on to what Tariq is saying is not just militarily speaking, it's also psychologically speaking as well. There's a huge psychological hold on certain communities, including the Black community here. All right, even though some people don't see it, and even Tariq himself didn't even mention this because this is something I would have the first thing I would mention. We're fucking conditioned, a lot of Black folks here in America, to stay where they are, to believe what they believe, to stay like there's a condition, there's a psychological condition to this. So like in addition to seeing the forces, seeing the militarization of the systemic, right, you could also see how it has a psychological impact when you're even looking at the media, how the media phrases certain things when it's a Black kid versus a white kid, right? When it's a Black perpetrator versus a white perpetrator, right? In addition to just militaristic, it's also psychological. So that's the one thing that I almost wanted to like say. If it's a disagreement with Tariq, it's a disagreement because you Black folks, we are not psychologically there. We're fucked. Like a lot of it, even the youngins, like it's bad, right? So you gotta, and that's years and probably decades of conditioning that has had that happen. Okay, so that's something we gotta call out.
And you too.
Okay, tell me in 2024 how the white supremacists are holding you back militarily.
They control all areas of activity and they dominate all areas. And when we start building on our own, they use their military to destroy it all across the board. Whenever we build prosperous neighborhoods, they use their military to destroy it. And they've done this all across the board. They control the educational system. When we try to get our own educational system, they use their militarized system to destroy it. They destroy it all across the board. And these are facts, sir. We're under a global system of white supremacy.
Okay.
Tulsa, Oklahoma was 100 years ago, bro.
Now,
so let me ask you this.
They build freeways and train tracks in Black neighborhoods that's prosperous even today. I live in Los Angeles. Crenshaw Boulevard, they're destroying the Black businesses by building a train system down Crenshaw Boulevard. They do this stuff now. We
and who controls Los Angeles? Who are the elected politicians in Los Angeles?
Telling me
we get sabotaged. And the great thing about us, even though we get sabotaged, we can still rebuild and we can still find success. They sabotage you wannabes too.
Politicians in Los Angeles that you're talking about this being destroyed.
Yo, mute everybody except for me and Tariq, bro. Everybody else, shut the fuck up. All right, he didn't come in to talk to y'all niggas, so he's coming in here to talk to me. So that's fine. Let's have a discussion, Tariq.
Yo, is this even a debate at this point? What are we even watching, right? Because like technically it is a debate, right? They're having a debate, but like I don't know. I wouldn't even call this a debate. It's just like a catty back and forth at this point.
So let's have a discussion, because I've been waiting a very long time to talk to you, because you are literally the Lord of victimhood. So let's go ahead and have a discussion.
And you are the Lord of victimization, sir. But go ahead.
Okay, sure.
A wannabe,
okay, well,
but you're a
way,
wannabe. You're not even a real white supremacist. You're
sure.
a wannabe, but go ahead, Myron.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway, so you're claiming that the white supremacists control the military, which is holding back the blacks in America. Okay, do you believe that's still the case in 2020?
Right now, this very minute.
Really?
Holding back, and when I mean holding back, they keep an oppressive system that will dominate and control what we do. Even though there's still black people who are successful. Hell, I'm a millionaire. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm still under a system of
You ain't no billionaire, you lying ass motherfucker.
He said millionaire, and honestly, I'm more inclined to believe that Tariq's a millionaire. Okay, he just, I don't know. Why would you, like, again? I don't know. I'm more inclined to believe that, but again, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
He's a millionaire.
I didn't say billionaire. I said a millionaire, and that's verified. Y'all can verify.
My bad.
You notice how this dude, I mean, you want to talk about, and I notice how calm Tariq was. Look how quick these people read to snap on him. You ain't no fucking billionaire, you fucking like, bro, chill. You acting like he stabbed your mama or something. Relax, bro. Your mama's gonna be good. You didn't come after your mama, so don't need to be emotional. That's an emotional brother right here, right? And you know the funny thing is, they would call someone like Tariq an emotional victim for calling us out, right? But you notice how calm Tariq is about all of this, and these guys, they're just ready to jump down his throats. Like, y'all need to chill with this nonsense, bro. Like, relax. It's not that deep.
That's easily verified. But that doesn't mean anything.
So Tariq, if you were able to do it and you're black, why can't others?
Because we're phenomenal as black people. Foundational black Americans are absolutely phenomenal. That's why we can do it.
Okay, so why can't others do it then? If they're being held down like you claim, why can't they do it? You did it. You did it, right?
Everybody can't do it in a system of white supremacy. Everybody's not going to be able to do it. I was able to do it because I understood the system and I kind of worked around it.
He's right. Do you know how many black folks don't even understand the legal system? I've watched so many interrogation videos. Okay, don't ask me why, but I've watched it, especially of young black men, where honestly they could have saved themselves out of so much years in prison if the first thing out of their mouth was, "I'm the lawyer," and the second thing out of their mouth is, "I plead the fifth." That's it. They would save themselves so much time. But if but a lot of times, a lot of black folks in America are not even educated on their own laws. So that's part of the problem Tariq is talking about, because it's not even just black folks in America. You can start to see the same systemic oppression spread out through all races. Because think about it. Those of you guys who grew up in America, all right, you grew up in high school. When was the last time your school taught you about credit? When was the last time your school talked to you about finances? When was your time your high school talked to you about anything that is practical that's going to set you up in the real world right now? They don't do that shit in school no more. They're raising idiots right now. Think about this. It stopped happening. That's part of that systemic thing, right? So at first, it starts out with certain communities, but before you know it, it becomes everybody else's problem. Just like the single mama situation started out in black communities, and we knew why that started, but now it's an everybody problem. Just like the crack, the heroin, the meth, it started out in black communities, now it's everybody's problem. You guys gotta understand, the systemic stuff, it starts small, but eventually becomes everybody's problem, because it just doesn't stay small, because it's a bigger effect than that. So when you're sitting there calling this stuff out, there's a statement to that. There's the truth to that, right? You can see how this stuff spreads out. Okay, at 1 minute it's the black community, but the next minute it's coming to a neighborhood near you. Do you honestly think the government cares? Do you think they care about your life? It doesn't matter. So they can play this little race game and whatnot, but at the end of the day, they don't give a fuck about you. They're just playing them against you to fuck you in the end. So if it happens to one community, it's coming to you. And a lot of people don't get that. This is why we're all kept on that. This is a systemic oppression we're talking about. They don't teach you about taxes anymore. Most of you go out there, you fail. When you want to start businesses, you don't realize there's a certain way you're supposed to set up your businesses. That knowledge isn't taught. Why is it? Ask those questions. I'm sorry. This shit got me so heated, bro. This debate got me so heated because these guys, it brings up so much memories, dog.
But I called this system out. But I would have been much richer without the system of white supremacy. We live in a global system of white supremacy.
Okay, so it's interesting because
now is that true or not true, Myron? I mean, shit. Am I making this up?
No,
Then why did they say that? Then why did they say it? This is their words. The white supremacists said this. This is them saying.
I've let you speak, but you don't let me speak.
I'm not cutting you off. This is a dialogue. No, you have. Here. We're having a conversation. So I'm asking you.
No, we are. But a part of a conversation is you got to let the other.
And you're going to have to let me speak. I just answered your question. I'm asking you something.
I've let you speak plenty of times. All right, I'll let you finish your thought. Go ahead.
So Myron, is that true or not true? Do we live in a system of white supremacy or not?
There is nothing holding back black people from success.
Do we live in a system of white supremacy or not? Then why did the white supremacists say that they have a system of white supremacy? This is their words. They said this. They put this in law.
They can say whatever they want, Tariq. It's up to you on how you're going to go ahead and make a do of it. There's nothing holding back black people from becoming successful. As a matter of fact, why is it that we had stronger black households during the Jim Crow eras when black people were the most oppressed that they've ever been? We had higher rates of education. We had 2-parent households. We had successful black families. We had more black businesses. Why is it that when we were the most oppressed, as you would claim, we actually had the best statistics, but now that we have the most freedom, we're the worst off?
This is where I wish, I'm sorry, I'm going to intervene here before, because Tariq's answer wasn't what I thought it was going to be, but it still was a good answer nevertheless, all right? Because what Myron is, and this is what a lot of people do this, they make the comparison, well, Jim Crow was better versus what it is now. It's because they were playing a different strategy with Jim Crow. Jim Crow was more in your face, right? So instead of, divide and conquer, they decided, well, let's just push you guys into one area and try to subjugate you, right? So if they're pushing y'all, it's clear to see the play for what it is. But what happened after the Jim Crow era and what ended up being really divisive about Martin Luther King's movement was that now they let people infiltrate the movement, right? And they were able to go ahead and tap certain leaders. And these leaders were able to infect their communities to vote in policies against their own interests. And they're still doing it today. And this is what some people on the right, they have a point that they talk about. Because on the left, it's like, yo, why some of these policies these Democrats are putting forth are not for you? Because that's part of the play. Part of the play is now it's much easier to separate and destroy the black family, destroy the black communities, because we've infiltrated it. Before, we're trying to just, shove it off into one different corner and keep them there and just keep them squeezed up into that corner. But it didn't work because a cornered animal it rebels, and you'll see a bunch of shit breaking out. And we did. We had our own Wall Street. We had our own stronger community. We had everything because they weren't interested in infiltrating. But then when the strategy changed, as time went by with the whole civil rights and the movement, because we were pushing back against that, they decided, well, we need to switch up. How about we stop being in their face and stop trying to relegate them into a corner, and let's embrace them and infect them from within. And that's what happened. That's the strategy. It's the same play, just the game changed. That's it, right? So I wish, look, I'm gonna let y'all see what Tariq goes with this, but that's my perspective on it anyways. At least when I have debates, y'all could tell I have debates outside of this. Like, I'm not just talking about this right now. Like, I talk about this in my everyday life. Like, this is just me, right? So again, this is something I talk about all the time, but let's see where Tariq goes with this.
I'll tell you why. It's because of bad decisions. It's not a system of white supremacy as you claim.
Slow down.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. I want to get on this. Because, that's great, bro. Because you guys like to blame the police. You guys like to blame the government. You like to blame everybody else except for people making bad decisions. Explain to me this as well. You sit there and say, oh, you're not a foundationally black American, whatever. Okay, Tariq, let's say that I'm not a foundationally black American. Me and you get pulled over by the police. Do you think the police that are racist, by the way, and led by white supremacists, do you think they give a fuck that I'm from Sudan and that you're a foundationally black American? No, we're both niggas to them. Because my hair's wavy, your hair might be a little bit wavier, but they're not going to care. We're both going to get treated the same. We're both going to go ahead and be looked at as niggas because they don't give a shit about this differentiation that you FBAs like to do, where you guys like to divide and conquer within your own race, which is clown world, by the way. That's a whole other thing. Now you're going to have to let me answer. What I'm trying to say is this. Hold on. I will.
Bro, you asked like two different questions. Your first question was, explain to me why black folks were better under Jim Crow than they are right now. And now you're badgering him with this question before he even answered the first one.
I'm simply saying.
Why are you saying we? Because you kept saying you weren't in Jim Crow. You were an immigrant. Yeah. You weren't here.
No. I'm telling you, by this white supremacist standards you're saying, because you're trying to say that, oh, it's different for FBAs versus immigrants. It's not. They look at a Nigerian, they look at a Sudanese, they look at an FBA. We're all the same to them, bro, because they see skin color. They don't give a fuck about your last name.
You keep talking about we. You weren't in Jim Crow.
Wow, here we go. The division once
We
again,
are divided.
even in
We're
a
not
conversation.
the same lineage. We don't come from the same lineage. And if there's no white supremacy, why did your homeland fail when you had
You
to
are
flee?
perpetuating the very racism that you're complaining about right now.
But why did you have to flee your homeland after the white supremacists destroyed it? They destroyed the Sudan. That was the white supremacists orchestrating that, sir.
He's not wrong. Like when the French and British, they drew up those lines and called Sudan what it was. When they drew up these lines, they didn't even consider the South Sudanese, right? Because at that point, you're talking about pre-Arabization of Africa, okay, at least Northern Africa. So you had almost, especially you guys notice in the band or that spans across sub-Saharan Africa, right? All these countries, Niger, Chad, right? You got all these countries that are spanning, including Sudan, across this band. Most of them are French-owned territories, all right? At least they were carved up. To Algeria is another one, right? That was carved up to be French-owned. And then all of them, you notice, are all having these rebellions now, right? They don't want to be part of the colonial situation that they were part of before, right? Chad's going through that. A lot of these guys, Burkina Faso, right? You got these countries are going through the post-colonial effect, right? You're seeing the effects being undone, right? Now, where these countries go, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, right? But we do know that that's the shedding off of that. At least part of the reason they're going through the situation is because of certain geopolitical games that was played by the colonial powers that were ruling at the time, right? When these countries were carving up Africa, this is the effect that had with it, right? Not even talking about Somalia and how that got ruined by the Italian Empire. It wasn't even an empire. They just, they tried to, what do you call it? They were World War II. They were trying to take Africa along with the Germans and whatnot because they thought they were part of the whole thing, right? They tried to take Somalia. Look how bad they fucked that up. Okay, so there are a lot of things going on, except for Ethiopia. Ethiopia is surprisingly doing pretty well. But I mean, aside for the war with Eritrea, but like we don't know. But again, it's just one of those things. Again, Tariq is right. It's a colonial mindset that we're fighting off, and we're still doing that. This things was decades ago. We're still dealing with it. 2024. It just shows you things don't just heal because you're jumping into a new era. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Why did you have to flee if there was no white supremacy?
That's true.
Sure. Okay. So what do you like? I mean, what's your point with this? You're trying to say white supremacy runs the world, which I don't.
But then why did you have to flee? I mean, the British went over there. They were running roughshod over in the Sudan. The reason why it's so janky because of the white supremacists. They destroyed it over there. They orchestrated it, right?
I'm talking about the United States.
No. I'm talking about global white supremacy. White supremacy is global. It's a global thing, right?
I'm talking about the United States because that's what's
no.
Now.
The world is pertinent.
Because
no.
You're complaining is pertinent. That the United States is specifically
I said
is militarily.
I said global.
Back the black
no. I said global because there's no place we can go that's free of white supremacy. Name the country that's white supremacy free.
There's none.
China.
Are you dumb? Listen, I got a lot of Chinese friends. I love my Chinese friends. They're great people. Okay, but China is mad racist. Look what they do to Uyghurs. Okay, you want to talk about Uyghur Muslims? Okay, let's just be real. That's not a good look. All right, to say that they're not racist when they're ethnically cleansing like people in their own country. No one is calling that out. I just find that so fascinating, by the way. Like, where's all the uproar against what China's doing? But when it comes to other people, no, we got to talk about that. Again, to sit there and say, oh, the one non-white supremacy country is China. Bro, they run ads basically trying to screw up the black off of you because white is ideal. They uphold beauty standards of European people, right? That's why some of them, even in Japan, they get these surgeries that literally alter their faces to look more European. There's a problem with that. It's psychological too. Otherwise, why the fuck would you have surgery to alter your fucking eyelids? Make it make sense. Why would you want to be doing that? Your eyes are uniquely developed for the region you live in to keep a whole lot of sunlight out of it. So but again, it's because European beauty standards basically makes eyes that look like that not attractive. So they get surgeries to carve up their faces to look different. It's no different when our women talk about it in America too as well, where they want to bleach their skin to look more like white women. Right? It's the same nonsense that we see. We all uphold beauty standards. They're like, again, it's psychologically ingrained. And I don't know where you even start to fix a problem like that.
the Arab Emirates, the Middle East in general, Saudi Arabia. Like, bro, come on, man. Yes,
dude. They
yes.
got the
Matter of fact, they stopped using the American dollar. I think that's pretty free of white supremacy, as you claim. Saudi Arabia literally just told the United States, "Fuck off, we're not using the U.S. dollar anymore." That is.
That's not what Saudi Arabia did. That's bullshit. Saudi Arabia. This is why, like Myron. Again, I don't claim to be high value or not, but I do know a whole lot about geopolitics. Saudi Arabia would never do that. Ever, not at this point in time that are in right now, because they're in a very precarious position. Okay, you think America needs Saudi right now? Do you know how much massive oil reserves and even the whole fracking thing that Hillary Clinton was pushing? Do you know how much we're sitting on? America is super independent and don't need anybody, right? And that's what the Saudis are worried about, because we don't need them. So now if the Saudis are acting up and doing certain things, we can just say, hey, remember what we did. Hey, remember what we did for your daddy, MBS. Hey, MBS, I know you're getting froggy. Remember what we did for your daddy. Don't start no shit with America, because we don't need you. And at some point in time, your country may be ripe for regime change. We may decide to want to bring freedom to Saudi Arabia. Who knows? All of a sudden, America, because you notice every time Saudi Arabia pipes up, especially MBS ass, when he pipes up, America says, hey, you remember those civil rights atrocities that Saudi Arabia commits? That's the one thing they say, and Saudi Arabia shuts up. Okay, you sitting there saying, oh, Saudi Arabia is done with America. They don't want America's oil anymore. That's not true. They absolutely need America's oil, but not just America's oil, because money. They need America's defense. How do you think they're able to perform attacks and genocide in Yemen? They're literally bombing a whole lot of Muslim kids. No one is even talking about this, by the way. But you got Saudi Arabia committing genocides against Yemenis, right? Using American weapons, right? And you think Saudi is just going to turn around and say, yeah, America, we don't need you anymore. Sorry, even though we need your weapons. Shut the fuck up, Myron. You're supposed to be a cop. You're supposed to know this shit. How the fuck do I know this?
The biggest F you to white supremacy that in the world.
They can bomb that place to hell.
They can bomb that place tomorrow. The Middle East, they bomb that place whenever they feel like it. If you don't stop,
they're not bombing.
They got warships. There's European warships over off the coast of China now. What are y'all talking about?
Gaddafi's a good example.
Right. They'll get when they.
Yeah, I'm talking about Saudi
right.
Arabia,
It don't
bro.
matter.
I'm not talking about fucking Libya.
Saudi Arabia, they have a deal with them for the oil and all of that, but they can wipe them off the map anytime they feel like.
Do you even know what the petrodollar is, Tariq?
Sir, can they not? Can the white supremacists wipe them off?
Do you know what the petrodollar is?
Bro, you don't. Even the way he's bringing it up, because he's going to bring it up in a way like, well, because the whole reason the petrodollar is strong is because, America needs the oil and Saudi Arabia has a lot of oil. I'm telling you right now, America's oil reserves, I'm telling you right now, bro, go talk to some people. They're good. America is good. America is the most self-sufficient island, practically speaking. It's not an island, but just for the fact that on the east there's an ocean, on the west there's another fucking ocean. Okay, it's gonna be pretty tough coming at America. And not only that, a lot of the natural resources that they need can also be found in America. So America is actually the most self-sufficient continent out there. I don't know what else to talk. So when you said the petrodollar, America is slowly starting to realize over time that they got way more uses for energy, not uses, but maybe more adaptations for energy than they need Saudi Arabia for. Okay, so the petrodollar, it's not even becoming that anymore. Like, you don't understand how fast things are changing right now. And it's so bad because you guys are supposed to be the ones giving advice to these young men, helping them be able to plan better for the future. This is pathetic that you don't know this.
You ignorant motherfucker.
Now you get into non sequitur, so calm down.
I mean, whether he knows
exactly, you don't know. You don't even know what the petrodollar is. You're talking nonsense.
Tariq, you've been deflecting.
I have not deflected. I have not deflected.
Yes, you have. This is my stance.
No.
Tariq, this is my stance.
I'm talking global white supremacy.
Nothing holding back.
It held you back.
From success.
White supremacy held you back, and you had to flee. You had to come flee.
There is nothing.
There is nothing. You had to flee to
there
get
is
over
nothing
here
holding back. Okay, bro, you keep mentioning this whole fucking
right because
again,
you're
like
a perfect example.
There is nothing
you are an example
holding back.
You are an example.
There is nothing holding back Black people from success in America.
But there was something holding you back from your homeland, and you had to flee. That's why.
I mean, Myron, he makes a good point. Myron, he's saying that you fled Africa because the system he's speaking of destroyed your entire country. I mean, that's kind of a good point. It's kind of a good point. I gotta admit that.
Not really, because I'm talking about
But
the
he said
United States.
globally.
He's
Hold
trying
on,
to
hold
make it
on.
about
He said globally.
Sudan.
Hold on.
Talking about
I'm talking about
Sneako,
look.
Sneako, where you at, Sneako?
Look.
Is Sneako still in here? Because your country too.
No, he fled. He fled.
He fled. Okay.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not agreeing with
This is very
Tariq, but he
simple.
made a good point by saying
probably had to-
globally this system does exist.
Blessing, your mic sucks, bro. Just be quiet. Anyway, like I was saying, bro, it's very simple. I'm simply saying there's nothing in 2024 that is holding black people from success. This white supremacy that you claim.
Blessings, you won't let him talk to you like that? For real? He says your mic sucks, shut your ass up, and you shut up. Blessings, you're a pussy.
It's a facade. You can go ahead and become
not a
successful regardless of your
facade.
skin color in 2024.
It's a facade.
If it's
but
real,
he
if
fled.
it was real in your homeland, it's real over here. It's a real global phenomenon.
So you're really going to compare Sudan to the United States of America?
Yeah, white supremacy is white supremacy all over the world, sir.
Incredible.
It's all over. It's white supremacy
You're
in
comparing
Australia.
a third world country
It's white supremacy
to the United States.
Tariq, I have a question. Why do all black millionaires and billionaires buy houses in white communities? Why do you think that?
Well, if we live in a white community,
there's Sneako right there. He's back. I told you he'd be back. He's right there, right on the bottom where he belongs, right there.
it ain't a white community, then is it? Boop, boop. If we live there, it ain't white, huh?
You're crying about Crenshaw. You don't live in Crenshaw.
Boop. Go ahead now, Myron. Let's go back to you. So,
how is that? How are we gonna accept that?
I meant black people in white communities.
Yeah,
That's
if
what
we live there, it must not be a white community.
Tariq, again, you cannot refute my main point, which I'm telling you.
You're
you
proof.
can't. I'm
You're
telling
proof
you
that white supremacy is global.
because you're trying to change the argument. I'm simply saying, in 2024, there is nothing that holds black people from success. Racism is no longer a valid.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That is such cap, Myron. It's even weird. Like, why are you even saying that? And to think that you were a Homeland Security agent. Like, don't they teach these kind of awareness in your fucking program? Like, absolutely, racism plays a huge part. Like, again, it may not be a physical change. You may not see people physically going around, yelling and screaming the N-word or, trying to physically enslave black folks or being racist or anything like that. But you do see subtle shit that happens, and a lot of it moves to be systemic. Okay, so the fact that you're just discounting all of that to say, well, look, just because I don't see it, it's not there. That's not how that works. Sometimes things go underground, right? Like the KKK. They're not out there, going as crazy as they used to do back in Jim Crow days, right? Because now people, socially it doesn't look good, but doesn't mean they don't have underground clown meetings. And I'm sure you've known about that. I mean, after all, where the hell did you get your hoodie from, right? Because you must have been to one of the meetings, you and Nick Fuentes and Sneako and the bunch and Pearly things, right? So again, it's one of those things. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And I hate the fact that this is what a lot of these alt-right conservatives do. Listen, if you guys want black liberals, because a lot of black liberals right now are disenfranchised with Biden. They do not, and I say liberals, I mean leftists, right? Because liberals are completely different. Like, we're talking about the real definition, liberals are different, right? But black leftists, right? A lot of them are disenfranchised with Biden. Like, Biden is not doing a lot of time. If you guys want a chance to sway him, not saying that it's going to be a 100% possibility or anything like that, but if you want a chance to sway him, this is not the way you all are going about it, trying to deny that these things don't exist, because absolutely they exist. It's time for you guys on the right, if you want to make a good claim, to actually get people on the left, especially black people on the left, to start listening to you instead of wondering why they always vote Democratic, right? How about you start actually considering what they're seeing from their perspective, so you can say, okay, we're going to stop denying that it doesn't exist. We're going to start understanding that there is some subtle shit going on. Let's have a conversation about it and then move the fuck on. But y'all do this level, 2024, we don't see it. What are you complaining about? It's not working. And the people who actually feel this stuff, come on, bro. Let's just be real.
That's just I'm a tether. That's I'm a tether, and I say so. Just because you say it, don't make it true. The experience is real. White supremacy is a very real thing.
What holds black people back then? So what holds people black people from success in America
disparities
today?
in the judicial system, right? You got education, right? You got the financial. Yeah, come on, Myron. Come on, cut this shit.
Yeah, and even though and the great thing and the thing about foundation.
Let's address that real quick.
The judicial system. Oh, let's get to the judicial system, right?
Yeah.
It's how my community has been screaming about this shit for decades, right?
Sure.
But as soon as it hits the J6s, right, and Trump, we can. It's
you
valid,
know how you don't
right?
go into
it's valid, right? Disparities in crack versus cocaine, right?
It's an epidemic when it's y'all on meth and opioids, right? When it hits my community, it's criminals. We gotta have
Myron.
Yeah. Hey, Rios, how about this? How about you just don't go into the judicial system and don't commit crimes? How about that?
Bro, that's not how that works. Okay, in Nigeria is the same thing. Just like in Sudan, it's the same thing. Do you know, Myron? Do you know how some of the not only the soldiers for your RAF, right, or not RAF, but your Sudanese National Army or Army, whatever it is? Do you know how some of them are being recruited? Right, a lot of these kids, they don't have any other options. These 16, 17-year-old fucking teenagers, they don't have any other options. Right, a lot of them, economics sucks. So what do? They go join the military, or some of them join the other guys, or some of them they end up joining these militias. It's the exact same way in Nigeria, right? There's no money, there's no opportunity. It's not saying that we're the biggest, most populous black country in Africa, Nigeria. We have all this human capital, and yet no one has a job. Barely anyone knows how to work. Now you see these increases in terrorism. You see increases in gangs and bandit activity. It's exponentially worse in those countries because there's no economic opportunity in these different communities, these towns, and some of these cities. Some of them, they even go as far as committing ritualism, right? They're sacrificing body parts just to pray for money. That's how crazy a lot of these communities have gotten because there's not enough opportunities there. So, Myron, is this so hard to believe that even in a modest country like America, where in certain communities where you take away certain opportunities or you limit certain opportunities, that people then end up turning to these different avenues? And I'm not saying that there aren't going to be people who are going to be, just bad people. We have that in those communities. People are going to be people who are going to be gangsters no matter what position you put them in, right? But at the end of the day, to prevent more people from falling victims into the system, it's better if we put certain things in place to prevent that.
So, Myron, so you think
how about Myron, you just don't commit
crimes?
Myron,
you think all police actions are justified, right?
No, I'm saying don't commit crimes. So you don't deal with the police.
Like Ashley Babbitt, right?
What are you talking about?
Don't commit crimes. You guys complain about what happened to Ashley Babbitt. She should not have been committing a crime, but you guys said that she was unjustly put down. So
I didn't say shit. No one said anything about that, bro. You're putting words in our mouth.
Calm down. And this is where Tariq, I think that he messes up. And this is why you can't even call this a debate, right? Because I don't even say it's Tariq messing up, because I know the point that he's making. He's grouping these guys as all the conservative alt-right bullshit, right? Ashley Babbitt and the whole bullshit that the conservatives threw up with that, right? Again, they're not saying there wasn't a warrant to that. There was. I mean, it was a horrible situation that happened. But you see a lot of conservatives exploiting that. Some of them even over-exploiting that, right? So to be fair to Tariq, he's looking at all these guys disagreeing with them, and he's making the mistake of putting them in one category, because now they can easily try to make him look dumb by saying, I never said that. You never caught me saying anything about that, right? And then again, I don't know. It's just one of those things like, do you even call this a debate at this point? Son of a glitch with the 5. Shout out to you. Says, it's interesting how Myron's saying we and claiming blackness when it's convenient. Facts, right? That's why Tariq says, what do you mean we, right? What do you mean we? Like, bro, your ass was out there in Sudan. You didn't care, bro. Like, but now all of a sudden you care because you want the right to talk about certain things. And it's like, I don't know. It's crazy. Yo, live Sunflower with the 5. Shout out to you. Says, so Myron believes in the Matrix, but not white supremacy. LOL. Yeah, he believes in one system of oppression being oppressive, but when it becomes the same system of oppression oppressing a certain community, he doesn't believe in that. So he believes when it's oppressing everybody, but he doesn't believe it when it started oppressing one community before it started oppressing everybody else, right? So I just find it so crazy because it's the mental gymnastics that they do. And with Myron's case, I genuinely believe that they believe this shit, right? But in other black conservative cases, right, like Candace Owens, there's a clear grift there, right? Because Candace Owens is a grifter. Because we know for a fact when she got kicked out from Ben Shapiro's camp, right, what is the first thing she went on Twitter doing? She went on Twitter talking about, hey, black folks, I know all that stuff I said about Fox News about y'all. I know it seemed like, I was against the black community, but it was the media's fault. Yeah, the media clipped all of that to put me out of context to make it seem like I hated black people, but I don't actually hate black people. It's like, yo, Candace, Those are your words. And black people saw you say that shit. You were sucking up the conservatives. And now you spoke against Israel. The conservatives want nothing to do with you no more. Now you over here saying, what? I was always with the black folk. Come on. Yo, black men, black women. Where y'all at? Where the support for the sisterhood? Yo, Candace's downfall was hilariously just insane, bro. But she deserves every bit of that.
Yeah, nobody said
exactly. Are you? By the way, Tariq, are you vaccinated?
You want to be white supremacists? Really?
Are you vaccinated?
But that didn't make that.
Are you vaccinated, sir?
He's vaccinated.
That was a bad point.
Yeah, he's vaccinated. You fucking
Hold
moron.
on. That was a bad point. That was a bad point. He said.
He had to get vaccinated for his donors. His donors wouldn't know.
No, he said,
man, y'all stop letting Max fool y'all. Max is not a
No, he got vaccinated because Joe Biden told him to get vaccinated.
Let's talk about your donors. Who are your donors?
When you talk about the judicial system, what happened to that?
Yeah, because again, going back to
Myron,
that you guys are complaining about, just don't commit crimes.
That's a bad
Just
point,
don't commit
Myron.
crimes.
That's a bad point because you're saying,
How's that a
let me
bad point?
speak. You said that don't commit crimes, but their point is this. Even if they don't commit crimes, the system still exists. So they're addressing the judicial system as a whole.
Sus Marquand, he felt this, right? At first, he's one of them dudes that pretend this supremacist shit doesn't exist. And then the moment he gets pulled over, right, for drunk driving, the next minute he's like, this is racism. Okay, they saw a black man in a Maybach. Yeah, that's right. Now you see Sus Marquand, Saint the Sinner, doing a live stream about this, right? Hey, Saint, what was all this energy, bruh? Huh? Where was all this energy when the red, white, and blue pulled up behind you? Huh? Where was all that energy? But before all of that, all of a sudden it was like, oh, the black people are complaining. Oh, look at the blacks. Go to my past live streams and see the way this clown talks about black people when it's convenient. And all of a sudden now it's, oh, well, now it's racism. Look, they pulled me over. It's just racism. The point is, it's only convenient when y'all deem it so. But then when it's convenient for y'all deny that it exists to appease whatever it is you want to appease. It is what the fuck it is. It happens, bro. Just admit it.
Forget the crimes, which they shouldn't do. Whether they do it or not, it still exists. That's their point, I think.
I could barely understand what the hell you're saying. Your mic sucks.
They're trying to address.
So,
they're trying to address.
How about you let them talk? How about you let them talk and shut the fuck up and let them talk? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
So no one can hear me right now.
There we go.
Yeah, bro, your microphone sucks, bro. Get this blessing nigga out of here, man. Let Tariq and this other clown, his black boy, talk.
I don't have. Well, I'm talking to Myron and
Yo, Tariq, why don't you help your run it up? He's just like you, except he's broke.
Okay. Well,
this gotta be their manager. And why is their Fresh and Fit's manager in the debate to begin with? Why is a Jew talking about black issues? I'm sorry, bro. Like, again, I mean, I'm sure y'all wouldn't want black people speaking on Jewish issues. Like, I like, why are you speaking on black issues? Like, that's crazy to me. Now, here's the thing. I'm not saying that, like, Jews can't speak on it, but like, I'm talking about in a debate setting like this. Like, why is this guy? What's your opinion? Why is it even necessary? Your job is to what? Manage Fresh and Fit show. So what the fuck is what are you doing here, right? And I'm not discount because like you can't discount what, especially with Martin Luther King's days, the Jews were heavily present in the Civil Rights March. So we cannot forget that, right? We cannot forget that the Jews march and everything like that. But to sit there and have a debate like this, and you're having the conversation you're having, like, bro, what the fuck is your dog in this fight? Like, even the stuff you're bringing up, you're not even steering the conversation forward. You're just being distracting, and you're trying to ridicule Tariq on purpose. You're not helping the situation. So again, what is a Jew like you doing in a conversation like this if you're not even here to help? Like, dude, get the fuck out of here. You're being a distraction, dog.
Whatever you talk.
Oh, we got Tommy in the house too. We got Tommy Sotomayor in the house.
Matt,
so yeah, go ahead.
You're South Florida
Tariq.
trash, right?
Yes.
Come on, you're not a Jew.
But Myron,
you don't matter.
But we need to have a sit down, Myron. We should have a good sit down and just really chop it up and flesh all of this stuff out and really talk about this stuff person to person, face to face. Wouldn't that be a great conversation, guys?
I mean, we're talking about it right now. You haven't brought up one instance of how we're held back in 2024.
I just did, but you're just doing them a tether and I say so. But you don't really have an argument.
Use the judicial system.
We keep pointing stuff out and you just say,
and education, judicial and education.
And we pointed out your homeland and you were that doesn't matter.
You keep going back to Jim Crow and you talk about
Here comes Sneako, finally. the broken tooth finally speaks. Huh? We're waiting on this one. All right, let's see what words of wisdom Sneako's got for us today.
Tell me about what's happening today.
I didn't say anything about Jim Crow.
I'm talking about America, dude. I don't know why you're talking about Sudan or any of this other stuff. Like that has nothing.
Racism, global white supremacy.
Oh man, holy shit!
And there's a
again, Myron's trying to make him look stupid. They're talking about Sudan because he's trying to make a point. Why are you criticizing America, but you've never once talked about Sudan? Let's just be real, Myron, and we know that you've never once talked about Sudan. Even to this day, you haven't talked about Sudan. So he's got a point. You're just not seeing it.
The reason why you had to come and platform yourself by spewing anti-black racism.
Hey, Tariq, are any of your donors racist?
You can get that dick out your mouth. That's what.
Interesting.
But we're talking about it. You don't have a conversation.
You take money from racists. You take money from racists. But you want to complain about.
Why is Fresh and Fit's manager taking this shit so personally? This is what I have a problem with. Like, bro, like you like there's bunch of other people in this panel right now, yet you're the one overly speaking up, even for the supposed black dude Myron supposed to be talking about this. He's addressing Myron. Why is this guy jumping in again? Yo, this Fresh and Fit's new manager, he's a very odd individual, bro.
You're just white supremacist.
Hold on, real quick.
You're just saying it.
So wait.
Okay,
so
now here comes the boring. Here comes the boring, corny part.
Okay, take money from racism?
You're not witty. Let's stop it. You're not even witty.
Hey, bro.
Witty.
Hey,
you're not witty. You're not witty. You're about to waste time.
No, because you're talking about it's a moral argument.
Now you're about to waste time by being unfunny. Okay, here we go.
You can't be immoral in the way you do things and then complain about morality.
You can't do that.
You're not witty talking about tampons and black cock. Like, talk about what's happening right now. How about you stop talking about periods and women?
Now you're whining. You're whining. I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tariq, I find it interesting, man, how, like I said, I'm keeping the conversation.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be focused. Now they're trying to get into
No, because you keep mentioning Sudan.
Yes, because
you keep mentioning
that's
Sudan.
Significant.
Okay?
That's significant.
And I'm telling you that's not significant because let's assume I wasn't from. It doesn't matter where I'm from.
You're from Sudan. You're a Sudanese guy.
That's not relevant to the debate because the point you're making an ad hominem.
That's not an ad hominem, dude. We're talking about global white supremacy. You were a victim of global white supremacy.
I'm talking about.
You had to flee to come over here to Black Daddy. You had to flee to us.
I'm talking about America.
You had to.
I'm about.
Bro, Sudan is mad racist. The big issue between the North and the South is it's based on ethnic lines. Right? Hell, even I talk about Nigeria a lot because I'm Nigerian, so whatever, right? But even a situation with Nigeria, a lot of the conflict is along ethnic lines. So we want to talk about race in America, but let's talk about race back home. There's clearly a racist issue going on. We're literally killing each other over, each other. And I used to say this thing right away, like even some of my friends here, right? I would say, like, in America, it's more visible because you have someone who's white, and then the other person is black, and then the other person is Hispanic and whatnot. So the races are clear to see, right? So it's easy to see that divide. But in Nigeria, everybody's black. But then the divide becomes tribal. It becomes a tribal thing, and before you know it, that person's from that tribe. We don't fuck with them, or you start making up all these, prejudice statements about them, about their cultures, these weird beliefs about who they are, right? And then people just start hating each other and killing each other. The racism is still there. It's just a different form. So when we're sitting here again, I understand Tariq's point, right? So when we're sitting here criticizing racism in America and saying how it doesn't exist. By denying that, it's part of the problem why we're not recognizing the issue in our own countries. The reason why we're all not able to unite, even after supposed colonialism, is because we're divided amongst racial lines, meaning as black folks, we still see race or tribe. There's a problem with that and a clear hypocrisy.
America. I don't give a fuck about anywhere else. I'm talking about America.
And you have a lane to come over here because of Foundation of Black Americans, sir. We fought racism to help you get here, sir.
Okay. Anyway, like I was saying, in 2024, there is nothing holding back black people from success.
Saying that over and over doesn't make it true. You don't have to say that over and over.
Because
if that's your argument, then you tap out. You don't have an argument. You're just saying the same lie over and over.
From America.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
About America.
Name a system in this country or in the world that's not dominated by white supremacy. Name something that's
NBA.
Did you say the NBA?
What a dumbass.
Who are the owners?
Who said that? Who fucking said the NBA? That is not the last institution you would mention in that example, bro. What an idiot. Who was on this debate panel? Are we debating a bunch of crayon eating toddlers? What the hell is going on here?
Zionists. It's not white
All
people.
right.
There you go.
Is it the whole not white but Jewish thing?
Yeah, those are
yeah. The same Zionists to fund the Democratic Party, the same Zionists who are fucking pushing reparations, so dumb fucking morons like you can fucking do
chill
it.
out,
Nobody's
bro.
really
Stop
white.
being triggered. Let him and Myron talk, bro.
So it's the nobody's white thing. Okay, it's the whole nobody's white argument. Okay.
No, people are white, but do you not know the
No.
difference between people from
nobody's
Israel?
white.
Do you not know the difference ethnically between whites and Zionists?
Yeah, but the thing is, it doesn't matter. Okay, and that's the thing, because I think the Zionist term is being used as we got to be honest, because like when people say Zionist to me, when I hear that, I think it's a more derogatory, that actually might be racist now, because what Zionist is supposed to mean is, Israelis having their own right to exist. That's the definition of what Zionism means. But then now when you're hearing Zionism or Zionist, it's almost directed in a derogatory way. That's why, that's what happens with a lot of these terms. They eventually become bastardized. So again, when I don't get it, right? It is what it is. But then when they're talking about, again, you can be a Jew and still be racist. You can be black and still be racist. You can be Hispanic and be racist. You can be white and be racist. Racism is still there. That's not. I mean, it doesn't negate the fact that it is there. That's why I don't understand. This debate should have a moderator, because we're all over the place now. But again, you can still be racist. The context is within the white colonial aspect. So we're talking about white people in terms of being German, French, Russian, even, right? And in Americas and all that stuff like that. We're not talking about all these other things, right? Because these same colonial cultures also affected these other cultures too as well. They affected Spanish culture, Hispanic culture, right? Like all these different cultures, Asian culture, right? The British, what they did to India, how they fuck with the Indians, and how the British fuck with the Chinese, right? Okay, all these other countries aside from them were also affected. That's the whole premise of the conversation Tariq is trying to have. So you redirecting it back is just to what you're trying to make it about. It just doesn't make any sense. You're missing a huge part of the picture.
Okay, what's the difference?
They're Jewish and they don't have white DNA. They're not from the Caucasus region, dumbass. It's a whole different ethnicity. They're the chosen people. White people do not control America.
They're white, right? And that's how they came over and subverted y'all.
That's where you guys lost. Jews and whites.
So you can delineate white people and Jews.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Why is it you can delineate?
And again, this is where I disagree with Tariq's crew, because we got to be fair here, right? Because Tariq's crew and Tariq, to be fair, right? Because he's not checking these guys on it. They're making race just be skin deep. Just because you're, a Jewish or you look white, right? You must be part of the whole white establishment. When we start doing that, then we start to lose, because now we're lumping people in categories where they actually don't belong. We're actually no better than the other people who came in, redrew a country because they saw a bunch of people that look the same skin wise, right? So we can't do that. Jews are the same. Arabs are not the same. Arabs are different. Jews are different. Russians are different. Fucking Europeans are different. People are different. Just because all of them appear to have white skin tone does not make them all part of a white class or white community, because then you start losing people there. Now, tribal wise, ethnic wise, people can divide themselves amongst those lines, and we absolutely see that happen. Hell, even in America, when you had the Jewish gangsters versus the Italian gangsters, and how there was so much discrimination, the Italians didn't trust the Jews, some of the Jews didn't trust the Italian gangsters, right? There's a bunch of scheming back and forth, right? Again, it was one of those things. Ethical lines, yeah, but again, the Italians and the Jews, skin-wise, they both look white. Hell, we're not even including the Irish in here, right? Because the Irish were a whole different breed of people when it came down to those time frames, right? The Irish gangsters were a different type of gangster, but they were gangsters. But you wouldn't say, oh, these guys, they're all just lump them in and put them all white. Because before, remember, America used to treat Irish people like Mexicans, like we treat Mexicans now. Before, we used to treat Italian people like we treat most immigrants now. Just think about that, for example. Okay, so America, it hasn't changed all that much.
Between the
but
blacks
I can't delineate from your
and then, but we can't delineate between the whites. That wouldn't make any sense.
No. Slow down. Oh, no. We delineate from Black Africans, but we're foundational Black Americans. So we're still Black.
Foundational. What does that mean?
We're still Black. We're still Black. I'm just a foundational Black American. You're saying that Jewish people are not white?
I was told that the FBA guys.
What is foundational Black American?
The guys who came in to call into my show, they said the blacks was something that blacks in America used. That this wasn't a term that was used. That's why they said you ask them other people what they are. They say they're Nigerian. They say they're whatever, but they don't say they're black. They said black is specific for the ones who came on my show. Said it was specific for blacks in America. Is that true? Because I don't know.
Okay, because some black people will come over here from Nigeria, and is that Tommy talking? That Tommy? Now you
yes, I was just wondering, is that part?
Tommy is on a show. Oh my goodness, this truly is an all-star cast, huh?
Wake it up,
but Tommy, I would say you're not really Panamanian, but a lot of Panamanians, they come over here and if they're dark skinned, they'll say that they're black. But he's saying that a white Jewish person ain't really Jewish or white. I'm trying to make sense of it. What
is Jews and whites aren't even genetically the same?
Here's the thing. They're again, this is what I was just saying earlier. Like, let me specify this, okay? Jews are a certain ethnicity, right? They're not yet on skin color wise. You could say, yeah, they all look white, they look same or similar, whatever it is, but their culture is different. Right, just like it's no different than when we look at Koreans and say, "Oh, well, they look similar to Japanese or something like that," just because they're all Asians. No, their culture is fucking different. They look completely different. Their culture is completely different. Their history is completely different, right? So they're different people, but yeah, certain features they share with each other. Fine, it's no different when people like when someone come up here and say, "Oh, well, you must be black." It's like, okay, well, no, I'm from Nigeria, but like, you know, we still look the same. It's certain same features doesn't mean our culture is the same. I come from a Nigerian culture. I didn't grow up in not grow up. I wasn't born in a Black American culture. I grew up in a Black American culture, but I wasn't born in a Black American culture. My culture is Nigerian. Like I do certain things, so it's different. So we're mixing those two together. That's why this debate doesn't make any sense. Like it feels like we're all over the place because you can't look at things that are skin deep and then mix it with culture, because then you can apply it to everybody else and then we all look dumb, right? So again, this is why this whole, and I get it, because Tariq right now is one versus like how many people in here? There's so many people in here, and I don't even know who's on who on what. And that's why I think Tariq is saying they need to have like a one-on-one, like actual type of debate. And I hope it happens, because then you got people chiming in, derailing, and Tariq is more focused on trying to like send jabs back when he gets those jabs received, right? So he's giving the same energy back, but it comes at the cost of a good discussion and a good debate. You know what I'm saying? So again, let's continue.
First time you've heard about the difference between a Jew and a white person in all the years you yap about race?
Because a lot of Jewish people classify themselves as white.
Yes, to go undercover and to go under the guise of white supremacy.
Like a lot of like a lot of Nigerians and stuff call themselves black, and y'all have said that they do it to try and subvert blackness.
A lot of them try to pretend to be foundational Black Americans.
Yes.
They do.
Just like the Jews that go undercover and pretend to be white when they're Jewish and they hold allegiance to Israel. Do you not know what that is?
Africans, but a lot.
Jew, first of all, not only it's an ethnicity, but it's also more of like a religious thing as well. Like to be a Jew, it's like a religious, cultural, ethical, like however you want to put like that. It's not like a race of people, because technically, you know, especially when you want to talk about Jews and like not what do you call it? Because they're Jews in different parts of the Middle East, right? I would consider them Arabs, but they're just Jews, right? Just like they're Arabs and they're Christians, right? Not all Arabs are like, you know, like some Jews that are there, they're not. Are they saying that that Jews aren't from like Russia? There are a lot of Russian Jews. I know some Russian Jews, right? They're Jews from like all these different European areas too as well. But again, Jew isn't a race of people. It's more of like a religion, ethnic, and even that's why I say ethnic is different, because like they're Jews all over the place. It's more of like a religious. Would you even say it's a culture, right? What would you even call that whole situation? Because I mean, it's not just a religion, but they also have like a system of laws and things that you have to do, and certain cultural things too as well. So again, when they're making this argument, it's like, okay, what about Jews that don't necessarily reflect what you're arguing right now? It's not necessarily a race thing either. Like I don't get it, bro. This argument, again, this debate could be so much better if we had people who can like actually moderate this.
lot of black Africans are
Okay,
still
okay.
black.
I understand you're
A lot of
black,
black
but don't
Caribbeans
talk
are
about
still
that for 5 seconds. Do you not understand the
on.
difference between the Jewish ethnicity and the white ethnicity, Tariq?
No, I don't. I don't. I swear to God, I don't. Please
That's
school me.
genuinely concerning, the fact that you talk about race all day and you've never heard that. That's that.
He can't
Nobody-
say it,
nobody-
Sneako.
No,
He
he's
can't
saying
say it.
explain it. Explain it.
The
Explain it.
Zionists
Nobody-
funded the
I
NAACP.
would like to
They
know.
fund all their black organizations. He can't say anything. He'll get fired.
No. I would like to know.
His wife
What's
is
the
Jewish.
difference?
That's why. Your wife
What's
is
the difference?
Jewish. You know, like the Jewish person
What?
owns Black Lives Matter too.
What?
Like all the foundational things we talk about, the
Slow
systems
down.
of white supremacy, they
You're
all go.
And like here comes Sneako with the conspiracy talk. You know, Jews own this and Jews own that. Okay. Like, what does that have to do with the white supremacist argument right now? Again, like, you see what I'm talking about? We got off the whole white supremacy, the black and racist shit, and now we're talking about Jews. Like, I don't even get, again, like, this is what the problem with these type of conversations, especially when it's not properly moderated. We're all over the place. I'm out here arguing things that it's not even part of this, and these guys are out here talking about situations. What does that have to do with black people? Now we're talking about Jews. Okay, like, okay, cool. Like, let's go back and bring Myron back to the argument, because, you know, it's a valid point. Myron has a problem clearly with black folks. Let's talk about that. But now we got to talk about the Jews. Let's continue.
Go back to
Stop
Israel.
chimping
You're
out,
trolling.
bro. You gotta
You're trolling.
chill.
Did you say
Explain
my
the-
wife is Jewish? What?
Like, I don't get what's happening.
Now he's acting stupid.
Okay, what are you talking about? Y'all just saying anything. You're tapping out and saying anything right now.
Yeah, I didn't say your wife is Jewish, but the first time that you actually heard that there's a difference, the system of white supremacy.
No, because nobody can articulate it.
Yeah, I'm
and tell
articulating right now, but you keep on interrupting me with
I'm not interrupting you. Please articulate.
All right, Tariq,
Okay,
Tariq,
let me
let's
explain. Let me explain the point, because Tariq talks about race, and like finally he needs to understand that there's a difference.
Right.
Okay, the Jewish supremacists, they go under the guise of white supremacy, so people like you can live under a system of victimhood forever.
You're trolling.
Jewish supremacy is different than white supremacy.
Why can't you explain it without trolling?
Talk, bro.
He's just trolling. He's trolling.
I'm not trolling, but you're not listening to me without
No,
interrupting.
because now you're talking about people like me. I'm asking a legitimate.
Like Sneako, bro. Sneako, you're fucking bot, dog. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, again, Sneako, why you? What, like, bro, shouldn't you be dealing with your teeth? Like, what's going on? You should be talking to a dentist right now, not a fucking Twitter panel, right? Again, Sneako's not even asking coherent questions. KS, shout out to you for the 5. KS says, I think we have to take a look back of history and culture. And the British and had colonies, racism exists, but not in the same manner as before. Yeah, again, like I keep saying, it's switched into a different route. It's not overt, it's covert now, right? For a lot of things, right? So that's one thing that people just got to understand. Steve Markey, shout out to you for the membership. Welcome to the family. Appreciate you being here. Let's get a W in chat for Steve.
Okay,
what's the difference between a Jewish white supremacist and an Anglo white supremacist?
They're a completely different ethnicity.
How so?
Jewish people are the chosen people that goes back thousands of years. It comes from the book. They come from one tribe of people. They're not white.
So what makes a person white genetically?
It comes from the Caucasus regions, the European people. Jewish people are a diaspora that have moved around. They've been kicked out of 109 countries, and they travel around the world. They all go back to the same lineage. That's why they.
What I disagree with Sneako is then what about Jews that grew up in Arab regions and were born there? Were they just transplanted from European and Slavic countries or regions? Like, what is this argument here? Like, what?
Only interact with each other. That's why they only work with each other, and that's why they subvert people like you to think that there's a system.
So
of
what's
white
the difference
supremacy.
between Jewish supremacy and white supremacy?
I just explained they're not the same.
There's a
That's
big
like
difference.
asking me the difference between Chinese and Japanese. That they're a different people.
So there were.
You can talk shit about white people all you want, Tariq. Start talking shit about Zionists, they'll shut your ass down.
Trolling.
That's not trolling. That's what the
during
truth is.
slavery.
Yeah, that's not trolling. That's actually a fact.
During slavery,
You can call white people
here's
devils
the
if you
great
call
point.
Jews that. Well, that's not something I think everybody should admit. That shouldn't be something that anyone argues. You can call white people devils all day and no one says a word. Call Jews devil. For as much as Nick Cannon has said about white people, he's never, ever, ever had to sit down and learn about white people after he said it and apologize to white people after he said it. You can say what you want about whites.
Right, and Zionists are the one.
Here's the thing. I agree and disagree with that. The reason why I agree with that is not because like the Jews are controlling everything, because if they really were good at media, like they wouldn't be looking as bad as they look in the media when it comes to the Gaza conflict right now. The Jews, if they really controlled media, they would have had a bunch of us out here jump around saying the Jews could keep doing what they're doing. But no, if you see in the media right now, a bunch of people hate what Israel is doing, and a lot of people are using this Zionist or whatever argument that they're doing to go ahead and demonize that. So the whole media situation, y'all saying, there's clearly not a whole lot of truth to that. But the part where they do have a point is the people who are coming out, the Anti-Defamation League and all these other guys, they have a strong lobby. They have a strong lobby and they're well connected. So you're not wrong there, but it's because they're willing to fight to pervert certain things, right? That just is what it is. If we had a stronger lobby as Black people, meaning all y'all sitting here who have been grifting off of Black people for years, if y'all spent the time, $5,000 to get a basic lobby firm, right? If y'all would have done that, y'all would have been out here standing up for the rights of Black men out there in the real world rather than talking about it online. But we don't put our Black dollars because we don't organize well, including y'all niggas, Myron, bro. Y'all don't organize at all. Some of these other dudes in the manosphere who've been grifting off the Black manosphere for years, y'all niggas don't organize either. Right? If we organize, I guarantee you, not only would we have our own media, we'd have a lot more shit going for us right now than we have doing at this moment. But we don't. And that's a big problem, right? So when we look at all these other groups who are able to organize so well and get their will effected on government bodies and government officials so efficiently, we're sitting here like, whoa, how are they able to do that? It has to be a conspiracy. It's no different for how these pill poppers are complaining about feminists. I've been told y'all, these women, they know how to organize. So we can be online crying about feminists all day as men, but these women are out here organizing to the point they can get Homeland Security to give them $700,000 to investigate y'all asses. And y'all are sitting here crying on the internet. How did I end up on the list? How did I get up here? It's because they know how to organize while y'all sitting here crying online. It's no different than what the Jews do. They organize. So let's do the exact same thing. We see what they're doing. We replicate it. I guarantee you a lot more other cultures and groups will have more respect for Black folks than they do right now. Just saying. But I digress.
Ones that go and say white devil all the time. They go on.
So
say that
yeah, that's not a refutable fact, right? You can't. I agree with that, right, Tommy? But to me, they are anti-Black the same. When it comes to my Black ass, they're going to handle me the same.
Well, I just wish that sometimes
shit.
Conversations were had where they were being honest. Whenever people won't be honest about something that is an actual fact, like a person who knows and just did a movie about hip hop knows that these Black people are able to call white people devils and Black people niggas, but every time they kind of tried to refer to Jews, they beeped it.
Exactly.
Jews and white people oppress Black folks. That's a fact.
No, not white people. Let me explain. Tariq, you did a whole movie about hip hop. Do you know who all the hip hop executives are?
Jewish people.
Exactly. Jewish people are not white people. They do that to spread degeneracy throughout the Black community, to make you think it's okay to be thugs, to prop up Sexy Red.
No, so it's reversed. No, it's reversed.
You don't know the difference between Jews and whites, and you just did something
reversed, man.
The reason why Jews and white people get lumped together is because Black folks are not in position. Black folks ain't in position to delineate when it comes to oppression of Black folks. White folks and Jewish people work together collectively to oppress Black folks. That's a fact.
So why don't Blacks and tethers work together to uplift Blacks?
Because most of those tethers are trying to be under that cloak of white supremacy, right? They like they white.
Most of them? That's a large number.
We're talking about people like Sneako parents, right? Those model minorities. Oh, I'm not going to come over here and fight it.
Sneako appears mixed. He seemed like he Asian or something.
Mixed with what? Mixed with what? Hey, Sneako, what are you, Sneako?
Asians are the model minority.
Okay, I'm Filipino and Haitian, right? Like Haiti.
So Al Sharp is looking for you at this rally come June 19th in fucking New York.
What kind of rally is it?
I'm not going to go.
It's a Haitian rally.
I'm good off that. I'm not going to
Haitian rally for Juneteenth. By the way, the Haitians and the Caribbeans are trying to steal Juneteenth.
Okay, can you mute because nobody wants to talk to you? I want to talk to Tariq. Tariq, have you never heard about Jewish?
You need to get a dental plan, nigga.
Yo, take that nigga down. They got no respect for the space.
Yeah, because usually that's like that's white supremacists try to pawn off the supremacy on each other. They try to play hot potato when they both practice it. So I don't really get into the ethnic background of a suspected white supremacist.
So you get into the ethnic background when you think it's white people, but when it's Jews, you stay quiet. Why?
Oh no, because white is white to me.
Okay, but I just differentiated to it. No. That was the dumbest take.
Because he'll get canceled, Sneako.
Because that's a deflection.
It's not that he's gonna get canceled, bro. Tariq is a smart man. Tariq understands that. Listen, if you're looking at someone who's well read, especially like Tariq, right, you would understand he understood what goes on and what happened in the civil rights movement. So he's not sitting here generalizing the way you dumb fucks are doing, that all Jews are out there, because he also recognized that Jews walked hand in hand with Black Americans during the civil rights movement. He understands that. Matter of fact, there was even a live a while back he talked about this. He referenced this, right? So you sitting there saying, well, why don't you go against the Jews? Y'all are making it the one giant conspiracy, which makes y'all look idiotic. When you start putting well, it's part of this, and you start blaming one group, it's no different than y'all when y'all are blaming Mexicans for stealing your jobs coming out the border. If somebody who's just fresh out the border is eligible for the same job you should have qualified for as a born citizen, then you probably weren't ready for that job to begin with, okay? It's just scapegoating at the end of the day. That's what it is. So Tariq Nasheed knows. He understands, like, yo, okay, not all Jews are bad. So he's not sitting there saying, okay, I'm going to just join up with y'all and denounce all Jews like that, because he understands. But yeah, okay, that's his perspective. For y'all to try to sit there and insinuate the fact that he's not criticizing Jews is basically some kind of reason that he's a puppet, that he's controlled. You guys look dumb. All this Matrix stuff, it just proves you pop too many of these Matrix pills. Stop. Enough. Y'all are just, you're putting things together that shouldn't even be together right now. That's a problem, right? Again, you guys got to stop with these Matrix popping pills, because before you know it, you lose yourself, right? That's what you're not getting about this debate right now. So you coming at Tariq, you look stupid.
Because no, Tariq.
That's
before you keep echoing this retard stuff.
What's the difference? What's the difference between a anti-black Jewish person and an anti-black Anglo? What's the difference?
They're different races, Tariq.
Oh, I can
doesn't
answer that
mean
one.
anything to me. What does that mean to me? They're both oppressing
system
me.
of white supremacy.
I can answer that one.
Okay, Tariq, do you know who created the Federal Reserve? Was it white people or was it Zionists?
Bro.
Oh, y'all did it
All
together.
of them, both of them.
Y'all did it together, right? As
They
soon
did
as
it
you brought the
together.
Federal
Fucking
Reserve,
Answer
moron.
that.
They
Come
did
on,
it together.
birth of a nation. What are we doing?
So
You
you
brought
took
birth of a
out
nation.
of that victimhood nature that you use to white people
You
and talk
just-
about the Jews as well, but you won't because they fund you.
If you had a white
Hey, let
supremacist
me
partner in crime from an ethnic group and they got more money from you, that doesn't concern me, because you both got the money from me. So it doesn't.
I love you.
He's funded by Zionists, 100%.
He doesn't care about who it is. He just wants to be in the victim.
No.
He doesn't care.
All of you, we look at you all the
as
same.
long as he's the victim
You've
forever,
done
as long as he feels like black
if you're
people
both
are
victimizing me, you're both one in the
It
same.
doesn't matter who's in power.
You're one in the same. You're one in the same.
Shout out
All
to Coach in the Mouse Club with the $20 super chat. Can we get a W in the chat with Coach in the Mouse Club? He says, Jewish isn't an ethnicity passed from our moms. So bloodline based call, great stream. Shout out to you. All right. So yeah, maybe I'm wrong. Would you say it's more of a religion then? I don't know. Because like, it's a religion that has a cultural aspect to it, right? And the reason why I hesitate from calling it like a straight religion, because it's not like you know, like you can say Christianity right now. Let's compare it to that, where Christianity is vastly different from, you know, people who are Christians are different from Jews in terms of the way. But like in terms of Christianity, like a lot of the laws, a lot of Christians don't like follow like laws as if it's governed by actual secular laws, right? Which I don't know. I mean, maybe it's different, right? That's why in Israel, it's like you got Israelis and you got people who are Jewish, right? Because they follow certain codes of conduct that Israelis follow, right? So what would you call it? Let me know, okay? We'll open it up to the chat. But shout out to you for the super chat. I appreciate it. But yeah, what I know is what Myron and what these other guys are saying about what they think it is definitely not what it is.
Can I explain the difference?
Okay, so he just changed. So now it's not white supremacy, it's suppressors.
Right. Of white
let me say something, damn it.
Yep, white supremacy.
Okay, but no. But
you're
he's
white.
looping.
I'm not looping.
You're all jump off the stage on Sneako. I'm going to have to jump off the
described
stage.
to you the difference between Jews and whites.
But
it's an ethno-religion. Okay. Would you consider Islam an ethno-religion too, or maybe not? I'm just speculating here because a lot of things that kind of make sense. Okay, ethno-religion is a term for it. Okay, what do you guys think? What other religions are, or not religions, but other groups are considered ethno-religions? Let me know.
I want to hear what Tommy got to say. I want to hear what Tommy got to say. Go ahead, Tommy.
He says, what is the difference? It is simple, and it's one that every one of y'all should know right now. You can make money off of calling out whites and not be silenced.
Bingo.
You can't do the same thing to Jews. So if that is if nothing else, that is a huge difference. That's like saying I could talk shit to my mom and she at least let me eat and go to sleep in my bed. But if I say something about my dad, he knocked my teeth out. There's a difference. I am fearful of speaking now about my father. So if that's a thing, then you know there's a difference between the two. You cannot say they're the same.
Exactly.
When one at least
Career is
allowed
over.
to
If you
express
speak
yourself.
about Jewish power, your career is over. You need to talk about white supremacy because that's where the money is.
Y'all talk about women all day because that's where the money is. Again, the hypocrisy is lost on these losers. I don't get it. You sit there clowning him. Y'all are red pill because that's where the money's at. What are y'all talking about, Sneako? The whole reason you destroyed your entire YouTube career and missed out of $100,000 of YouTube money was because you decided to jump into this red pill grift. You thought the money you were gonna make in a red pill outweighed you being careful with your platform, and you lost that bet. So again, all of y'all pill poppers make the same wager. So why we sitting here saying, "Oh, you lost"? We know you lost because all you're doing is talk about race now. Then what do we say about y'all? All y'all do is talk about women. Is that an L or is that a dub? What are we talking about here?
White supremacy. What are you talking about?
He made
They're
money
both
off of
practicing
oppression, bro.
If all of them are practicing white supremacy, doesn't matter. We're calling out white supremacy. We're not going to break people up in ethnic groups.
But how much do the Zionists pay you, Tariq? How much do they actually pay you, Tariq? How much do these Zionists actually fill your pockets with? Because you're not this stupid. You're not this stupid, bro.
Shut the fuck up. You're not adding nothing to the conversation.
Run it up. You're a bro.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Somebody check Myron's manager. He's literally not, bro. Again, you're like Aiden Ross, bro. Like you're a Jew, but you're self-hating. Like all Zionist means is to be free, like to free to have your own state. Like I don't get it. Now you got a Jew calling Tariq Nasheed, who's not even a Jew. You're calling him a Zionist. Yo, get this guy out of here. He's not helping any conversation whatsoever.
Broke ass motherfucker, shut the fuck up.
Stop it.
Tactic. That's a white supremacist tactic of trying to play hot potato.
All right, so let me just jump in real quick.
That's an old trick that we don't fall for. We're not falling for that.
You don't see a difference between Jews and whites.
All right. Let someone speak. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so you don't see a difference between Jews and whites.
That's a hot potato tactic.
Oh my God, you're being
He's acting stupid on purpose because it subverts his whole career.
No,
because Jewish power.
No, that's a deflection. That's a deflection, and we're not falling for it.
It's not a deflection.
We're not falling for it. That's a deflection.
It's not a deflection. Hold on, let me make.
You know how a lot of these right wingers are so obsessed with everybody else having the JQ talk, right? Y'all remember that? Pearl did it, Myron did it, all these other pill poppers, the Rolos of the world. Why are y'all alt-right and pill poppers so obsessed with people asking the JQ question? Like this is getting crazy, bro. Like that's not Tariq's niche. His fight is with systemic issues. Y'all are sitting there saying, well, you're calling it white supremacy. Why don't you call it the Jews? Why don't you call them out? They're white. Like, bro, relax. That's not this is why y'all lost this debate, because y'all trying to force something that Tariq isn't even trying to have right now.
1 point. If you actually
deflect off you, that's all it is a damn deflection.
Okay.
All right, so you're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
All right. I just need to mute because Tariq, you're not being respectful. How many times am I going to tell you to stop talking?
Bro, what? What did this Jew dude say? What did he say? Bananas and what? What joke was he trying to make here?
The banana in the tailpipe.
He said bananas and sand packs. What does that mean? I get the banana reference. What does he mean by bananas and sand packs? Y'all heard that? Yo, who is this guy?
A deflection. Hold on. Let me make 1 point. If you actually
deflect off you, that's all it is a damn deflection.
Okay.
All right, so you're not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
All right. I just need to mute because Tariq.
That was mad weird, bro. Myron, you sure know how to surround yourself around the weirdest of people. What the fuck? Like, bananas and what? Like, how y'all just get too comfortable getting away with saying these wild ass things?
If you're not being respectful, how many times am I going to tell you to stop talking for 1 second? Like, respect the space, bro. Or you can go. If you want, you can leave. But if you don't like it, my thing is this. Tariq, you said what you had to say. Let Sneako speak. Let Myron make his point. And
I
then
will
you
bounce.
come back
I don't need
respond.
to be up here with a
Oh,
bunch
you're
of
gonna leave now that I told you the
That's
truth?
fine. You're not. This
That's
ain't.
fine.
You're not doing me a favor.
Listen,
all right,
let's
keep
we
that
all
shit
know
100.
He's gonna run away.
You're not doing me a favor.
Bro, we all know that Jews fund you, Tariq.
I'm
And
making
we all
up
know,
stuff.
we know about
You
your
know, the
contract.
Zionists fund him for sure.
We know about your contracts, bro. Stop trying to act like you don't know what a Jew is. You stop acting like you know the difference between a white man and a Jew. Stop with that, bro. You're deflecting yourself because you don't want to call out a.
Again, Tariq is having a conversation about white issues and colonial issues. Y'all are trying to have a conversation about Jews, okay? Because if you want to talk about colonial and all that stuff, listen, Jews, a lot of them, if you want to be frankly historical here, they've been oppressed too, like a bunch of fucking times by multiple different empires, okay? They've been subjugated, and the most notorious ones being the Roman Empire. But every empire, even after and before the Roman Empire, they all subjugated the Jews. And the Jews, even during that time, had the uncanny ability to rebel against everybody. So it's just a weird thing. So again, you're not winning with that argument to sit there and say, oh, Tariq is not having that argument with y'all. Okay, he's talking about the supremacy that has got us in the situation we're in right now. Y'all will say, well, what about the Jews? Huh? Just do that. Hey, yo, Tariq, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Like, hey, kudos to you. And the thing is, I have my disagreements with Tariq, and we talked about that on the show. All right, but the way he's able to first of all, I'm surprised he's even on here as long as he is right now. Like, you would assume, like, as this other weird ass fucking manager dude started talking, he would have clicked off by now. But he's still there, so I'll give him props by doing this. But like, it's just crazy just seeing all this go down.
You don't. You
I'm
want to call
calling you white
everybody
supremacists out. That's what I'm gonna keep calling out.
Yeah, no,
and
exactly.
you can lie
you know
all
there's
you
a reason
want.
why you don't want to call it the Jew.
Zionist talking points left and right from
Lying
Tariq.
proves my point.
Hey, bro, you're in politics, bro. Come on, you already
Lying
know
means
this.
I won.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
start
Just
lying,
let
that
Sneako
means
say
I
his
won the
piece and let Tariq
conversation.
say his piece.
Now, if you want to lie, go ahead, knock
Sneako, say your
yourself out.
piece.
If you want to start lying,
Say your piece, then let
you're going to
Tariq say
start
his piece.
lying, knock yourself out. That means I won. Thank you. Now go ahead and lie. I'm good. That
Okay,
means I
Well,
won.
we know that. Well, here's the thing. We know there's a difference between
If
Asians.
you're going to start making up some mythological Jewish contract, knock your damn self out. That means I won the
No, I never spoke about that. Tommy, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to speak to Tariq.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I've been trying to. I think all of y'all should just
Okay.
wait and let each other.
Right wingers, bro, are obsessed with Jews. This is so crazy.
All right, Tariq, can you not interrupt me for 5 seconds?
All right. Now, I'm not going to talk in circles.
Come on. What you
All
got,
right?
Nico?
Okay, so now we established that there's a difference in the ethnicity between white people and Jewish people. Do you understand that?
And it doesn't matter because you're all practicing white supremacy. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Does everyone hear how there's a difference? Why would Jewish people practice white supremacy if they're not white?
So they could subvert y'all power when they got here.
Jewish people
They made
suppress
you.
white
They,
people.
No.
Hold
I don't
on
need
here.
to back up boys. I don't need his side. Okay, Tariq, you
He asked a good question.
Why would Jewish people promote white supremacy if they're not white?
Why would people who are white be complaining about Jews promoting white supremacy? I mean, I'm sorry. If your logic actually made sense, let's follow it to its actual conclusion. The people who are complaining about it right now are the white ones who the Jews are supposed to be promoting their agenda. So theoretically speaking, if the Jews who were promoting white supremacist agenda, I mean, the white folks like you guys, especially on the alt-right side, they shouldn't be complaining about what the Jews are doing, right? Like, especially you alt-righters, y'all should love what the Jews are doing because they're for white supremacy. Again, this is why we need a moderator, because I don't even know what the point of this debate is at this point. Like, again, I expected fully that Tariq would have probably left at this point, but the fact that I don't even know what's going on, like, we don't even know, like, does that even make sense? Okay, shouldn't they be against white supremacy to be the ones to be a good reason for y'all to complain about why it's happening? Like, if y'all really had your way, why complain about the people that are helping you get there? It doesn't make any sense. So it's just a backwards thinking with these people.
There are Jewish white supremacists. You had Jewish Nazis over here. You had Dan Burroughs. You had Frank Joseph. You had Jewish Nazis over here. What are you talking
show
about?
allegiance to Israel, the Zionists, why would they show allegiance to white
Why
people?
would you have Jewish Nazis over here?
What are you talking about?
I just told you there were famous Jewish
You talk
Nazis.
about deflections 5 seconds ago. You're deflecting again. Answer the question.
What? That's a deflection?
Yes, it is.
You just said why would Jewish people promote white supremacy?
He's giving you an
Jewish
example of it. Sneako, he's giving you an example of what Jews
that's a small minority. Like once again,
I know, but you can't do that, Sneako.
Oh, now it's a small minority. So when he gives you examples of the Jews that actually, now I think this was an extreme example, but he's right. There were Jews who promote, again, there are people who promote these type of ideologies, but he's right? So when he gives you that example, oh wait, well, I mean, come on, that doesn't count. Like, bro, come on, Sneako. He's got a point here, right? Come on, he's giving you examples of Jews who promoted the thing, right? So again, the fact that y'all are complaining about Jews, even though they're supposed to be allegedly promoting the same supremacy that mostly the white people are complaining about, it doesn't make any sense. Y'all should be on their side, right? Like, why are we talking about the JQ question? Oh, maybe that explains why the vast majority of American conservatives who don't pop these pills, maybe explains why they support Israel. Maybe Tariq might be onto something. Again, what are you talking about? You see how we start to follow your arguments to its logical conclusion? Y'all start to look stupid. Again, these guys are not paying attention.
See, Sneako, he gave you the example.
Okay, Tariq, what Jewish Nazis are you talking about?
I'm talking about Dan Burroughs, Frank Joseph. You had Laura
George
Loomer.
Soros.
A lot of people in neo-Nazi organizations.
You're calling Laura Loomer a Jewish Nazi?
she's a suspected white supremacist.
Okay, she
hangs around
Nazi?
the alt-right. That's a more modern example.
Great point.
A more modern example. Even Milo, that's another modern example too.
Okay, great point. So Laura Loomer, she's a Zionist. She shows allegiance to Israel. Where do you see that she promotes white supremacy?
She was with the alt-right. She was out there with Richard Spencer and all of those guys.
Okay, because she agrees with Trump. But
also,
you see right
Ben Shapiro is a suspected white supremacist.
Are you retarded? Ben Shapiro he shows undying allegiance to Israel. He doesn't.
Are you stupid? Ben Shapiro is a right-winger first and foremost, and black people know this because Ben Shapiro has spent majority of his time shitting on black communities and the entire way they look on the media. So to sit there and say black like Ben Shapiro hasn't been part of that movement to support white supremacy, it's crazy because now y'all are denying Ben Shapiro when it's convenient. That's bullshit. Especially coming from y'all white ringers. And this is what I'm talking about. Y'all just casually deny the people because again, it makes sense. If the Jews actually control it, why aren't you supporting the Ben Shapiro? Because Ben Shapiro is the ideal type of guy that promotes the white supremacy because he wants to keep you guys in charge, right? A lot of his ideology is like that. So again, when he brings up Ben Shapiro, no, his allegiance is to Israel. So is the most of American politicians. Have you not realized that yet? A lot of American politicians, both left and right, their allegiance are to Israel. I don't think you guys have noticed that just yet. What are you talking about? So again, Sneako, this is part of you just trying to make your argument just to fit whatever your reality you think it is, especially what y'all fucking far righters have. Okay, but it's not bro, again, this is y'all seeing this chat. This is so fucking frustrating, bro. Now we just deny Ben Shapiro. Isn't he he's part of the whole conservative agenda? He's part of the whole movement. Tariq is right. He's right there. So oh my goodness, bro. I can't do this, bro. We have Kosher with the 20. Let's get a dub for Kosher. Kosher says Jewish isn't ethnicity passed from our moms. So wait, hold up. Am I reading the right one? So no, it's this one. It says you are now fully affiliated, paid up member of the Jewish Wealthy Club. Suck it up, Myron. Yeah. You see how I skipped some super chats here. You see how when the argument doesn't benefit them, it they almost go against the people that have been for them. It's like Ben Shapiro was in your camp. Now that it's not for you to support Ben Shapiro, we got to go against him. It's like, bro, no, you already admitted that by definition with your argument, you and the Jews are on one team. So Myron, you might as well just be paid by the Zionists, right? I mean, what are we talking about here? Again, we need a moderator for this type of shit. I don't understand what's happening. I don't play games with the 5. Shout out to you. Says Sneako lost his YouTube because he acted out grape on his stream. Yeah, to that one content creator. I forgot what her name was. He pretended to force a girl to give him neck. Yeah, but I also think it's part of what a lot of things he's been saying post that too as well. It was like a whole combination of things that got him taken down, because otherwise they would have got Fresh and Fit with the same situation too. But yeah, Sneako definitely played himself, and they kept $100,000 of his money, bro. He said that. They kept $100,000 of his money. Imagine this. For a whole year, you were grifting off the red pill space, sucking off Andrew Tate's nuts. So much so you were known as the mini Andrew Tate, only to not end up with the $100,000 cash prize you earned over the time grifting on YouTube because they canned your ass. That's what happened to him, right? So again, Sneako brought it on himself. Yo, Darnell Elliott with the 5. Shout out to you, Darnell. Darnell says, banana in a tailpipe is a reference to Beverly Hills. Oh, awesome movie. Okay. Because hey, listen, some of these guys are racist, right? You don't know when somebody's saying bananas and tailpipes, and we're talking about black folks here. I'm like, what you mean by that? What you mean bananas and tailpipes? What are we talking about?
Care about America? He wants Netanyahu to be the president of America.
So Israel doesn't stop somebody from being a damn white supremacist or suspected white supremacist. That's
okay. You can't be a supremacist. Wait,
that's my point.
Are you that stupid to think that you could be a supremacist of two races at once?
You saying stupid?
Ben Shapiro, I think it's racist, and he supports the white supremacist agenda. I think he can be both. But y'all denying Ben Shapiro. Y'all supported him when he was with the Candace Owens and whatnot. Now all of a sudden he was Israel. No, Ben Shapiro was part of the same thing. I say he did both.
Doesn't mean anything. So cut
okay, but you can't be a supremacist of two races at once. It's very simple.
You have talking about Israel doesn't negate the fact that people have white supremacist views.
So you're saying okay, no. They'll say that and stand on that.
There are black people. There are black Jews talking about white supremacy in Israel. So what are you talking about?
No Zionist believes that blacks are really even Jews.
Sir, you have Ethiopian Jews going to Israel complaining about white supremacy. So
sure, you just
what are you talking about Israel for as if you can't be a white supremacist? What are you talking about?
Great. Is Ben Shapiro a white supremacist, Tariq?
He's a suspected white supremacist.
No,
yes.
Not suspected. It's yes or no?
I suspect that he is.
You suspect it? Why?
Because of his anti-black views and his allegiance and his being around a lot of other white supremacists.
His allegiance to what?
Being around other white supremacists.
Being around? Okay, but what does he show allegiance? Tariq, what does he show allegiance to?
And his anti-black racism.
Great. Anti-black. What does he show allegiance to?
Other anti-black racists.
Okay, do you think that's his undying allegiance? What is the country he can return to?
A lot of you have an undying allegiance to anti-black racism.
Okay, no one has an undying allegiance to that. It's either a country, it's their supremacy, right?
No, it's an ideology. You have
Tariq is right. Ben Shapiro has a white supremacist ideology. Like Tariq is not wrong. We criticize this on the show all the time. I don't like Ben Shapiro at all, especially the way he speaks on black people. It's almost like you could tell he looks down on it. So yeah, again, you have people who are, just because you have people who are Jews who don't rock with the shit that because you can find Jews that don't agree with Ben Shapiro all day long. But you can't sit there and deny Sneako that Ben Shapiro hasn't been promoting white supremacist ideology this entire time, because most definitely Ben Shapiro has been doing that. Are we gonna, Chad? Are we gonna sit here and deny that Ben Shapiro isn't part of the alt-right conservative agenda? Are we serious, bro? Just because he's a Jew and he's capping for Israel does not make it any different. I don't get it. So for Sneako to try to come up here and say, "Oh yeah, Ben Shapiro, no, he's not with us. He ain't with us. His loyalty is to Israel." That's not how that works, buddy, because he spent years on the internet demonizing black folks on the media, stereotyping them multiple times unfairly. We forget the Ahmaud Arbery. Y'all remember that? And the way Ben Shapiro covered that? That was crazy. Even when Candace Owens was partnering with them. Y'all look at how they covered that whole situation. Turns out those guys were wrong. You're going to tell me Ben Shapiro is a Jew can't be a supremacist too? You serious? Come on, dog. This is, Sneako, this is mad disingenuous.
An undying allegiance to an ideology.
The ideology is Jewish supremacy, that they believe they're the chosen
Jewish
people.
supremacy?
It says that in their book. That's what Ben Shapiro shows allegiance to, not white people. not anti-black.
No, it's white
Ben
supremacy.
Shapiro shows allegiance to Israel. That's why he
No,
wants
he
Netanyahu to
shows
be the
his
president of
allegiance
the
to
United States.
anti-black racism. It's anti-black racism which shows his allegiance.
Okay, you know what? I want to. Now you sound like a special snowflake. Ben Shapiro does not care about black people that much. He cares about Israel. It's not about you.
I know he doesn't care about black. He cares about
bro, Sneako, you dumbass. That's the whole point Tariq was making. You just made his point for him. Yo, somebody get Sneako out of there. Get Sneako out of there. That's the whole point Tariq was making. That's what we were screaming at. Ben doesn't care about black folks. That's what Tariq was saying. But your argument was, oh no, how is he a white supremacist? Yeah, you just answered his question, dumbass. Like, oh my goodness, Sneako.
But anti-black racism. He promotes anti-black racism.
That's the smallest part of his allegiance. What he
No,
wants
it's not.
is the
No,
state
it's
of
not.
Israel
That's
to
the only
dominate the
reason.
world.
Nico, now you're admitting, oh yeah, that's just a small part. That's just a small. He's only just a small part of him has allegiance to dissing black folks. But no, the rest of it is to Israel. I promise, bro. Sneako, can we get somebody else on this debate now? Sneako, come on, you lost me on this. You lost me on this, bro. You're not winning.
He has a platform so that other white supremacists who sees his views and anti-black racism, they have a platform to look at. So.
Okay, do you know that every white supremacist that you think you're calling
and,
out,
and Sneako,
you know that they all
you're not
disagree
white.
vehemently
Sneako,
with Ben
you're
Shapiro?
not white. Sneako, you ain't white.
Exactly. Exactly.
Why
That's why I'm not
caping?
talking about white supremacy.
Right.
Dumbass. I'm
Well,
talking
you got
about
white.
Zionism.
You can kill with the dumbass, sir.
Nobody's talking about. I'm talking
dumbass.
about Zionism. Ben
Sir.
Shapiro does not agree with any of the white supremacists in the country.
Sir.
Talk to them.
Sir.
Talk to any of the people.
Sneako.
Bro, Sneako is crashing out right now. Nigga, relax. Bro, why you getting so emotional? Nigga, you're Filipino and fucking Haitian. Isn't that what he said, right, bro? Relax. Like, okay, yo, chill. Like, you don't need to be this person, though. Like, why are you getting so worked up? Where's Myron in all this? Why is Myron so silent and Sneako's out here acting like a bitch? Relax. Like, let the nigga answer the question, Sneako. Stop being too emotional.
I think are all white supremacists.
Sneako.
All of them disagree with Ben Shapiro.
You're never going to be an Anglo white supremacist, Sneako.
And
no
I don't want to
hard,
be. And I have no reason to be, and I never will be.
No matter how passionate you are.
You're black as him. I'm done, bro. I can't do this. This Sneako, this guy who literally just admitted he's Filipino and what again, Haitian or what? He just said he's black as him? What? Just because you can look like you can get a face, Sneako, don't make you black, nigga. Like, stop. Like, I don't even know who gave you the N-word pass, but people should start checking you a lot more like that security guard did at that weird-ass concert, because you getting a little too liberal with your fucking privileges, my nigga. And somebody, hey, can we get Kendrick over here, all right? Because this is not like us over here. Just stop. Stop with this bullshit. What do you mean you're black like him? What do you mean you're black like Tariq? Did Sneako just say that? Bro, shut up. This is why people were rooting for you getting punched in the face, Sneako. And honestly, I don't condone violence. That's just crazy. Like, I think that's wild that security guard acted like that. But when you say stupid shit like this, Sneako, this is why people look at that and say, you know what? I don't mind that happened to him. Yeah. I don't mind that security guard did it to him, because maybe the security guard was wrong, but there's been a lot of shit that Sneako has done that warrants a good smack in the face. And honestly, this is that moment right here. The fuck do you mean you're black as him? You're not even in the same category as Tariq. Not even in race-wise. Like, stop it. Bro, what is this? What?
All right. To defend white supremacy, you'll never be one.
I'm not defending white supremacy.
You come from two failed homelands, the Philippines and Haiti.
You see how you keep going back to that?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the problem.
You need to thank us for being your ass
you're
over
never
here.
going to win. This is why they killed Malcolm X, because he spoke about Zionism.
Sir, stop it. You just babbling.
They killed Malcolm X because he spoke about
Zionism. They killed Malcolm X because he spoke. Malcolm X was openly against Elijah Muhammad because Elijah Muhammad was being a little kitty diddler. That's what it is. And when Malcolm X found out, Malcolm X got pissed off and he left the Nation of Islam. He said Elijah Muhammad was a weirdo. He called him out. That's what he did. Like, Elijah Muhammad did do that. He did get exposed. And then Elijah Muhammad he could lead the nation. He was leading the Nation of Islam at that point. All right. And when I mean the Nation of Islam, I'm not talking about like the religion of Islam. The Nation of Islam is completely different than Islam, the religion. And although they share certain things, it's not Islam, the religion, right? But the Nation of Islam was ran by Elijah Muhammad, and there was a lot of stuff that it was alleged that Elijah Muhammad did, all right? And Malcolm X allegedly found out, but at the end of the day, Elijah Muhammad was a gangster, bro. A lot of people don't realize that. He had people that were ready to die for him. People who were members of the Nation of Islam, these were people who were down-ass niggas. They were not playing. Like, these were people the government were scared of because they don't think twice about picking up a gun and shooting a cop. That's how crazy these Nation of Islam niggas were, bro. They were no joke. And Elijah Muhammad had a bunch of these dudes by the reins. All right. So, yeah, there was a time Malcolm X was speaking and somebody popped up with a shotgun. Now, people are saying it was a governmental conspiracy. I think it was because Malcolm X started to speak up a little bit more about what Elijah Muhammad was doing behind the scenes. And a lot more people got to be honest about that because there's shit that goes on that needs to be called out. And Malcolm X got killed by his own people for it. Just being real. It wasn't a white supremacist thing, Sneako. If you actually studied and researched what actually happened here and the conflict that was going on behind the scenes. Like, these guys don't do any research. So they think, oh, well, Elijah Muhammad was killed by white supremacy. Or not Elijah Muhammad. Malcolm X was killed by white supremacy. Nigga, shut up. Those things weren't even related. That's actually more closely related to MLK getting killed by the government, because it's a high likelihood that happened, that MLK got killed. Martin Luther King got killed by a member of the FBI. That's probably happened more than Malcolm X getting killed by FBI. Malcolm X got killed by some goon, bro. That it just is what it is. And people just got to be honest with that.
The real issue,
sir, you're never going to be a white supremacist, Sneako. You're never.
I don't. Who wants to be? I'm a brown Muslim.
You
I don't want to be
be
a Christian nationalist. I'm
yes,
nothing like
do.
those people.
You want to be a white supremacist.
You know what? I think I just caught on to something just now. You know, something very interesting. Tariq, I find it very problematic that you can't distinguish the difference between Jewish supremacy versus
there is no Jewish supremacy. It's only white supremacy.
Hold on. Let me just.
Oh my God.
Okay. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Hold on, let me tell you why.
Okay, if there's Jewish supremacy, how come the black Jews don't have no supremacy?
There's no such thing as a black Jew. You Israel.
Oh my God! Really?
There's no such thing as a black Jew.
Really?
What?
No.
What?
There's no such thing as a black Jew, bro. You're crazy. Hey, who said that? You're insane.
No, there's no such thing.
Let me explain.
They don't accept black Jews. No Jew thinks a black is a Jew. Read the Talmud. They have specific
Sneako is a product.
Whoa, Sneako! What? Yo, somebody take the mic from Sneako. What is he saying? Yo, shut up, bro. You're a fucking incompetent nincompoop. What are you saying, bro? Like, you got to go back to the Talmud? What does the Talmud have to do with any of this, bro? Like, I get what he's trying to say, right? Well, only the certain tribe, you know, they are allowed to be Jews, right? Anything outside these tribes, right? They're not allowed to be Jews. I see where he's coming from, but like, bro, you are completely missing the point here, dog. Just be real.
Of the United States education system, y'all gotta stop.
Wait a minute.
Y'all get letting these white fragile men like really indoctrinate y'all.
Jacasa, let me just explain the difference.
Wait a minute. He said there was no such thing as a black Jew.
I just got a light bulb. Just
wait, hold on. No. We got to unpack that. There's no such thing as a black Jew. We got to unpack that. Can we please unpack that?
Okay, we will in a second.
Can we please unpack that? Please.
We will.
You want to fixate on the most monotonous things. Just let Myron go. Please.
All I was going to say was, because I think this is very important, that you don't distinguish the difference between Jewish supremacy versus white supremacy.
Because there's black Jews who don't have no supremacy nowhere. But go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm trying to say with that is this. I think what you're conflating as white supremacy a lot of the time can also is actually really Jewish supremacy.
Then how come the black Jews don't have
the white? Okay, the white supremacists that you're talking about, like with the KKK hoods and everything else like that,
babbling,
you know,
man.
say
this is babbling.
Hold on. Let me finish my point, bro. Because you don't even
because you're babbling.
The white supremacists that you're talking about, the Klan members, the
no,
Grand Wizards,
no, those are white extremists. Those white supremacy are the judges, lawyers, prosecutors, teachers. Come on,
Tariq, man.
Come on,
relax.
No, I'm very.
Let me finish my sentence,
I'm
please.
very relaxed.
No, you're like hopping up. I want to let me finish the sentence, man.
I'm chilling and relaxed.
No, you're not.
I'm chilling like you're chilling back in Sudan.
No, he's sweating.
Hey, yo, Tariq, come on, dog. Like, yo, Tariq is crazy. That was petty, Tariq. That was petty, bro. I ain't gonna hold y'all. That was petty as fuck.
The white
he does not want
supremacists
anyone thinking that
that you're referring to, when we think of white supremacists, we're thinking of the crazy Protestants,
We ain't talking about
that, you
them.
know, wear
No,
the
no,
white
no, no.
hood and run around
No,
and burn
that ain't
crosses,
white. No, no,
etc.
But
that's
if
the
he's
white
telling you
people
that's
think
not what
of.
he's talking about, Myron,
Holy
you do
fuck.
have to let him tell you
Yo.
what he's talking about so you can argue his point. It's not fair for you to
God
say
damn.
this. I think this way. If he says that's not what I'm talking about, you can't keep saying, but
No,
let's
I
argue what
understand that.
I'm thinking about. Let him tell you what white
And I'm
supremacy
going to
is to
address
him,
that here in a
and then
second.
argue it.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in general,
Yo, Tommy for the dub, bro. What did I just hear?
people think of,
Was that Tommy speaking? Hold up, chat.
What he's talking about, so you can
Play that
argue.
again. Hold up. Let's play it again. Was that Tommy for the win? Hold up.
crazy Protestants,
We ain't talking
etc.,
about
that, you
them.
know, wear
No,
the
no,
white
no, no.
hood and run around
No,
and burn
that ain't
crosses,
white. No, no,
etc.
But
that's
if
the white
he's telling you
people
that's
think
not what
of.
he's talking about, Myron,
Holy
you do
fuck.
have to let him tell you
Yo.
what he's talking about so you can argue his point.
Damn. That's Tommy right here. Yo, Tommy right here calling out Myron. Yo, hey, listen. Yo, chat. That was Tommy. Hey, brand new respect for you. I didn't even think that would be possible. He's calling out Myron straight to Myron's face in front of Tariq Nasheed. All right. Yeah, no, because he's right. Yo, Myron, you're sitting here trying to argue with straw man, and it's actually derailing the whole thing. Okay, yo, chill out. If Tariq is telling you the argument you're making or straw manning isn't the argument he's making, then let Tariq make his argument so you can argue against that. Otherwise, this is all discombobulated, and we end up arguing things that were never said. And I can't believe Tommy, out of everyone, is the voice of reason out of here. Bro, shout out to Tommy. Yo, honestly, hey, put a dub in the chat for Tommy. That was dope. I like it. I like that. That was good. Call his ass out. Myron, you acting like a hoe right now. Relax.
It's not fair for you to
God
say
damn.
this. I think this way. If he says that's not what I'm talking about, you can't keep saying, but
No,
let's
I
argue what
understand that.
I'm thinking about. Let him tell you what white
And I'm
supremacy
going to
is to
address
him,
that here in a
and
second.
then argue it.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in general, when people think about white supremacists, thinking about the Klan, etc., these guys are completely against Jews. These guys hate Jews. A lot of, like, you look at a guy like a Henry Ford, etc., these white supremacists that black people, they're holding us down, etc. These guys
Myron, he just told you that's not the point he's arguing. And you're still talking, Myron. Let Tariq make his point before you can argue. Right now, you're arguing a point that Tariq isn't even making. Look at this little girl fucking talk right now.
they're extremely critical of Jews. I think we need to make a delineation between Jewish supremacy, aka a lot of these Zionists, and then white supremacy, which is what you're referring to, like the
All right.
the
Now let me
white
answer that. Let me
Anglo-Saxon
answer that. You
Protestant.
do have a point. You do. I will say this. That's a point.
That's what I'm trying
All
to
right.
say. We
Now
gotta
I will say
distinguish.
that a lot of the extreme white supremacists, a lot of them don't like Jewish people. They actually don't like white Jewish people. They do have a problem. I know some people in the alt-right, they don't like Ben Shapiro. But here's the problem. When the white supremacist Anglos and the white supremacist Jewish people get together, they all hate us. And that's all that matters.
You think it's about black people?
It all gets on anti-black racism. They all get on code against us. So
listen, honestly, when you look at what's happening in New York City right now, you look at what's happening with Chicago, right? How a lot of when people who are coming straight from the border and they're going to these sanctuary cities and they get priority over black folks who are homeless and have been there and are American citizens. Are we going to sit there and deny that's not a problem, bro? Are we going to sit there and deny that that's not a whole group of people who've been here? They're getting completely looked over. There are black people in New York who are homeless that could benefit from those hotels that are being repurposed into shelters. I'm just saying, there are white homeless people who could be benefiting from that right now. You see, while we're arguing amongst each other, you know, the real dominant class are replacing all of us. Because at the end of the day, we're just replacements. But that's way above most people's fucking pay grades right now to even talk about. So we're not gonna go in there. But I'm just saying, like, there's a point to all of this, right? If you don't want to talk about it, at least see what's happening here. Like, they could have just given those hotels to the black folks who have been here. Why all of a sudden, when this crisis is happening right now, that all of a sudden these guys all of a sudden are putting these guys above you? And a lot of black folks who are voting in these regions like New York City and whatnot, you really got to take a second look at what you're voting for. Because even these same people who've been claiming that they're down for black folks from day one, look exactly how they're treating you right now. They're showing you exactly where you belong when it comes to taking care of other people from different places that weren't even born here. So again, I wasn't born here. I wasn't born here at all, but this is an observation I see, even as a person who migrated here, right? It's like, that's very interesting. And I did it legally, right? I had to pay thousands. I paid so much money, right, to get my standing where I'm at right now. And I look at other people who did the same thing, but they shortcut, and you're like, that's actually wild. That's actually crazy that they're able to do that, and no one else is calling them out on it. They're able to come in, do that, not spend as much, but then they get more than even people who are born here. So I'm just saying, hate me or whatever it is, you may not even like what I'm saying right now. It's an observation that I've seen. It's just crazy to me.
Okay, their distinctions between each other don't mean a damn thing to me. That's why I look at all of them the same way. Does that make sense?
I see your perspective, but what I will say is this:
what you're saying might just be
Jewish
true.
people.
I believe. Yeah, I'm not even disagreeing. Yeah, there might be ethnic differences. Of course, there's ethnic differences.
Yeah,
I believe that wholeheartedly. Irish people weren't even considered white until much later. Greek people weren't even considered white until the 1920s. Yeah, a lot of people weren't even considered white. But once they did,
but what I'm saying
when
is,
they were led into whiteness, when they were able to classify themselves as white, the common thread that bonded them all together was anti-black racism, and that's the problem. So I don't have the luxury
to have to disagree with you, Tariq.
So
with the Jews.
me distinguishing their little different ethnicities under the banner of whiteness, it means no difference because they're all oppressive to me.
Bro, just let Tariq finish, dog. Like, that's the thing. Like, y'all just butting in. This is like 1v20 at this point. Like, yo, relax.
So,
go ahead, Tom.
Let me respond to that, Tariq. Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that, because this is where I'm going to disagree with you. You're saying that they are all anti-black. I disagree. The Jews were actually critical in the civil rights movement with funding it, helping the NAACP get forward. Jews were instrumental in the civil rights movement with funding it and standing behind it. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because Jews historically have been an oppressed people, and they understand that open borders, the liberal mindsets, and democratic governments are better for their bottom line, because a lot of Jews want a one world government. Now, this
let me answer that though. All right, in the night.
Sure,
okay.
Before even Tariq answers that, because it then gets derailed. What these people don't understand, the Democratic establishment and the Republican establishment are both the establishment. When they are coming together, it's usually to screw American people. It's never for the American people. So when Tariq is, and I wish Tariq couldn't make this point, but again, it is what it is. Let me hop in one of these Twitter debates one of these times, bro. I might just hop on in one of these things because I got so much to say when it comes to this, right? But again, the Democratic establishment, when I'm talking about New York, when I'm talking about these sanctuary cities, right? And when I'm talking about these right-wing establishment, notice that when push came to shove, okay, these left-wing cities, right, like New York City, sanctuary cities started echoing the same talking points like these Texas governors, right? Because at the end of the day, they're the same fucking people. The only reason why the Democrats got away with it for so long, because they didn't have to fucking deal with the migrants directly at their border. But then once they started to have to deal with what was happening, all of a sudden, they start to sound exactly like Republicans. Again, you guys, they're the establishment. These people are what's keeping everyone fighting amongst each other right now. And this is what Tariq is trying to get at. But Myron doesn't understand that, bro. You've bought into one side versus other. That's why y'all are bringing up vaccines and y'all are bringing up all these right-wing, and it's not about right-wing and left-wing talking points, but you notice they always bring it back to politics because that's the conditioning, bro. It's not about that. Democrat or Republican, they're the same thing.
Because you have Jewish people who are white who are not racist. You have Jewish people who are white who are anti-black racists. In the 60s, there were some Jewish people.
Jewish people are not white, Tariq. Stop saying that.
All right. But
they're not white.
You had Jewish people like the Levitt brothers who created the modern suburbs, and they put in their contracts that you couldn't have black people. These were white only. If these Jewish people had Jewish supremacy, they said, we want white only, no black people in these suburbs. Many of those stores that were discriminating against black people during the civil rights era, those were Jewish-owned stores. Many of those slumlords who owned those buildings that black people were complaining about, these were anti-black Jewish people. So you had anti-black Jewish people, you had pro-black Jewish people, but the anti-black ones, they fall under the banner of white supremacy too. See how that works?
Yeah, but there's definitely a strong amount of them that supported blacks and funded the civil rights movement.
And there were some that were oppressed.
Why are y'all not listen? If y'all are trying to make the argument that Jews subvert things, it's just really hard to listen to y'all make the argument when y'all say, I can't wait to get him here. Then when y'all get him here, y'all keep letting him off the hook. If you're telling people that Jews subvert people, then why wouldn't you just acknowledge they subverted that whole movement too? That some of them back blacks, some of them back the whole white side. It's like y'all just can't say it.
But Tom,
well, shout out to Tommy. Like, yo, Tommy, shout out. Yo, Tommy's hitting it, bro. I'm vibing with this.
I mean, historically, they back both sides, Tommy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Historically, they back both sides. That's just what.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But they won't. It's like the people are trying. Like, listen, I'm not the fan of Tariq, but I hate when people argue a fallacy with someone. And
facts. Oh my god. Again, y'all notice I'm not a fan of Tariq either. I'm not. Like, again, I think he can be over the top and then certain things. But like, you gotta understand, like, this argument, when we start going into this direction or tangent and this fallacy, it starts to look weird and it becomes up in the air. And honestly, this is how you fool dumb people into believing dumb conspiracies, right? That's the problem. You're arguing from a weird point, and it's crazy to see that it's Tommy out here that's doing this. Yo, shout out to Tommy, bro.
And then they let him off, and then they wonder how they got him off. Because what you're arguing is you refuse to acknowledge the other side. If your argument is that Jews subvert things, why would you then argue with Tariq when he's telling you they subverted this?
Boom! Like, this is what we've been saying. Yo, hey, bro, I'm excited. I can't wait because like we had Tommy on the show too. Shout out to Tommy, right? But we're gonna have other conversations because I think Tommy is on that same wavelength too. When these guys are using these talking points as a way to peddle these conspiracies, right? Maybe to sell courses or, you know, sell views or whatever it is. There's an actual conversation to be had here when it comes to these things, and these guys are missing out. And I think Tommy gets it, right? A lot of times when these guys bring up these questions, they don't know what they're talking about, and Tommy gets this. I can't wait till we have more conversation with Tommy on deeper shit because, I mean, like him or hate him, bro, he's actually real in this scenario.
Why would you argue that?
Because he just understood that it's a different ethnicity. He doesn't realize that.
No,
What?
he did it. He said
I
he
acknowledged
it.
I acknowledged it.
Okay, what he's also overestimating. Hold on, I don't know if anybody caught this.
I acknowledged it. Yeah,
Okay,
a lot
okay,
of white
fair.
people come from different ethnic backgrounds.
Okay, but
when
they're
they
not,
all get together,
That's where y'all should have
saying
now
that.
stuck once he.
He keeps saying that. He keeps saying that they're from different ethnic backgrounds. They're not white. Jews are not white people.
but they're classified as white.
But he did point out how they would be white supremacists if they didn't like your black ass.
But you're not saying what he
That's
doesn't
what I'm
understand.
saying. Yo, Sneako. Yo, who would have thought these Sneako that was found pressing Rollo Tomasi, the godfather of the red pill? I'm sorry. The godfather of the manosphere, right? We got this Sneako, the same Sneako that pressed Rollo Tomasi is now being pressed by Tommy. Who would have thought? Who would have honestly thought this is what we'd be witnessing right now? Like, this is crazy. Yo, Sneako, you not only get, first of all, I didn't even think you got up to the point to even get to Tariq's level, but you now get embodied by fucking Tommy because your fucking JQ argument is trash. That means you, Myron, Pearl, all you losers that keep bringing this up, you also have to acknowledge when the Jews are supporting y'all. So you can't denounce Ben Shapiro 1 minute when he's supporting Israel or whatever it is, and then the next minute applaud him when he's speaking out against black folks. Like, you can't have your cake and try to moist that shit too. Pick a fucking struggle.
It's like they're classified that within the group because they want to be undercover as white people to divide white and black people to have ultimate control. That's what you don't seem to understand. And you're also overestimating the anti-black racism. That's the smallest problem. See, you're here with the it's the smallest thing. That's why you're here with the suit in your profile picture. Tommy's wearing a suit. The majority of Black Americans, they wear their pants sagging. They wear nothing. They wear bras.
Bro, shut the fuck up. You're stereotyping, right? You're fucking stereotyping because like that's not the majority of Black Americans doing that. Most of these dudes wear tight ass fucking pants, right? Yeah, like it is what it is. Some people sag with it, but we're worried about their clothes being too feminine in some cases, right? That's what it is. They're not worried about sagging their pants, bro. Like that's not all Black men, and the vast majority of Black men, they're out there in the professional world, right? Some of them are plumbers, some of them are electricians, some of them are in the business world, some of them are you guys who are podcasters that claim to be Black every once in a while, right? Black men are everywhere. We're not just out here this stereotype thing. Not saying that it doesn't exist. Yeah, you can walk outside, go to Walmart, and I guarantee you're gonna find somebody sagging, right? But it doesn't mean that that's what these guys are stereotyping to be. It's almost equivalent when they're saying that the girls they see in Miami, the stereotypes they do with those girls is basically all girls around the world. We know that's not true because you're dealing with Miami girls, not all these other women. It's the same thing when we're talking about Black people. We're not a fucking monolith. Yeah, you have certain groups that sag, but the vast majority of Black folks are in the professional world. Okay, some of them you don't even hear from because they're too busy taking care of their families. That's how crazy a lot of this shit has gotten, bro. Wake up and actually go be in the community.
Red hair because they subverted hip hop culture.
So here we go with these tropes again.
Let me explain.
Okay, the majority.
Zionists made Black culture through hip hop to make it degenerate, and that's why you're a millionaire up here and you're not giving away your money for reparations because they use hip hop culture to make Black people think of themselves as victims forever. It's anti-Black racism is the smallest issue. Is the smallest issue of their problems. All they know that they can control through culture to keep people at the bottom. Anti-Black racism is the smallest of their issues.
So why don't y'all stay the fuck out of my culture, right? And stop perpetuating the worst of it, right? If you're not of it, right? Stick to your ethnicity, right? Whatever shithole country you come from, whatever failed government, right? And stay into that, right?
Well, I was born in America.
I don't give a fuck where you were born. You have a culture and ethnicity. Right, you have a culture and ethnicity that's real, right? Stick to that, right? I don't want to hear you up here speaking in our lingo, trying to talk fucked up AABE. Stick to what you know, because it's also a lack of understanding, right? And it's being intellectually honest about history.
Do you know I'm part Black? Do you know that?
It has nothing to do with it, right?
Okay, so that's not what he's talking about. Yo, Sneako, I think he mentioned he's Filipino and Haitian, right? So Haitians are Black, all right, but it's the culture is also different too as well. Like Haitians, you're not gonna go look at someone who's a Haitian American and then just say, oh, they're not even say Haitian American. Let's say first generation Haitian, right? You're not look at them and say, oh yeah, they're totally Black American because they have cultures that they came from and certain things that even the language is different, dude. So again, you just got to think about that. So Sneako. And this is why, because it's also weird on Tariq's part, at least the guys who are making that argument, because then Sneako is born here. Now we're making a cultural argument. It's not a like Haitian, because again, Sneako is half Haitian, half Filipino, but he was born in America. His culture is American. So again, when we say go back to Sneako's race, to him, he's always been racially ambiguous, and he hung out with the Black kids in high school. So that's all he knows, right? It'd be again, that's what happens when you start going into this whole thing. I think like it's better to make the cultural argument than the racial argument, because then like now what are we gonna discount? Like if he was born in America, he's American. He's an American. That's his. Like America is a melting pot, right? You can say it doesn't have a culture or whatever it is, but it's culture. Now the culture is heavily dominated, by hip hop and Black Americans, because Black Americans, you can't deny the culture is like pretty much dominated and controlled, right? But it's one of those things where you got to understand that to just discount his citizenship, based off of, that's when you start to lose different arguments. But when we make the cultural argument, Haitian culture is different from certain times Western culture. Like, again, it's better to make the argument to just say race. Oh, you're Filipino. That's different, bro. Again, where's a moderator where you need it? I think there needs to be a rematch between us. I think Tariq needs to accept a rematch that Myron is asking for right now. Not with Andrew Wilson, though, because Andrew Wilson maybe may be with Andrew Wilson. Maybe that might bet you that might actually be a good matchup because maybe Andrew Wilson might actually get exposed here. We don't know. But I think Tariq should take the rematch because I mean, I don't know. This whole context is weird. We need a moderator to bring all this back center.
Because there's a lot of white people with black backgrounds. There's a lot of white people who got black back. That don't mean anything.
So what is a black person then?
Can I ask you something, Sneako?
Good question. I'm a foundational black American. I know what that is.
You keep saying foundational. What does that mean?
I know what that is. I can define that. But yeah, other black folks, that let them define what their blackness means. I'm a foundational black American. So that
okay, whatever you want to use to make yourself feel special.
Do you believe you were here before the native?
Special terminology, foundational, whatever. Like they want to keep you as a victim forever. What you don't seem to understand is that Zionists want you to be in this victim mentality.
Oh no, that's the deflection. No,
it's not a deflection. They want you to think you're special.
It's you, your ass. You the problem, not the Zionists.
I'm the problem. The Filipino black guy is the problem.
The white, because you try to come over here and align yourself with white supremacy.
Oh, Tariq, you can't say that because he was born here. He wasn't trying to come over here. That's something that he can't control. Nigga can't control where he was born. And when you start getting to those arguments, see, when I say I disagree with Tariq is when he starts doing shit like this, right? And I don't know if he's trolling or I don't know what the fuck is going on, but when he starts doing shit like this, and he does this in multiple debates he's had, and when it starts getting like this, it's like, bro, what do we? He already told you he was born here. He didn't come over from anywhere. Now we're talking about something he can't control. That's weird, right? But like again, it's like it's better to make the cultural argument. We gotta make the cultural argument because it's completely different, right? We can even say that when Sneako was growing up, his culture must have been different from like a traditional black household. Right? Even people who grew up in mixed households where like their parents are half their parents are white, half their parents are black. The culture is different from a traditional black household because a traditional black household doesn't have a white grandma that having to come to Thanksgiving, right? But a family that has a blended situation, it's a cultural difference at the end of the day, right? So it's a better thing to make a cultural argument than just to sit there and make skin deep arguments because now it's like, what are we even talking about? This is starting to get odd.
Haitian.
Yeah, and by the way, it was a foundational black American who stopped the Filipinos.
Well, okay, that's a serious allegation. Where do I try to align myself with white supremacy, Tariq?
You just got your damn tooth knocked out for hanging around a bunch of white supremacists.
Tell me, like, based on my ideology, how do I try to align with white supremacy?
Because you were sitting up there trying to antagonize a foundation.
Sneako, you promote Nick Fuentes, an Italian Mexican who thinks he's white, bro. What do you mean, Sneako? How do you try to promote white supremacy? It's all over your fucking content, bro. Sneako, based off of your actions, you're a white supremacy. I'm not even gonna go into the like skin deep argument that they're going on the panel. Just based off how you've acted and your desperation for clout, you are supremacist. You've adopted that because you don't even know how to think for yourself. You just adopt the next thing that's going to get you more clout. So yeah, bro, you're definitely a fucking supremacist. And it's weird because you're not even the way your races make up. If the white supremacists, the real white supremacists actually got their way, you and the Fuentes wouldn't even exist in their world.
Black American brother, he gave you a Harriet Tubman fist in your damn mouth.
Okay, because I'm trying to antagonize
did you not just hear your tropes about how what you think of the black community?
Right, and that's why you have a student. The majority of black Americans don't. Do the majority of black Americans dress like you and appear like you and speak like you? Yes or no?
We're not a monolith. We have a whole spectrum of the way we get down.
Bro, that's facts. Actually, there's a bunch of black folks that speak like Tariq than fucking what the stereotype that Sneako thinks, right? And this is the problem with the fucking media. And when Tariq says it's systemic, this is what he's talking about. Because again, Sneako's a youngin', so he's been spoon-fed what he thinks he sees in the media with black folks because it's basically largely off of hip-hop. And what I'm telling you right now, especially subsections of hip-hop, because I'm not saying hip-hop as a thing is bad. I'm saying there's subsections like trap, and all these other freaking degenerate shit that basically promotes the killing of siblings and everyone dancing to that shit, making hit singles, right? All this type of rap, it's cancerous, right? But again, it's what the Sneakos grew up with. So they think, oh yeah, well, all black folks are what we see in music videos. All black folks dress like what we see in rap videos and whatnot. Nigga, get off the internet. That's not what black folks look like. Yo, average black folk is probably gonna just be, just looking like, just dressed like an average dude. Black folks out here in Wisconsin, bro, it's even different, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, you'll get the ghetto people and the people who are all over the place, but every race have their their ghetto element, right? You got the white folks got their the real country, the trailer dudes, right? Every again, every race has that, right? But it's just one of those things, bro. It's different. Like, black folks are not a monolith, like Tariq is saying. Like, a lot of them talk more like Tariq than you realize, bro. Get off the fucking internet.
That's the great thing. That's the great thing. No, there's no majority anything. No. That's the great thing about foundational Black Americans. Our culture is very vast. We have the sexy reds, we got the middle class people, and we got the heroes like the Rosa Parks and the Dr. Kings and the Malcolm X's and the Tariq Nasheeds and people like that.
Right, you're talking about the exceptional ones.
Thing about our culture.
But Tariq, so why were you able to become a millionaire in a white supremacist Black America?
Because I am a phenomenal foundational Black American.
Because you're phenomenal, right?
Yes.
Because I'm phenomenal. You didn't answer my question. Why? This is true, and every Black person knows this.
And many of us are very phenomenal. We know how to go out here and get it.
So why do the majority of Black Americans dress with their pants sagging and look up? They
don't.
That's not bro, Sneako. This is why people are asking, why are you even in this conversation? That's not the majority of Black Americans, bro. Nobody's out here walking around with their pants sagging. Like, bro, what are you talking? Again, that's how you know when your mind has been brainwashed by the shit that you see on the internet, bro. Yeah, just because certain people dress like that to sell you something, that's not most Black people, bro. They got regular jobs. They're not walking around here with their pants sagging, bro. They got families to feed. They're worried about that. Like, they're not out here walking around that you see rappers on fucking TV or on YouTube. Like, relax. This is it's a media trope. This is what I'm saying. Like, y'all are unknowingly proving Tariq's point. It's a systemic shit.
The majority of Black Americans do not dress with their damn
vote
pants
Democrat.
Down. They do not. The majority of Black Americans don't. See, you guys, you look at things.
The majority of Black Americans don't worship celebrities in hip hop.
No, you worship
they
them.
Don't. That's you guys. Because you have to see.
So I'm a white supremacist who idolizes sexy red. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the case, do the majority of Filipinos eat dogs and sell their kids to sex traffickers?
Absolutely
Are we gonna do
not.
That?
Absolutely
All right
not.
then.
Absolutely
Are we gonna
not.
go there?
You a dumbass Sneako. You just made his point.
Filipinos,
you want to do that?
Ones. See, you don't seem to know the differences between races. The majority of Filipinos are hardworking. I'm asking about the average.
Really? That's the whole point, Sneako. You just literally made the statement that majority of Black people sag their pants. And Tariq is telling you, no, they don't. They speak kind of like him. And then when he flipped it on you and saying, oh, yeah, what if we said this about Filipinos? Oh, that's not fair. Majority of Filipinos are hardworking. Yeah, so a majority of Black folks. We're not out here sagging our pants and fucking walking around here doing shit. No, like, even the Black folks who speak against when they see the youngins behaving in that manner. It's not the whole Black folks. So you're proving his point, you fucking moron, Sneako.
Okay, and the majority of Black Americans are hardworking.
And we're hardworking.
The majority of Black Americans are hardworking?
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are.
Why did Sneako say it like that? The majority of Black Americans are hardworking? Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. Black America. Okay, so then what do you say about Black conservatives, right? They're not. What are we it's not even just relegating the Black conservatives, because a lot of Black liberals work hard. They work super fucking hard, right? So again, it's just, what are you talking? The way he even said that, like, he's surprising. And then you wonder why we think you're a white supremacist, Sneako. Okay, why are you so surprised that, oh, what, you think majority of Black people work hard? Huh? Is that what you think, Tariq? You think, bro, what? Yo, Sneako, you're a weirdo. This is a weird thing to say.
Are they? Okay, so why are they on welfare? Why do they commit most of the violent crimes?
That's white women.
They don't. Well,
what? Why do they do welfare? Why do they commit most of the violent crimes, bro? Listen, okay, if you want to talk percentage-wise, fine, right? When we say, okay, Black people make up what is it 13% of the population. I'm sorry, where is the population at in the United States? All right, but you want to talk about the percentage of crimes or the disproportionate amount of people who are in prison, fine, right? You can say win on the percentages, but if we're talking about the sheer amount of crime, okay, let's just be real here. It's not even we're not even close. Okay, so again, you said, oh, bro, you're not winning with that, Sneako. The fact that you even have to rely on this old trope is crazy to me.
Sir, we ain't fleeing like you. If you were so hardworking in the Philippines, why the hell y'all fleeing to get up out of
Because I was born in this country just like you.
But like an anchor baby. That's right. They had to flee and anchor your ass here because you failed and your family
You know what
failed.
being born somewhere is? See, you not understand. So you actually think the majority of Black Americans, no, genuinely, and this is not like you're going to think this is racist. You actually think the majority of Black Americans are hardworking?
Yes, they are.
Whoa! He actually meant that shit. Why? Yo! Like he said it again, like you actually think the majority of Black Americans are hardworking. Yes, they are. What the fuck? Like, what do you? So wait, what kind of preconceived notions do you have about majority of Black Americans, Sneako? And then you wonder why they think you're a white supremacist. Like, why are you wondering why they think you're a white supremacist when you're literally sitting here legitimately asking, wait, do you honestly think Black folks? Wait, do you honestly think Black folks are? They think they're hardworking? Really, bro? Sneako, you're weird. This is weird, bro. Like honestly, like dead ass, bro. Like listen, we can clown this. Like I'm clowning the fact that Sneako's this much of an idiot, but it's honestly a scary thing. The fact that he hangs around Black folks. Some could even say he grifts off a certain controversial-ish type shit, right? But yet here he is deep down, low-key thinking that a lot of the Black folks he hangs around, generally he doesn't think they're hardworking. Like, imagine being a Black person who you're friends with this guy, and he generally thinks people that look like you aren't as hardworking as you. Like, just be honest with that. Like, someone who has that kind of mentality, but then you have the balls to say the alt-left are racist. Bro, what kind of nonsense is that? Like, even, like, someone who's a Nigerian, I can sit there and tell you, bro, like, there are a lot of hardworking Black people I've seen, and I would say they're the majority than this fucking internet people you see all day. Guaranteed, right? Do you have lazy people? Absolutely. But to sit there and use thinking that the majority of Black people aren't hardworking, you're crazy, Sneako, and this exactly proves his point. You're a fucking white supremacist, or at least you've bought into that ideology, and God save your soul.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, absolutely
they are.
What industries?
Absolutely they
what
are.
are the
The
industries
majority of
that
Black
Black
people,
Americans work on? What do you dominate in as Black Americans?
What do you mean what we dominate in? What as far as what? What do you mean? What we dominate?
Okay, in the
What
workforce.
sector?
In the workforce, where do you dominate?
So shout out to Black women being the most educated, right?
Bro, not only that, bro. Now you're seeing a lot more Black people in IT, in the technology field. You're seeing a lot more Black people in the fucking business field, the fucking entrepreneurship world. You're seeing Black people out there. What the fuck are you talking about, Sneako? You don't think that Black people are actually doing it out there? How do you think there's what? How do you think they've gotten this far despite the bullshit that's going on? You don't think they're gonna find a will to get to where they are? Why is this so surprising to you?
Workforce.
No, don't say that. That's not true.
They are or were at a point.
No, they're not. They're the most enrolled.
Tommy, I get it for you, Tommy.
You
But
take
still,
the most amount of welfare. You commit the most amount of violent crime.
want me to answer the question, or you just gonna keep
hardworking?
pushing?
Where do you dominate?
Sir, violent crime.
That's
you come
the
from
majority of
you
violent
come
crime is
from
from
a
Black Americans, by and large.
Sir, your lineage is violent. The Philippines is crime and violence over there. Sir, you come from that.
Bro, Sneako, your inner racism, or at least your inner fucking Nick Fuentes influence, is showing right now, and it's not looking too good, my guy. This is bad news. Like, Sneako, like, what the fuck happened to you, dude? Like, this is insane. I can't believe I'm hearing this right now.
That's why you have to flee. You can't point your finger at us. The majority of Black people don't commit crimes. That's a lie.
Okay, so where do you dominate in the workforce? You're so hardworking. You're running from that question. Where do you dominate in the workforce? Where do you dominate in the workforce?
No, white supremacy
Where do you
dominates
dominate in the
everything.
workforce, Tariq? You're so hardworking. Where?
Can we answer, or are you going to keep answering the same question?
See, when I say that, everybody knows the answer. You dominate in the NBA, the NFL, and hip hop.
And there goes Sneako's mentality of what he thinks where black people stay the most. It's like, bro, that's not even remotely close. Like, that's not even, bro. Do you know how many people make it into the NBA? You have a better chance of getting into the army than making it on the NBA team. You know that, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, yo, again, is this nonsense talk? This is how you know what our worldview is all about, right? This is Sneako's worldview shaped by what he sees on social media. What does he see when he opens up his phone? He sees black people in hip-hop videos because a lot of black folks, I mean, they're making a huge wave right now, hip-hop in different genres, right? He opens it, he sees black folks in different athletic positions, and black folks are making waves right now in athletic positions, and he sees all these different things and automatically thinks his worldview of black people are relegated to artists and rappers. That's not it, bro. They're black people overwhelmingly represented in blue-collar jobs right now, especially in the South. Right? Even you got Mexicans taking over that too as well, right? Blue collar stuff, like, you know, roofing business ran by black folks out here, automotive repair business ran by your average black folk out here. Like, this is crazy for you to even sit there and think that black people are relegated to just fucking hip hop and athletes, bro. Again, you're showing your fucking inner bias, and it's honestly kind of, I don't know what to say to this. Like, it's actually think it's weird because you've hung out enough with black folks to have a different ideology, at least a different way of thinking about this. Think about it. You were born here. I wasn't even born here. I grew up around black people to even notice the difference, to not see things as like a fucking media bot. Okay, I actually see things as someone who's actually lived with black people, grew up with black people, been friends with black people, have, like, bro, my ex-wife was black. Like, again, it's just one of those things where when you see this and you see someone who was born here perpetuate this bullshit, bro, you grew up in this. You should know the difference. It's not that at all. There are black people all over the place. They're doing things all over the place, bro. It's not even, there are people not even talking about the law schools and law industries, bro. You got black people who got their firms out there. This is insane, bro. Sneako, like, this is why when you got ignored by I Show Speed and Kai Cenat, you're wondering why they were ignoring you. It's bullshit like this, bro. When you out here perpetuating shit like this, bigger streamers ignore you. Even Rumble ignores you. This is weird. Like, all this shit is weird, bro. Yo, Dead Star, shout out to you for the $10 super chat. It says the real joke is Nick. Nick is rainbow, so supremacy wouldn't really accept him anyways. He's a rainbow Mexican Italian, bro. I don't think he's being accepted anywhere. Like, but shout out to you. Let's get a dub in the chat for Dead Star.
Systems that
what do you dominate? Okay,
nothing else.
Then what do you dominate in? What do Filipinos
I'm
dominate in?
you in the space right now because you're drowning about Zionism.
Okay, all right. At least we dominate in that. What do you dominate in?
I'm dominating you in this debate right now.
Nothing. That means nothing.
But you're not, though.
Nothing.
You sound stupid and you sound uninformed, right?
At least we dominate in that. Okay. At least we dominate in music. At least we dominate in sports. At least we dominate in basketball.
See, there's
what
the answer.
In music, you don't dominate. Okay, all right. At least we dominate in that.
Those are industries, man.
Well, and I wish, this is why you need a moderator, because I wish Tariq didn't buy into this frame, because he kind of did, but he wasn't buying it to think that Sneako was right. He was just trying to, like, make a point to move on. But you need a moderator for this kind of stuff, because no, bro, that's not what black people are relegated to, artists and fucking athletes, bro. Relax with that stereotype.
The answer. Music.
You dominate in fleeing.
Music and sports.
That means we're doing better than you. That means we're doing better than you.
The economy forward, Tariq.
That means we're doing
music and hip hop, music and basketball.
And your shit whole country ain't dominating shit but American bases, right? And Haiti is fucking failing. This is what I'm talking about. I cannot debate with
Sneako, you can.
Yeah, bro, he's not wrong about that. Like, Haiti has become, like, officially gangland, bro. Like, isn't a gangster running Haiti right now? I'm sorry. Like, what's even going on with that? Are we even sending troops over there? Like, because I know the U.S. was. I did a channel, not a channel. I did a video on my second channel, Deviant Core, or not Deviant Core, New World Order, right? And with that one, I talked about America invading Haiti all over again, right? You know, and I say all over again because America and Haiti has a weird fucking history, right? We've done some fucked up shit, all right? But Haiti, you know, it's that crazy thing that's going on right now, and now it's even on another breakout, right? What's that guy's name again? Like I forgot, it's something like it's a crazy name, like something QQ or something like that, right? But like the guy is running amok over there, and they don't have like there's no central like what is it again? Sneako, you're second generation, but you're not even talking about stuff on the other half of your situation. We're not even talking about what's going on in the Philippines right now and how China's fucking them up. Like again, you're not even focused on. I'm done. I'm done with this, bro. Let's continue.
Say nothing, Sneako. You don't dominate in nothing. At least we got sports and music. You don't even have that.
You're running away from okay, so is that hardworking music and sports?
Yep. That's hard work.
Okay,
Sure
maybe that's that's why black people are not succeeding.
If it was so easy, why ain't you doing it?
Okay, so maybe that's why they're not
you not doing it?
Because instead of becoming lawyers, doctors, instead of moving the economy forward, you stick to hip hop and basketball.
That moves and you don't have anything to stick to but fleeing and dog meat.
Yeah, that's Chinese people, retard. You don't know the difference between
Sneako, your arguments are
what you all are saying.
Your arguments are arguments, Sneako. Seriously, you listen to what you just asked. And then when they gave you examples, you said they're not good examples.
Okay, because he said
what do Mexicans lead in?
Oh, shout out to Tommy. No, honestly, bro. I'm glad. Bro, shout out to Tommy for being a voice of reason out here. I like, again, like, you say what you want. Now, again, I've said my grievances with Tommy to his face. Like we've talked about this already, right? Because there's certain things like it actually just boils down to the manner he goes about things. But ultimately, like again, he speaks facts in certain things, right? He's making absolute sense here, calling Sneako out. He's calling Sneako out. He's calling Myron out for the childish arguments that they're making. Y'all are making childish arguments, and honestly, this is the same style of arguments they use with these OnlyFans girls. But only reason is it works on OnlyFans girls. Nigga, you can't get away with it when you have OGs on the panel. Like, you're not winning with this. You have adults here, bro. So again, they're calling you on these things. The double standard is real. You're denying it when it comes to your situation, but then trying to condemn it when it comes to Tariq's situation. Make it make sense. If you're gonna have if you're gonna have a legitimate argument where it's fair and it's good faith, okay, you're gonna have to call out the hypocrisy, dog. Like, if it's wrong when your side does it, then you shouldn't be using it as a point of argument for the other side. Like, it doesn't make any sense, or at least to go at the other side. Come on, bro. Like, shout out to Tommy on this. I actually cannot believe this. Tommy is winning on this right now.
No, Tommy,
okay, what do Mexicans lead in?
That is the argument. He said black people are hardworking. No, Tommy, hold on.
I'm just curious. What do Mexicans lead in?
They're very hardworking people.
Okay, and they lead in
what? You can't just say that. You said industry. He said black people are hardworking. So you asked him specific industry. So then I asked, what do Mexicans lead in?
Landscaping.
Okay,
landscaping. The stereotype is crazy, bro. The stereotype. What about automotive manufacturing and parts? You know, some of our Ford vehicles are made in Mexico right now. A lot of those plants are in Mexico, right? You understand that? So when we say what Mexico's good at making, how about they're good at making American cars, huh? So you're saying landscaping, bro? The racism is insane. This is wild.
See what I'm saying? Yes. Like, you could turn around and then knock you could knock what they do too. You could say, and they get, most of them get paid under the table and aren't American citizens.
And they're a burden on the system. Let's keep it
so if you do that, y'all are giving this man the win, and it's sad to watch.
So there's no win. He's saying that
Tommy again with the dub. This is so sad to watch. Because realistically, like, even if they were arguing against Tariq, they're making Tariq's point. And I've been saying that this entire stream. Y'all are making Tariq's point. You're not making any sense, bruh.
They're hardworking, but he can't even think of an industry besides crack. Where do you work hard?
You can't even think of an industry for Mexicans that are leading in besides freaking landscaping. What the fuck does that make you? You're racist, bro.
That's
what? He did not say that. He gave you five. He gave you five. See, that's what's not funny.
You know.
Are we doing the drug thing?
You know very well that
Wait.
black
I know he didn't go to drugs. I know he didn't go to drugs.
Yes, he did.
I know they
did.
didn't.
And blacks don't lead in drugs.
Did he go to the drug for real? The
He
drugs are
said
coming from
crack, and blacks don't lead in this.
We don't even lead.
That's what these kind of arguments then make you do sound crazy if you're.
Bro, fucking Tommy, yo, I like Tommy. I'm not gonna lie, bro. This is good. This is good because he's calling them out to their faces. Myron is there, Sneako is there. He's calling them out to their faces because this is the shit we argue against. You're not making real arguments. This isn't real. And Tommy is actually being honest about this. Yo, shout out to him.
Listening to this. And so whenever Tariq made the same kind of stereotypical remarks about his people, he got upset.
Right. See, but
and then he turns right around and
you get victimized about the racist jokes. When you talk about eating dogs, I don't victimize myself because you know very well the average Black American does not work hard. They're not.
That's a lie.
Black Americans will use victimization to not work.
What? Yo, Sneako is doubling down with this generalization. I can't believe this. He's actually doubling down, thinking that Black Americans don't work hard. Yo, this is why no one in the media is hanging out with you. No one cares about you, Sneako. All right, you're sitting there and watch. This is why Fresh and Fit is the only platform that is willing to accept you. No one else is willing to fuck with you. All right, this is weird. The fact that you actually hold this worldview that you don't believe the majority of Black people are hardworking, that is crazy to me. Didn't you? Aren't you the one meeting Fresh and Fit? I would even consider them whatever it is, bro. Whatever it is, bro. Yeah, bro. I don't even know, bro. Like this is actually weird. Like I wanna make an equivalency here, but. Let's just play the video because I actually cannot believe I'm hearing this from Sneako right now. This is insane.
That's a lie. We don't have an option but to work hard. We don't get anything. We have to work hard. We don't have any other option but to work hard. We don't get anything.
Yeah, if you did work hard, you would succeed. You wouldn't need to be having this conversation right now because the vast majority of Black, it's just not because of the victimization that you
projecting your fail because you come from two failed cultures,
I'm actually a success at a very young age. I'm half your age and I'm more successful than you. No. Because the average Black.
You did that by grifting off a fucking. You did that by being a fucking culture vulture grifter. Like again, like and you're still a fucking loser because you got banned off of every platform but Rumble. So what are we talking about here? Even Rumble don't even support your ass.
You're not more successful than me.
They ride off of the victimization that you promote.
You come from two failed cultures. You are not successful, sir. You can't even get your tooth fixed. You got knocked out today, sir.
Bitch, you can't ask for referrals. Come on, cut it out.
All right. I just want to interject something here real quick.
Finally, Myron jumps in after that last debacle we just been through. Okay, Myron, what do you got to say about all this fucking nonsense Sneako's making about Black people generally being lazy? I want to see what your point is on that.
I just want like 30 seconds to just make my point here. This entire argument is ridiculous, and I'm going to say why. We're talking about the United States of America. Everyone has opportunity here. Whether people want to go ahead and say, oh, well, I'm victimized and I can't have the same opportunities because of the color of my skin, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. It's up to you if you're going to become successful or not. Whether you come here as an immigrant or you're born here as a foundationally Black American, it doesn't matter. You got to go out there and fucking work. The color of your skin is no longer, hold on, the color of your skin is no longer a valid excuse to say that you're being oppressed by the man or whatever it may be, whether you're Black as fuck from Africa or you're from
and they want a brown face just like you to say that kind of shit, right? And that's why we don't want to speak for us, right?
Yo, shut the fuck up when I'm talking, man. Like you're here as a fucking, you're here as a guest, so shut the fuck up.
Myron, you ain't even built like that, bitch. You got a bad over.
Okay, anyway, like I was saying, fucking clown. I don't even know why he's talking. So, like I was saying. You guys are going ahead.
Shout out to M. with the 2 says, why is Sneako debating for Myron? Because Sneako is a bitch. But we're glad that Myron finally got back on the call. But even now, it's like, what is he even saying? Like, M. What is Myron even saying right now?
And saying that the problems stem because of race. I'm saying that the problems stem because of stupidity. If you deserve to be successful and you work hard, you will get it. Your skin color has nothing to do with that. Okay? That's all I'm saying.
And again, that's why
and to defeat that, we then, if we're saying that, to defeat that,
and with that logic, and I always go back to your homeland. If it's all about being stupid and not race, are you saying everybody from the Sudan is stupid because they got oppressed and their homeland is failed?
because they didn't build it.
I'm talking about the United States of America. I find it.
Now you want to redirect back to the United States of America, but then when he's trying to make it again, he's making an equivalent argument, but he's using your background as an example. Your background being from Sudan. So if you can't see that he's trying to make you see your argument from your perspective, then I don't think you really understand what's going on here. So you just deflecting and saying, well, I'm not talking about America, I'm talking about Sudan. Yeah, you're both talking about the same topic. He's just making you see it from the perspective as you being a Sudanese. What if you were in this situation, which honestly, you should honestly see that because you are Sudanese, bro. This is weird. This is a weird argument all around.
Interesting that you always
that
bring
logic
it back.
should apply
I find
anywhere.
it interesting you always bring it back.
Stupidity is not just in the United States, sir. Stupidity is stupidity no matter where it is. And that logic should apply to
You have different opportunities in different lands. That's actually
hold on.
You have different
because let me tell you why the stupidity matters where you are, Tariq. Because I'll tell you why. Because in the United States of America, you get a free education. You're in a first world country where you have running water and electricity. And if
the education is not 100% free, bro. And what kind of education are we talking about here? Are we talking about like K-12? Are we talking about higher education? Because higher education ain't free. Otherwise, you wouldn't have Biden over here trying to forgive shit. Okay, education ain't free. Insurance ain't free. All right, healthcare ain't free. What are we talking about? What ain't nothing free here in the U.S. You gotta pay for it, okay? You gotta pay for everything, bro. What are we talking about, Myron? It ain't free. You gotta pay. Even your own freedom of speech ain't free, my nigga. Somebody paid for that too.
you don't have that, you can go ahead and get welfare. So everyone has an enormous amount of opportunity in the United States compared to other third world countries. So what I'm saying is this: if someone comes here with $1 in their fucking pocket and can't speak the English language and finds a way to become a millionaire, become successful, guess what? They did a lot better than a foundationally Black American that was born and raised here, that knew the language, that's going to sit there and complain. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If someone comes here and doesn't even have a fucking green card and finds a way to get citizenship here, builds a business, makes a bunch of money, doesn't even speak the language, well, guess what? He did a lot better and is smarter than the foundationally Black American that's crying about the system, saying, I'm being so oppressed, when he had the opportunity.
This is where I have a problem. Because in this country, they weren't letting brown immigrants like you come over here for a long time. Do you understand that? This country was not letting African immigrants come over here. It was the foundational Black Americans who worked hard and kicked ass in the 1960s and said, we're going to change these laws to let these brothers and sisters over here. So when you come over here and say that, yeah, we over here now, we're so much smarter and better than those foundational Black Americans who actually were the ones fighting to get me over here, that's a very disrespectful mindset to have. And that's the problem that we're having now. That's why we're delineating from that mindset, sir. You understand that?
Can I respond to that? Okay, so if you were born and raised here and you have an American citizenship and you were able to speak the English language and you had the foundationally Black American experience, as you claim, right? And you had all these resources available to you, and then someone comes in from Nigeria, doesn't speak the language, figures out a way to go to school, figures out a way to put himself through school, gets a job, makes money, becomes a doctor, etc. Who's the idiot? The foundational Black American who had all the things available to him from the beginning, or the guy that figured out a way to come here and make it out the fucking mud?
Foundation.
Speaking as an actual Nigerian that actually went through all of that, no, we don't think that Black people are they're idiots for that. That's not even the way we think. At least that's not the way I think at all, right? Because when I was in school, there were Black folks there. Wherever I'm at, like, there are Black folks there, so they're there. Again, they take advantage of these things, but here's the crazy thing. As a Nigerian going through the system here, I start to realize what a lot of the other folks I grew up with who were Black Americans were seeing when it came to certain issues, right? Especially when even something as shallow as skin deep a lot of times, right? Where it's like a bunch of us are in the car, we're going down to see this party, right? And then we get pulled over randomly. Right? For what? The plates are clean, the tags are clean. What, you saw four Black dudes in the car and all of a sudden shit looked weird? What was the point of pulling us over? What was the point of getting us out of the car and then talking to us the way you talking to us like that? These are real shit we've been through. This is real shit that happened. So it don't matter if I'm Nigerian. I felt that shit. It's weird. Like, why? What the fuck did we do? Like, we're just four friends. We're not even on some gang shit or anything like that. Yeah, bro. Like, I mean, yeah, we look big and shit because we're athletes and shit, but like, we're not. Like, we're just kids at the end of the day, just going out to just do shit in the car, right? But yet we get pulled over and we have all this shit happening. At the end of the day, nothing, no ticket, no nothing. Just get harassed. This is the shit that happens. And then you want to sit there and deny crap like that exists? Bro, you're crazy, especially if you grew up here. That's how you know probably someone like Myron probably came into this country a lot later than anything else, because I was here since I was 8. There was a lot of experience I had growing up. It was just like, yo, y'all are weird with this shit. This is crazy that this is happening. So again, this is where the disconnect is coming from.
Black Americans do that every day. You try to look at us through the eyes of the lowest denominator. You look at black folks in the
bottom 15%.
You look at the people in the projects as the totality of foundational Black American culture. We get up, go to school, work, do our thing every single day. We go out here, run businesses, get money, do what we're supposed to do. The Nigerian brothers and sisters, or Haitian, or whoever, when they come over here, we make sure that they're good. We sit up here and help create opportunities for them. When they get businesses, we patronize their businesses.
Bro, do you know what's even crazy about that? Even African parents warn their children about how cops will treat a Black American here to avoid their children being treated the same way. I remember growing up, my mama warning me, hey, you got to move right because these cops will do you crazy. All right, you know how they do these black kids out here. We're aware of that shit. So to sit there and just deny it like your parents don't teach you that shit is crazy. Because I know that shit happens in most households who are either first generation or second generation who are being raised by first generation immigrants. They tell you how that shit really is because you know that's weird. So the fact that we're aware of it, but then we're sitting here trying to deny it when we get to a certain class, it's just funny to me, bro.
We support people. We make sure that people are good. We don't have that janky ass mentality where I'm against those people. You understand? So a lot of folks, when they come over here, just because you come over here and get a job, because you're not that successful, just because you come over here and get a job, that doesn't mean you're just doing so much better and you're so much smarter. No, you came over here and got a job thanks to the doors that foundational Black Americans kicked in. You understand that?
Yeah, fantastic. But the problem is this: you kicked the door in and then you stayed in the house and got comfortable. Meanwhile, these guys came into the house and decided, wow, there's a lot of opportunity here. It took the house over. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not shitting on Foundation.
No, stop.
You like to use. Hold on.
What are you taking over? Okay, what are y'all taking over?
I let you speak. Tariq, I let you speak.
What are you taking over? Okay,
I let you speak.
What are you got to elaborate.
I let you speak.
What are you taking over?
Okay.
As a student immigrant,
he is arguing. He's a student of Tommy.
If you let me finish, then I can go ahead and elaborate the way that you want. But what I'm simply saying is, you're saying that you guys created an infrastructure for us to come over and be successful. Fantastic. Awesome. But what I'm saying is that if you create the infrastructure and then the people that come and immigrate that have less opportunity than you come over here and become successful, then you can't sit there and be like, well, you guys are ungrateful, blah, 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 blah. There are foundational Black Americans that do fantastic. But my problem is this. Foundational Black Americans tend to complain a lot about the system, right, that they've been able to enjoy for the better.
Listen, two things can be true at the same time. I could be benefited off a system and simultaneously complain about how that system is not as perfect as I want it to be, right? Two things can be true at once. Like you guys do it all the time, okay? You can have foundational Americans who can complain about the system but still use the flaws within it and succeed, right? Doesn't mean they can't stop complaining about how flawed it is. Two things can be true at the same time. Why is it that just because they made it, now all of a sudden they can't criticize like the flaws within it? Of course they have the ability to. This is a weird type of argument. Again, these guys are not ready to have adult conversations, and it's so sus. JN, shout out to you for the 5, says, after seeing Myron cuddling with that white dude all day, his opinions make perfect sense. Hold up. You mean this right here? Let me help you out real quick. Let me help you out. You mean this right here? Is this He ain't even hugging a white dude in this one, bro. He kissing him. He ain't even cuddling him. He's kissing him right now. That's what he's doing. And this guy is an actual, listen, it is what it is, which way you swing, bro. But this guy is like literally, he legitimately swings the other way. And he grabbing you that hard, kissing you, bro. I can't take anything you say seriously after that. I'm sorry. I can't take anything you say seriously about after that, bro. So hey, listen, JN, it was worse than cuddling, my boy. It was worse than just cuddling, dog. They did a lot worse than that. Shout out to Death Star again with the $5 super chat. Death Star says infinity grifters equals relationship grift, self-improvement grift, political grift, religion grift, race grift, and repeat. Bam. Now you're right. It is, because you notice we talked about this. The next thing is you got 2024. It's all political, right? That's what everyone's saying, vaccines and all these fucking talking points and whatnot, because they know what they're doing with it. But yeah, it's a different stages, bro. And then once all this stuff is done, it comes right back around to the relationship grift. It starts all over again, bro. The red pill is weird. Yo, Don with the 5, shout out to you, says, Duke, you got the news about the guy named Millionaire Bachelor. He got to beef with Andrew Wilson and such squad. Such squad scammed him. Oh shit. So he clapped back. Hey, send me I'm more active in the Discord now. For those of you guys who don't know, I got the Discord out. The link is in the description. I'm more active there. Send me it into the receipts tab. I legit do videos right off of that. So I take all. I'm in the Discord now. So send me the info in the receipts tab. If you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord. Duke the Don right below the description there. Also, we got a clips channel. We do nothing but clips, not only from this channel, but from like just different things as well. Go ahead and subscribe to that. It's right in the description too as well. We got a separate script client. We even got a show premiering right now on the Clips channel. All right, so we got more coming out. Okay, so it's all gonna be from scratch, so it's gonna be crazy. So don't forget to be part of that. But yeah, send me that shit and I'll be able to react to it if it's good. Don again with the 2, shout out to you, says MB brought a website. Read my comment. Who bought a website? Millionaire Bachelor bought a website. Read my comment. I just read it, bro. Like, that's crazy. Send me the info. Let's talk about it.
Better part of multiple decades and say, "Oh my God, I'm so oppressed."
But Myron, that's our privilege, Myron.
Hold on. Let me finish. Meanwhile, people come here. From poor-ass countries that didn't have any opportunity, and they're like, "Wow, you're a bunch of fucking crybabies," and they become successful in the house that you built. That's what I'm saying.
They come over and drive Uber, and thankful that they had to flee the homeland that the other white supremacists broke down, and they didn't fight them. We can't have that.
Nothing wrong with Uber. I drove Uber.
We can't have that same thing.
I have a
it's a lot of black foundational black Americans driving
2014 to this country with $2,000 in my pocket.
We can't sit here and ignore.
There's no country like America that has more opportunity. So it's me, Calvin.
Who is Calvin?
Some camera.
Let him finish his point, Calvin, because I want to make sure he can say what he's got to say. Go ahead, Tariq.
Yeah, we can't sit here and do what y'all did back in your homeland and ignore white supremacy. We'll turn this into a third world country. Somebody has to fight the white supremacists to get things for non-white people, and we're the only ones doing that. You understand these white supremacists ain't trying to give nothing to nobody. Somebody had to say, hey, you're going to have to give something up. And
true. And when you realize, especially like even in the like the local stuff that I'm even part of right here, when we talk about like the black community and whatnot, like we have the Boys and Girls Club. Like there's a chapter here. Like, listen, there's so much, like the Urban League is another one that's here too as well that I'm a part of. Like, it's all these different things where, like, bro, like again, they're working hard, and when it takes with a lot of these urban groups, right, especially when they like fight for black issues and they fight for like resources in their communities for black folks and black communities, it takes a lot of work. It takes even resources to get to the ear of someone who's willing to listen. That's how hard these groups work. You're discounting a lot of these black ran groups like it's nothing. Bro, it's huge. They're trying and they're putting a lot of work. They're doing a lot of community outreach just to secure funding to be able to do more things to help their community. So you guys saying, oh, they're not doing much, they're not helping, bro, you're wrong. They're doing as much as they can. It's just hard moving through bureaucrats, bro.
Y'all come and enjoy that. And then when you come over here and start trying to align yourself with the same white supremacists, we're looking at you funny style. You understand that?
Okay, can I respond to that? So what I'm saying to that is you're saying, oh, yeah, well, we created this foundation or whatever. But remember, my argument is simply this. In 2024, there's nothing holding back, whether it's an African immigrant or a foundationally black American. Nothing is holding us back from success. There's this white supremacy that you're talking about that's holding us back. It's not holding us back, man.
It can hold you back. These white supremacists can say, I'm going to just close the border. I'm not letting none of y'all back over here. They can do that. They run the show. And I acknowledge that. I don't have a problem acknowledging that because that's the truth. It's a race war going on, and the white supremacists are on top of the race war. They can shut these borders down tomorrow. They can shut a lot of stuff down. They can shut down our businesses anytime they feel like it. Nobody's stopping them. We're in a global system of white supremacy. That's what it is. They can go bomb your homeland tomorrow, sir.
A global system we're in a system of black. Okay.
Right.
Can I respond to that? So you're saying that we're in a system of. So tell me this: why is it that black people are admitted at a higher rate to university than white people? Why is it that they have preferential hiring? Why is it that we have affirmative action? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Why is it that we have historically black colleges, but we don't necessarily have historically white colleges? Why do we have
what? What is Harvard University? Is that a historic non-white college, Native American college? What is Myron talking about, bro? What are we talking about? Did you say why do we have historic black colleges, but we don't have historic white colleges? The private school I went to, they've been around for a minute, and that's like that was started by a white guy. Okay, so what are you? Oh my goodness, bro. I can't believe Myron's dumbass just said that, bro. Oh my God, I'm legit crying, bro. This shit is fucking hilarious. Nigga, you're a dumbass. You're Homeland Security and this the best you can do? Oh my freaking God, you're a moron. Oh my God, he just not. Hey, why are there historical black colleges, but we don't have any historical white colleges? Hey, I'm done, bro. I'm done. I can't do this, chat. I can't do this, man. It's too much. It's just too much. This nigga is a dumbass, bro. Let me rewind that. The fuck did Myron just say? Hold on.
Go ahead. So you're saying that we're in a system of. So tell me this: why is it that black people are admitted at a higher rate to university than white people? Why is it that they have preferential hiring? Why is it that we have affirmative action? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Why is it that we have historically black colleges, but we don't necessarily have historically white colleges? Why do we have?
They're called PWIs,
Myron. Hold on. Let me finish.
Goodness.
Why do we have?
Why
all
would you
these
need to
things
call
in
it a
place
historically white college? It's already baked in the sauce.
It's PWIs.
But that's my.
Some of these universities, bro, have been here since the fucking 13 colonies. If we could go back there, bro, at least they can find the roots to them. Like what are we doing? Bro, this is insane.
My point that I'm trying to get at. We have things in place specifically for black people, right, that are not available to other races.
That's
but
a
we
lie,
sit here and we
bro. And this is the most naive way of viewing things. You can tell these guys are youngins, bro, and they don't understand anything. This is such a naive way to view things. Oh, well, why do you think there's so much things for black people, not for white people? It's like, bro, are you ignoring the establishment? The fuck are you talking about? You know how much, even the affirmative action you guys are complaining about. What top schools do you think the liberals fought for affirmative actions to have all these other races get into? Were they traditional black colleges they were applying for affirmative action for? Or was it traditionally white institutions or predominantly white institutions? I'll wait. Like, again, this is what Tommy's talking about. When y'all are making this stupid, childish arguments, it can easily be flipped on you. You can't argue with these guys. You can't. Like, what the fuck is the point of this? This is child talk. My 8-year-old can run circles around these idiots. This is stupid.
Because
that's a lie.
That's how you know Myron's been propagandized by the Fed, bro. The Fed really did their training on this idiot, bro. This is insane. This is like, for someone who's supposed to know something and work for a prestigious institution like Homeland Security, you're a dumbass. And honestly, I'm not all that comfortable about all these other idiots possibly working on Homeland Security like you did, bro. Because if they can pump out idiots like you, God knows what the hell they're teaching you. This is insane.
People go to HBCUs all the time. All groups go to HBCUs.
Yeah, but what's their
so Myron? Those people had to create that network, right? Because of the history, and that's why I say y'all see a lot of intellectually dishonest shit, right?
Right. Yeah, that's not even intellectually honest, man.
Like even
Bad faith
even
argument.
the part about well, why is it that something about civil rights, right? That in the interim during the civil rights, why you're not succeeding, huh? You
All right, let's go to wait. Let's
No,
hear from.
I said in today's day and age,
but you're forgetting
there's
about the
nothing
in
holding
between,
back
right?
someone from
But
success.
you're not mentioning,
bro. You have
There's
to let
nothing
people
holding you
finish
back.
their statements. You have to let people finish their statements, bro. Like I know you may think you know what he's gonna say. Just let them finish, please. Go ahead, Myron.
No, I was just saying. To clarify what you were saying. I was saying that in 2024, there's nothing holding you back from success, regardless of your skin color. But continue.
Well, you said that over and over again.
Yeah, so there's no lasting ramifications.
It's just a talking point at this point. That's why he keeps repeating it. That's why they keep saying it over and over again. There's nothing stopping you. It's 2024. No racism. I don't see racism. Where's racism holding me back? It's a typical right-wing talking point when it comes down to dismissing the plight of people who actually experience this shit. It's straight up fucking denial, bro, and he knows it. Again, it's just a trope.
Of all the policies enacted since the civil rights movement, there's no lasting ramifications, right?
What policies are you talking about?
We're talking about pumping drugs into the community, right? Through by way of Iran-Contra. We're talking about NAFTA. We're talking about crime bills, right? We're talking about welfare reform. 2 crime bills and welfare reform. And welfare didn't even benefit us, right? But they damn sure racialized it, right? And that was right after NAFTA, right? That trade deal took most production jobs away from that middle class working community, right? Shipped them overseas, right? So you're not being intellectually honest. You're glossing over all that, right?
We bankrupt ourselves, and we only felt the effect of COVID. COVID is when we felt everything, because that's when we finally realized we gutted our entire country. These fucking billionaires sold us all out. When it came down to making masks and PPE equipment, we couldn't even set all that shit up. We got embarrassed by China. That's what ended up happening. We ended up finding out that, we got sold out. This whole time that we thought America was great, we were being hoarded out. And then when the time really mattered, it turns out we had no internal fucking infrastructure to make things happen in an emergency situation when it mattered. That's what it exposed. So again, I don't know what y'all are talking about here, but we got real problems.
And with those trade deals comes immigration policy, which how a lot of you motherfuckers got here. Let's keep this shit a buck. So come on.
Okay. So explain to me then. So you're talking about immigrants, blah, 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 coming in here. So as the foundationally Black American, you have all the advantages. You're a U.S. citizen. You speak the English language. You got a free education.
Because they're still that system.
What's keeping you back from beating out? What's keeping you back from holding, just beating out some, spear chucking African?
The millionaires and billionaires, that's what's happening right now. Like, again, spear chucking Africans, bro, you're not helping yourself. You're not really helping yourself either with that.
Why does he have to be a spear chucker?
Exactly.
And you're African.
Oh, that's what you've been saying the whole time.
I never said nobody was a spear chucker. I don't.
You made a bunch of jokes about Africans and everything else like that.
Dog eaters when they say spear chucking.
These immigrants, right, that you've been ridiculing the entire night. Why can't you guys beat them out as American citizens that can speak English?
We have.
Just beat them out?
We have. We're doing better than them.
Okay. So
because they do. Like, that's the thing. Black Americans are doing way better on average than most people coming across the border, bro. Let's just be real. We can't discount that just because they're like, what is it? Is this 13% of the population now? Let me look that up. But no, Black Americans, like, they're doing better. Like, to make that comparison, Myron, is fucking weird, bro. Like why? Like, again, this is the issue that you see with this stuff, right? It's 14.4% of Black population right here. So again, just because the Black population isn't like the majority whites, that 14%, a good majority of them are doing very well. Very well, more than most Nigerians, more than most Sudanese, more than most, like, they're making, the average Black American is making more a year than an average person from Sudanese or from Chad or from Burkina Faso coming to America. It's just being real. Okay, so again, we're not really thinking about the full context here.
System likes to underpay you. We're doing better than you.
Myron, we're doing better than you, brother. I mean, come on, man.
That's
the system actually likes to underpay you, right? And they know you're docile.
That's actually not true. Nigerians are some of the highest. Nigerians are the highest earning Blacks.
No, they're not.
What you're talking about.
No, none of you guys. You guys are not really balling out.
Nigerians are not, bro. No, we're not. Again, this is what Tariq is talking about. You're saying Nigerians are the highest earning blacks. No, that we're Nigerians. We're not blacks. We're higher earning Nigerians, but compared to blacks, they're way more established than Nigerians that earn way more than blacks, right? So again, when you want to really break it down, okay, they're high earning Nigerians and high performing Nigerians, and I can attest to that. But there are a lot of high performing blacks. So it's a completely different thing. So again, this is when they're saying that you're trying to like make Africans or African immigrants like white in the dominant culture. This is what they're talking about. You cannot absolutely not make that argument. That's a horrible argument to make. Okay, it's not how that is. Nigerian population compared to the black population is like that. Somali population compared to black population is like that. What else? What other African nation can we talk about here? Okay, Burkina Faso population is like that compared to Black American population. On the numbers end, on the percentage end, they're still doing good. Okay, again, like what are we even talking about here?
Myron, let's stop this fantasy.
The Nigerians are by far the most successful blacks, bro.
Bro, this is crazy. This is how you pit people against the diaspora, bro. Well, now we're fighting against each other for what? For what? That's not how that works, Myron.
You are balling out. Name the prosperous Nigerian community in America.
Fake diplomas and flake stats, right? We
real
know
talk. You know the fake diplomas.
All right, let's go. Wait, real quick. Let's go to Chief Trumpster.
Yeah,
That's a fact.
You better change that subject. Y'all not balling out like that. You're not doing so much better than us over here.
Nigerians are the most successful blacks, bro.
How so? How?
Bro, stop it with this, Myron. Like, again, stop it. Like this is not how that works. Like, that's not how that works at all, bro. Again, like, Nigerians are successful. I'm Nigerian. I'm telling you that, bro. But like, I'm telling you, there are black people who are out there right now. They're doing way more. We're talking about American pound for pound, percentage for percentage. It's not even close, bro. Like, this is more of this wet dream stereotype these guys are making. It's not true.
Well, okay, then name the successful.
They have the highest annual income, somewhere around 80.
Okay, they have that. You know why?
Not true, bro. Like, yeah, on average, yes, but like, bro, what is this? Why are you all of a sudden caping for my Nigerians, bro? Don't talk. Don't speak for Nigerians. Let me speak for Nigerians, nigga. Hey, calm that shit down, bro. Like, go speak for Sudanese. What about Sudan? Can you talk about Sudan? Hey, leave Nigerians out of this, please. Like, what is going on?
You know why? You know why? No. Let's break that down. Let's break that down. That household income is higher.
What's the excuse now for why they're laughing?
The household income is higher for a lot of immigrants because most foundational Black Americans have two income households, either one or two. A lot of you immigrants have 30 niggas living in the house, all driving Uber,
and this is where, when I mentioned earlier that Tariq does these things, I don't know if he does this to troll or throw people off their game. This is the shit I'm talking about. It's like, come on, dog. Like that not. I can't tell if you're trolling or if we're trying to have an argument here, because that's not even a good counter argument to make if we're actually having an argument here. All right. But still, it's just like, okay, no, because if we're going to be real, a lot of the immigrants, what they do is they send their money back home. They're not even reading. That's the crazy part. And like, I'm going to say it's just crazy because they're not, most of the money isn't even being reinvested back in America. A lot of immigrants, that the money is going back home in most cases, either to support their families or something else. So again, it's just one of those things where it's not really for Black Americans. They're not really, it's not a like direct beneficial thing. Not saying it's like all immigrants, but we're just saying like it's not 100% the case. So again, like, but then Tariq to make this argument though, to just say, oh, because 30 people live in the house, it's like I don't know, bro, because that's just a thing that happens when you're super poor and you have a massive family. And the thing is, growing up, I have homies who had like literally they would live in a household. We had 13 brothers and sisters, bro. Like, they were Black. So are we just gonna sit there and like act like that community doesn't exist in Black households? Like, that's just weird. Like, again, this is all this stuff. It just goes downhill and it becomes childish and weird because it starts denying perspectives and realities that actually exist out in the world. Like, it's just weird. Like, bro, you miss me with that argument, but there are better arguments you can make, Tariq. Let's just be real.
Makes the income for the household go up higher. That's the only reason. It's not that you work harder. It's more of you living in a damn house. So tell all of it and put it in the right context. It's not that you have these prosperous communities.
Love the stereotyping.
Y'all don't have them.
That's not true. That's
100% true. There is no prosperous communities that you guys have like that. Y'all just live in the house.
Tariq, have you thought
y'all
about
have
this?
a whole bunch of people living in the house.
I'll tell you why Nigerians earn more. I'll tell you why. Because they have 2-parent households.
No, they have 30. They have 30 member in the household.
Hold on.
It's a whole bunch of
They
people.
have 5-parent household. They have 5-parent household.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. Because you remember, like, again, this is why I chalk it up to Tariq probably trolling. Because then again, like, it's like the same thing when he called that who's that lady where he said she smelled like cheetah pea. Y'all remember that cheetah pea episode where he had with that one girl? Put a one in the chat if you remember that. Right? It's just like, hey, bro, come on, like, what are we doing? What, Tariq? What is going on? That's one thing I'm like, yo, relax. Okay, I don't know, but he's like saying it all over again. So I'm just like, I don't know, bro. Like, are you trolling or are you for real with that? Because we're not winning with that 30 niggas in the house argument, bro. It's just not a winnable argument. But I'm gonna chalk it up, nigga. You're trolling. It is what the fuck it is, because like Sneako and them, they didn't really give themselves any favors in this. But I don't know. This is just a weird thing to do.
You can say whatever you want.
One father, 4 wives.
The point is this.
Come on.
The point is this. They value the nuclear family. They value the nuclear family. That is the biggest thing here that the FBAs don't see.
In Nigeria has the highest fraternity fraud rate in the world.
Y'all be beating y'all bitches up, man. Cut it out.
Don't you dare go.
Bro, first of all, he's not wrong, bro. Like, again, a lot of this is why I clown passport bros every once in a while, right? Not all the time. I think it's weird to clown passport bro all the time, right? Because like, but there's some things you can clown them on, right? And the thing you clown them on is when they think that a Black American women culture or whatever they call the modern women culture is what they call it is so bad in America that they want to go to other countries because it would better. It'd be better. It's like, bro, the girls in those countries have the exact same mentality. Nigga, you just got the money. You're just an easy mark, right? It's the exact same mentality, bro. Like, again, that's why like people in the West find it so weird that you're going to a third world country to deal with the same thing. Like it's the exact same culture. So again, it's just one of those things because it's making sense what they're saying over here. So again, this is one thing you got to point out. It's like, bro, y'all are just weird for that. When you go deal with situations with paternity testing in Nigeria, yeah, we have Nollywood movies based on bullshit like that. Paternity test is a huge issue in Nigeria. All right. Hey, just like modern women have paternity issues in America, it happens in Nigeria, it happens in the Dominican Republic, it happens just about everywhere, bro. So that's why you guys get laughed at, these passport bros, when you romanticize third world countries and their women for being better than what's already over here. It's like, nigga, you can get the same headache and you don't even have to travel. Just saying, bro.
There. Nigeria has the highest paternity fraud rate in the world, sir. They don't value,
and that's why they have, and that's yes, but they're also wildly successful as well.
Okay, don't sit there talking about a nuclear family and there's orphans.
That's why, and they have nuclear families. That's why they come here and they become successful because they have two.
That's the thing. Here's the thing. Nigerian, when you talk about Nigerian, this is why this is such an ignorant argument, because Nigerian spans different tribes. For instance, if you're Hausa Fulani, you're basically allowed to marry 4 wives, up to 4 wives. Right, because that's also part of the religion, because Islam is attached to the tribe up north. So you often see some of these herders would have like 3 or 4 wives. Sometimes some of them will even break the rules of Islam and they'll have more than 4 or 5 wives, right? So it's heavily tied to that. They're considered Nigerians, but that's technically polygamy. That's not a nuclear family. A Nigerian man from a northern tribe who's Nigerian, all right, who decides that he has to take on 5 wives, does that make him a nuclear family person? Your argument doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't even know what we're even talking about here, bro. Like, Myron, like, Nigerians aren't even a monolith like that, dog. Like, this is so weird. They're Nigerians who have 4 wives right now. Like, what do you say to that? That's not a nuclear family. What would you call that? None of this makes any sense. This argument starts to get weird. Yo, Dead Star with the 2, shout out to you. Dead Star says Myron's a perfect example of pride. Yeah, like nigga, you don't even know what you're talking about. Like all this is weird. Like again, stop talking about Nigeria like you know. Go talk about Sudan because you don't know what the fuck goes on in the country. John with the 5, shout out to you. John says, because you immigrants have 30 niggas in one household. Someone stop this dumbass. Yeah, that was a wild statement. Like, yo, chill out. But he probably was trolling. We just don't know. M. Dot with the 5, shout out to you. M. Dot says Myron capping hard for Nigerians. Yeah, tell me, yo, M. Dot, what's going on? Why he capping for Nigerians? Did we miss something? Like, why he capping so hard? Like, Nigerians, like, bro, we got issues. Like, we got big issues. And I'm Nigerian. I know. It says, yeah, Duke calls him out for embellishing his RE rather than his address, his real estate, and rather than address Duke, he insults. Yeah, you're right. Because he's capping hard from Nigerians, but I called him on his real estate, and he called me a stalker. He said, he said, Duke the simp. Duke the simp, this guy, what a weirdo, just researching my real estate. It's like, nigga, why would you lie about your real estate though? Like, I'm sorry, you didn't expect people to research that? It's such public news. Like, what you thought you were smart by hiding it under different addresses and whatnot, street addresses and whatnot? You thought we couldn't find it? Like, yo, it was that easy. It was easy. It was like, what? Like maybe 40 minutes worth of work, and it was like, bam, there it is, right? But then how am I a weirdo? But you've been making money by bragging off of that. How does that make me weird? You said you had 19 properties. The lie detector said that was a lie. How does that make me a liar, bro? At least come out and prove it. Prove me wrong. Come out with and say, hey, you know what? It's not 19 properties. It's actually these other properties over here. And you know what? Duke was lying. Duke said that those properties were in the slums. All right. It wasn't in the slums. It was actually in an upscale neighborhood with upper middle class people. Right. And prove me wrong. But I'm sorry. The houses we researched on this stream, they were in the slums, my nigga. I wouldn't even want to buy real estate there. I'm sorry. Y'all saw the houses. I wasn't lying. Like, it was weird. Like, you sitting here bragging about shit, promoting nonsense to your fans, and then knowing fully well y'all are doing the exact opposite behind the scenes. How am I wrong for calling it out? Shout out to you, M. Dot.
Parents, they send their kids to school, they make them work really hard while the dad drives Ubers. You make jokes about it, and he's sending his kids to med school. Yes, that's why they're successful.
Sir, no. It's all the people living in the household. That's why you cannot point.
How are you just gonna say no?
Yeah, because he's just saying stuff. That's why you can't point.
But you're just saying
you can't
no.
point to a big prosperous community that's Nigerian, that's Sudanese, and none of this stuff. You can't point to it in America. You can't point to it.
I like how you deflected the argument when I told you the most successful blacks are Nigerians.
All right, and I've debunked that.
Are you using per capita numbers, Myron?
Well,
I'm talking general.
Yeah, they're making 67K per year.
Nobody's worried, bro. I'm not
American dumbass.
Okay, right? They choose y'all because y'all will take the lower wage. You won't give it any pushback.
See, notice how I give a fact and then they go ahead and just make stereotypes.
You didn't give a fact. I countered that.
Yeah, bro. Like, Myron, you just said Nigerians are the most successful black people. That's not a fact, bro. Like, even I'm sitting here trying to figure out what the fuck you mean by that.
That lie you told and told the truth.
Yeah, you countered it by them doing fraternity.
Because you can't talk about the nuclear family and there's paternity fraud.
First of all, how about this? I mean, kudos to the Nigerians for having
and I'm not knocking Nigerians. I'm not knocking Nigerians
and make more money.
Like, trust me, like Nigerians know, like a lot of Nigerians, especially like in the communities, we're not. Again, when you're not worried about something, you're not sitting there just like dealing with it, right? Again, that's why it's like, Myron, what the fuck are you so worried about Nigerians for? Like, what are you worried about? Like, just focus on you and do you. That's what Tariq Nasheed is doing with the FBA. Let him do him. Let him promote what he wants to promote for his group, community, in his group. Like, we're not even worried about that because Nigerians are gonna do what Nigerians do anyways. But to sit there and promote a fact that's not true, it just makes you look weird. But nah, no Nigerian, because Nigerians know what they're gonna be doing anyways. And by the way, there are successful Nigerians that make it in America and Nigerians that don't make it in America, right? And we don't even talk about those Nigerians that don't make it, right? And the same thing with other African immigrants, no matter what country in Africa they immigrate from, right? Or expatriate from, whatever you want to call it, right? So again, it's one of those things where it's like, bro, you making it seem like Nigerians are, like, you're making it seem like we're the replacement blacks. We're not replacement blacks, bro. We're just part of diaspora that are here. Now we're part of diaspora, but at the end of the day, we're Nigerians. We're not Black Americans, and we just got to understand that. So this is just a weird argument.
I mean, well, at the end of the day, he's trying to make a point, and if Nigerians choose to use that strategy, good for them. I mean, congratulations. That's great. That's smart, actually. We should congratulate them. How about L Blacks for not doing that? How about you guys? Take a lesson from that?
I'm not taking a lesson from people or from any country where they're defecating in the streets and they can't get it together. All right,
you guys were better off here.
That's not a stereotype. I'm not taking. I'm not.
Racist.
No, that's not racist. You know, when you come from failed homelands, I'm not taking no cue from that.
And I mean, most of y'all parents, and most of y'all in here parents come from failed homelands where they do barbaric shit.
But
come on, cut it out.
Yeah, we're not taking no cues from you.
They come,
the hell out of here.
So let me get this.
Take a lesson from you.
They come from failed homelands. They come from failed homelands, and then they still laugh.
No, they don't. They're not laughing
at shit, bro. Your mom is at home.
They're taking me to the airport.
Yeah, they did. They work together.
You're not laughing anything. No, you're not.
Here we go.
Yeah, they did.
No, they're not.
Because
that's a fantasy.
Yeah, they came up with a method for them to make.
That's a fantasy.
They came up with a method. They outsmarted
you
guys.
No, they didn't.
They did. They said, "Hey, how about this? Let's come together. Let's create more income within the household. Let's live together and let's do this and let's become,
So let's all drive Uber. We're showing those FBAs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You're showing us with your Uber.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
to be fair, the gig economy is going to be the replacement for a lot of jobs in the future. Just get ready. You thought the service economy being, that we got put in since the Obama era, you thought this was bad. Now think about the gig economy. The next regime is going to put us under. You're going to start realizing the vast majority of Americans are going to start relying on the gig economy, like things like, what do you call it? Uber, Lyft, Uber Eats, all these add-on apps, because as prices go up, especially when it comes to real estate, and by real estate, I'm not talking about like buying houses. I'm even talking about rent appreciating, right? Every single year, people are always going to be finding or looking for different alternatives, and they're going to be relying on the gig economy a lot more. So it's not even just an immigrant thing. It's going to be the new normal. Like, a lot of people aren't paying attention to how much harder they need to work right now before the future looks very different for them. Financially, a lot of y'all niggas really need to wake up. But we here to talk about drama. We're not here to talk about real shit, though. So we just gonna laugh it all the way. Like, it is what the fuck it is.
Yeah. So Tariq, once again, if an immigrant that doesn't even speak the language can come here and be successful, there's nothing holding anyone back.
You're not that successful, sir. You're not.
I'm not talking about me.
I'm talking about immigrants in general. They're not really that successful like that. You come up, you flee 3,000 miles to get a job. Okay, you flee your homeland to get a job. All right, you're not really balling out like that. You're not.
They
flee
to America because there's opportunities in America
that we created. Yes, I know that. We know that.
Okay, wait, so you created it or white supremacists created it? Which one?
Tariq.
We had to fight these white supremacists to allow some of these opportunities
by
for
your
the
logic,
non-whites.
that we could go ahead and say,
right?
You didn't create anything. It was George Washington in the squad. Like, you're using the logic of we
if you
created this,
it,
but like, who's
black
thriving?
supremacy, and there's not. See, 45% of
No,
single mother
there's no-
households are black. The
Oh,
average black
Lord.
American woman weighs 186 pounds. If you're gonna
Sneako, you're a moron. That's not even true anymore. Like, the single mother household rate in the white communities is catching up now, right? Y'all are the ones complaining about divorce. What do you think these mamas are going? They're all single moms now, right? I mean, it is what it is. A lot of these women are becoming single moms. Women who are married in the past, who are not married in the past now, but they still have children, are single moms. Women who are growing up in today's society, who aren't even choosing to get married, but still dealing with men and getting knocked up by them, and they're white, are single moms. So again, remember I told you it starts out in the minority communities, but eventually becomes a new normal. Similar to crack, heroin, and meth, right? How it started in minority communities, and then it became the new normal for all communities. Now everybody's worried about that. It's the same thing when we talk about single mother households. We laughed at it when it was just in the minority communities, and now it's affecting white single moms. Everybody's all of a sudden, it's a serious situation. Go talk to all those white baby daddies who are single daddies right now, because it takes two to tango. Again, Sneako, you're making childish arguments. Like, this is all childish to me. I'm actually starting to get annoyed. Like who even let these bozos on?
going to bring up these metrics like you're failing in every single one of these metrics, and then you say Haiti's failing, you say Nigeria's pooping in the streets. Look what's happened. Look at the statistics in America.
foundation of Black Americans.
Sneako,
we ain't living like third world people. We're not. And you
actually, this is a rare minor half dub with Sneako. I'll give him a dub for this because again, you do have places in America that are pretty shitty, right? Like Los Angeles. We can't deny it's a pretty shitty area. There's a little shit map, all right, that maps out the shit. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna be honest with you. Speaking from a Nigerian chat, I would choose shitty Los Angeles over Nigeria any day. Again, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. America at its quote unquote worst is still better than where I came from at its best right now. At least LA, I mean, yeah, you got homeless people, but they're not dealing with like literally states who don't have enough resources to feed their population anymore. There's no state and safety net. There's none of that shit. So even though you got homeless people and all this stuff in LA and it's a little shithole, right? Because there's a shit map there, I would choose that over going to Nigeria any day, right? And I'm not saying that I wouldn't willingly go there because I would go to Nigeria, obviously, but I'm making a point. Like most Nigerians that are coming here, they would rather choose LA than where they're coming from right now. I'm telling you that. So I get what Sneako is getting at, and he's not wrong in the fact that America has issues, but it's still better than where most people come from. That's why they come here. Again, I don't understand this argument that they're trying to make. It's not making any sense to me. It's a headache-inducing to me.
White supremacists are in the trailer parks living worse than that, but you still got white supremacists. The thing about you white supremacists, your whiteness is monetized.
Yeah, he's making up his language. You have a perpetual victim mindset.
Your white supremacists, the only thing that keeps you awake at night is the fact that you can fall back on white supremacy.
That's an emotional argument. That's an emotional argument.
Tariq, no one is a white supremacist here. I don't know why. We didn't even talk about race until you came in here.
Yeah, you don't have anything going on except white supremacy. You're dirt poor.
Tariq, we get your whiteness is monetized and all that.
You literally only talk about race, Tariq. Like we weren't even talking about that.
That's all you guys do, and we're calling you out on that.
Really?
Yes, it is.
Bro, there's no.
There's literally no argument to back that we're white supremacists. You have a victim mindset.
It is.
I'm done, bro. Like, there's no argument to prove you're white supremacist. What's all that bullshit that you have with Nick Fuentes? I mean, that's Exhibit A. If anything else, like, bro, that's a dead ass Exhibit A, bro. Like, you sit here. What Sneako? Weren't you caught dead on stream with Myron, the same guy on this stream, doing a Nazi salute while he was wearing a KKK mask? That's every reason to think you guys are weird, bro. Like, what is going on? Sneako, this is not making any type of sense. Yo, shout out to Dead Star with the 5. Dead Star says, notice how all these red pill talking points are being used to slander blacks as a whole, but we think they're the only ones talking down to black women, though. I told y'all that the red pill is only gonna be they became alt-right. They didn't die. They became alt-right. This is what I keep telling y'all. A lot of people, even some of these bigger content creators, oh, the red pill's dead. It's not dead, bro. They're just alt-right now when it's convenient. And then when it's not convenient, they go back to talking about women and dating. This is what it is. Y'all just got to wake up and smell the mustard here. This is what these guys do.
And you're really
you being in denial. Y'all love to practice white supremacy, then deny it, which is
so Tariq, is Shapiro.
Tariq, you can't honestly say that all they do is talk about race.
All you do is talk about race.
These
dudes? No, like, hey, listen, again, I'm sorry, bro, but I gotta give it to Tommy on this one because, like, yo, Tommy should have been a moderator on this. Like, no joke. Like, he should honestly moderate this whole thing. Because, like, he's actually being fair. Because Tariq, he's calling out Tariq. Let's just be real. Tariq is, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if he's trolling or not. But, like, this is like, yo, these arguments, Tariq, again, you bodied them. Because he's already bodied Myron. And now Sneako and them, they're just making weird-ass arguments. So, Tariq already won. But now it's like, it's a tit for tat, right? So, like, they're talking shit. Tariq's talking shit. That's why I think he's trolling. But then again, it's just like, I don't know, bro. Like, again, Tommy's right. This is like, yo, you can't even make that argument, Tariq. This is starting to sound weird, bro. Mad weird.
A Ben Shapiro white supremacist.
He's a suspected.
Oh yeah, listen. That'd be like me saying I don't talk about race. No, race
he really. Someone quote that. Tariq Nasheed thinks Ben Shapiro's a white supremacist.
Right.
Well, that's where y'all should have stopped that though. Y'all didn't. Y'all never drilled
facts. Yo, again, facts. Let's keep
down on the questions. You should. Right there when you said he backs white supremacist talking points. Why did none of y'all say What talking points are those? Y'all literally defeat your own argument, and y'all make it easy for him.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yo, again, facts. A lot of that's why I say these pill poppers in their arguments is so baseless. They don't get to the core point. Y'all are not getting to the core point. Y'all just say, "Oh yeah, you support this, you support that," but they don't actually go into detail and they leave it baseless. And this is how they've been used to arguing with people for a very long time.
So you call it out, Tommy. Then get out of the victim mindset that Tariq is holding.
Oh God!
No,
but
Ben
you
Shapiro
got to
said
get
he
out of the
doesn't care about
victimizer
running
mindset. You got to get out of the victimizer mindset.
Y'all
All
just
right,
have
wait,
a
wait,
really,
wait, wait,
have an
wait,
honest
wait.
conversation. That's the only thing I hate. People, I get that when we get on our separate sides, we got to speak the way we speak. But I got to tell you, Tariq in this conversation, I've seen him speak in a way I hadn't seen him speak. I think he might have been watching me a few videos, but he has set up here and he's been playing. He's been rope-a-doping y'all.
Okay, so yeah, so Tommy pretty much confirmed what I thought Tariq was doing, because Tariq is trolling these niggas. He's not even taking these clowns seriously, and Tommy's right. Like they fed right into his bullshit. And Tommy is friends with Myron. He's a fresh and fit guy. He's one of these guys. We even reaffirmed that on the show here. We talked about it. So Tommy's being fair. He's like, yo, I rock with y'all, but like, y'all literally just handed the dub. You handed the dub to fucking Tariq, bro. He's been rope-a-doping y'all this entire time while you, Sneako, thinking you're making a serious argument. He's been playing y'all this whole time. He did the old Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope. Gotcha, bitch. That's what he did. So again, yo, Tommy, again, shout out to him for being the median here, because this is good. This is really good. I like this.
And y'all look bad.
No, man, that's not true, man.
Y'all do look bad from the outside looking in. You do.
He didn't prove anything. Tommy, he hasn't made one substantial point about anything.
But neither have y'all. Y'all been calling him.
Look at Sneako and Myron. Wait, Tommy, hold up. Tommy, hold up. He is not making one substantiated point. Hold up, Tommy. Look how they get mad now. They all get mad. Come on.
Names. I've heard so many people say dumb, stupid motherfuckers.
He called us dog eaters. He said Nigerians poop in the streets. Like, what are you talking about? What point has he made?
No solid points, bro.
Besides
saying y'all have to hold him to what his
He's been
points
making
are.
ad hominem attacks on me the whole time.
Besides thinking that Zionists are white supremacists, he hasn't made any point at all.
No, he did. Hold on. And again, y'all know he'll tell you. No love lost. He made a point when he was trying to tell y'all, if you say this about Jews, they subvert everybody. So I'm just going to look at them as white people, because the white people are doing the same thing. Y'all did not y'all did not make a good reverse argument.
Facts. And that's what I'm saying. If you're going to compare Jews to white people, okay, but you got to bring specific points, right? Okay, like and that's the thing. Yo, Tommy, shout out to you. This is great. Like, because they didn't counteract what the argument they brought up. They didn't counteract any of that stuff. They just said it and moved on to the next tangent. And this is how they argue. They put out whatever baseless fact they put out there and then move on to the next argument, leaving you in the dust to try to straw man argue that argument they put out there. It's insane. Y'all got to stop this nonsense.
So he won.
Right.
You can't do that.
Yeah, no, he said Ben Shapiro.
Because they don't have.
I said, but y'all never asked.
Ben Shapiro said he wanted
did they
to
ask you, Tariq? Did they ask you
America.
what your points were when you said he backs up white supremacist talking point? Did they ever ask you to elaborate?
No, I just told who he was associated with.
Sure did.
Right.
Exactly.
They don't really. They
Never
don't have
asked.
a counter. They don't have a counter.
Yo, chat. Do you know what Myron and Sneako are gonna do now? You know what they're gonna go back and do? They're gonna go back and say, "Oh, Tommy was just simping because he wanted to be on Tariq's good side." Yep, that's what Tommy was doing, because this don't make any sense. Why would Tommy be against this? He betrayed us. He was on our show, right? Again, no. Yo, guys, Tommy was just speaking facts. Hey, y'all did make yourself look ridiculous. I mean, y'all got to, if somebody even from your own team is telling you this is weird, bro, y'all not even making strong arguments, you probably should listen to them.
But
y'all don't ask. You can't not ask the right question and then turn around and say they did something wrong.
Not once did he ever admit that there's Jewish subversion tactics.
Yes, he did.
Tariq, are there Jewish
I
subversion
did. I talked
tactics?
about it in the 1960s, how there were
He literally did. See? I did. I did.
Not
talk
in the
about
1960s. We're not living in the Jim Crow era. I'm talking about
this is
today.
not supposed to happen.
Even now, I can talk. Even now, you have white Jewish music execs who push degeneracy.
I am not supposed to be
No,
over here. I'm waiting on this man to call me one crispy. He ain't done it.
No, wait, hold on. But Tommy,
I'm on these guys.
I ask him again, is there Jewish reverse taxes? He says white Jewish. They're different races. We established that 5
because
times.
there's black Jews. Because I just can't say Jews. There's black Jews.
Yeah, he's explaining to you. He believes
like they're Arab Jews, they're black Christians, they're Arab Christians, they're black Muslims, they're Arab Muslims. Okay, like what are we talking about here?
There's 2 different kinds of Jews.
Right.
It's not like he didn't say it.
He doesn't understand that
black Jews. There are black Jews who don't have any. They don't have no power.
And if he's an FBA and he also believes that blacks were in the United States before whites set foot, you don't think he also believes that there were blacks that were Jews too?
Yeah, that's retarded. See, no actual
but you think you're not hearing me though.
Bro, Sneako, that's his whole point. The fact that you said that was retarded, nigga, that's the way you were thinking. You went full retard, you dumb fuck. That's the whole point Tommy's arguing right now.
Who think it is? There's several black Jews who believe that they're Jews.
Yeah,
and I'm
but no
friends with a
actual
few.
Jews believe in that. Whatever blacks can believe what they want to believe. It doesn't make it true.
There's woman who thinks.
But there's many of us. Wait a minute, Nick Cannon. Hold on a second, Sneako. Nick.
Yo, this nigga just said, well, blacks can believe what they want to believe. Don't make it true. Then what does that say about your argument and the black folks who are arguing for you? Just because they can believe what they want to believe, don't make their arguments true either. Again, this is this childish. We're not even, get Sneako up out of here, bro. I don't know why he's still on this panel.
Cannon, what got him kicked off his show? What did he say that got him kicked off?
He said something about the Jews, huh?
No, not something. Don't do that. See there? You're being disingenuous. Let me tell you exactly what he said. He said blacks were the original Jews. That's what got him kicked off.
The majority of slave owners were Jews. So I don't know.
Notice they're all silent after Tommy said that. You notice they're all silent because they know Myron, Sneako, even Sneako trying to talk too much. They're all silent. This is your friend calling you out, and y'all had nothing else to say because he's right.
He said blacks were the original Jews. That's what got him kicked off.
The majority of slave owners were Jews. So I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is y'all won't admit that there are people,
and that's not true either. That's not true. In Nigeria, the slave owners weren't Jews. What the fuck are you talking about? In Nigeria, the slave owners were the northern tribes and the Yoruba tribes. And that was it. Like the Northerns and the Yoruba, the Northern Hausa and because there was you gotta understand, like the Fulani, whatnot, there was a caliphate going on. It was Sokoto and whatnot. So these guys literally would come from the north and attack literally that the Yoruba kingdom, right? And when they would fight each other, and it was this went on both sides, right? But when they would fight each other, they would also basically enslave each other and sell the other ones to the colonial powers. That was basically what happened. And the Igbos got swept up in this bullshit too, right? Because then we get swept up in the whole fucking raids and attacks that went on. All right, but again, it's not saying that the Jews were slave owners in Nigeria. Like, fuck out of here. Who are these people talking right now?
Greatest things that people believe that Jews did, and they can back it with Bible verses, that Jews subverted blacks and their heritage. That's literally what made Tariq and I fall out, because I didn't know what he was doing or whatever, but that was what I brought out.
That's not what made me fall out. No, that didn't make us fall out. That's absolutely not what
made us fall out. Well, that's what made you fall out. I never fell out with you.
No, it did.
You did. Because they came and told you what I said on my show. Because before that, we was cool. Before that, you was like, get after these black bitches. You literally said those words to me.
I didn't
yes,
say
you
that.
did. It's on tape during our interview.
Can you play a tape of me?
I sure can.
Here we go. This is what people came to see right here. Tommy versus Tariq. Let's go. 2 T's. T versus T. Tommy versus Tariq. What we got? Let's go. Where your bets at, chat? Come on.
I will put the video up. I will put the interview back up, ladies and gentlemen. You'll get the interview. He literally said it.
That. I don't sustain
that. He sure did.
I want to hear
that. They don't deserve
I don't make up lies. There's no reason for me to sit there and lie about that. I'm not going to say somebody said something they didn't.
And I didn't know nothing about you, nothing to some black Jews or what. I don't know nothing.
No, I'm saying what I said on the video. What I said was, they asked me, they said, why is it that Hidden Colors doesn't address that Jews took black heritage and subverted them, and now they're trying to claim that they're the Semitic people and saying that blacks are anti-Semitic, talking about it. I said, and it was right after me and the girl I was dating had just went to Dallas and seen the movie, and I said, what? I said, I'll talk to. I said, I don't know why he didn't bring that up in 1 or 2. I said, I don't know why he would bring up all these hidden colors, but not bring up that Jews will not acknowledge black Jews. For some odd reason, they will not.
Tommy, I didn't have a problem with you because of that. I don't know nothing about that.
It's people in the comment section saying he sure did on that interview. It starts off being nothing but a
most people have no idea what you're talking about. Let me explain Judaism to you. If you read the Talmud, they do not accept black people. That's not even like black Jews. They can say it just like black people say we're kings and queens. That doesn't make it true. Black Jews are not accepted in the Jewish community.
But the reason they don't accept them is because they know they took their heritage.
Hold on. But wasn't the Nazis, their whole argument was that the reason they had a problem with Jewish people because they had Negro blood. That was the Jewish argument.
It actually isn't. The Nazis had no problem with Negroes.
No. The Nazis, according to their documents, they were saying that the problem with the
Bro, Tommy, you're fucking insane. Again, listen. This is what I'm saying. You can Tommy has his good moments. Tommy has his bad moments. The Nazi absolutely had a problem with black folks. Okay, they thought we weren't even part of the whole Aryan bullshit Hitler got going on. So what do we? This is the thing, because I'm like, Tommy, hold up, that little Hitler shit, because he thinks this is where like his thinking is a little bit more orthodox, or I won't even say orthodox. That's a wrong word. A little bit more bizarre. That's a better word to use, right? A little bit bizarre, because like, bro, I don't know, because I think Tommy borderline walks that line, and it's like, dude, that thinking can get you any way kind of fucked up, bro. Because if you were living in Hitler's times, you would have been rounded up along with them Jews as imperfection. All right, they would have marched you on them trains, and you'd have been shipped off wherever it is. Stop glorifying the past and the fucking dictators, bro, just because you're putting it through some current political modern day lens. Okay, these guys were absolute fucking insane genocidal maniacs. Okay, they don't deserve to be glorified. If you grew up in that era, you most likely would have been persecuted. Hitler was a bad dude. I don't care what anybody says. It is what the fuck it is. Stop changing the fucking narrative. That was a crazy ass take, Tommy. Like no joke. That was wild. Like, I can't believe you said that.
Jews is that they were a Negro race.
No.
What?
This is what.
No, what are you talking about?
Yes.
It literally wasn't, Tariq. It wasn't.
You think you're the main character in every situation. Nazis did not care about black people. They cared about Jewish people.
Go read the book Hybrid Hate. Go read the book Hybrid Hate. This is what they were. This is a white man wrote this book called Hybrid Hate. They talked about how the Nazis, the whole issue of anti-Semitism was that they didn't like the Jewish people because the Jewish people had black blood.
No, they did not like. No, that is a lie. Even Hitler.
I can't do this, bro. No. Tommy, I would definitely debate you on this. This is insane. Kind of like, what are we talking about here? No. Listen, that's not even a realm you even want to go to, because you're gonna lose on that 100%, bro. Like, what do you mean, bro? They absolutely would have had a problem with black folks. Absolutely would have had a problem with black folks. Are you kidding me? Yo, you think Jews are bad? Imagine what they would have treated us. It would have been crazy. Like, yo, no, bro. Tommy, again, this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what happens when this kind of thinking goes way too far. It starts borderlining like some weird ass shit. These are ideologies with Tommy that I can never ever get on board with. This is like the crazy shit that you can't, no matter what, you can't. What do you got to justify? This is just crazy kind of thinking, bro. Like, it's an insane mentality. Like, why would you know? Hitler absolutely was a bad dude. You would have been persecuted heavy, most likely executed as well, because you just didn't fit the Aryan mold. He had a perfect ideal view for a nation and the ideal ruler of that nation race. By sitting here trying to glamorize the past like that nigga didn't have the ideology is insane to me, bro. Like, it's just like, you're crazy. I don't know what else to say, Tommy. That's crazy. Dog Shanti for the 2 says, I swear Liko lost 1,000 brain cells from that punch. Yeah, I don't know. He 1,000 brain cells and then some. Yo, shout out to Molly C. Let's get a W in the chat for Molly C with the 20. Molly C says, I'm glad Tommy came on here because the conversation is more cohesive and bearable. I haven't caught a live in a while, so I'm glad to be here. Shout out to you. I appreciate you being here. Subscribe if you haven't hit the like button. Shout out to y'all. Subscribe. Thank you. Appreciate it. Get a W in the chat. Yeah, listen, again, Tommy says some factual shit. Y'all saw me. Listen, I speak what I think. I speak what I think is the truth. Okay. Tommy was speaking absolute facts, but the one thing I can't ride with Tommy on is the Hitler shit. I'm sorry. I can't. I'll go as far as you want. As soon as we get to Hitler, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to just stop and say, bruh, I'm not rolling with that. I don't care. I'm sorry. It's just wrong. It doesn't make any sense. You, as a black person, you're not winning, bro. You would have absolutely lost. You would have, when you were back in Hitler's times, you would have absolutely lost, bro. You would have stuck out like a sore thumb. You most definitely go into them camps, bro. So we as black folks, let's stop going overboard and glorifying things that we have no business glorifying. I'm just saying, I don't care whatever diaspora you're from, it doesn't matter. Just because today's political climate, is more right-wing leaning, don't mean y'all can start thinking, oh, well, everything these guys did were great. No, it's not. Listen, Tommy, you were doing great, and I still think you did great. You just lost me at the Hitler thing. The Nazi thing, I'm done. I don't want to talk about it. It is what it is. Yo, John Shotty for the 2 says, someone tell Jesse Owens the Nazi were cool with him. Who's gonna tell him? Hey, who's gonna tell him, John? Who's gonna tell him, John? Hey, yo, John with the 5 again. John says the Nazis praised the Democrats for the Klan, and yeah, a lot of people don't know Democrats had a racist upbringing. All right, not saying the Democrats, I don't know, but the Democrats, like the upbringing they had, it wasn't 100% like what you think the Democrat of today is, bro. They were a completely different breed back then. A lot of them Democrats were racist. That's why some of y'all were surprised when Hillary Clinton referred to black people as super predators while Bill Clinton was right there just, right? There was a reason why she felt comfortable doing that. There were some Democrats, bro, they're just, don't be surprised. And like Malcolm X says, with the liberal and whatnot, right? The white liberal, like some of these guys, you got to be careful. It's like the fox and the wolf, right? The wolf, it's a bad guy. You stay away from it. The fox, it does everything it can to convince you it's your best friend. And then when you're not looking, it kills your fucking kids while you're sleeping. Because they always go after the kids, right? I don't know, bro. This shit is just weird to me, bro. Yeah, like you gotta be again. People they always forget like how like history just worked. But you're right, John. He says the Jim Crow laws and how they championed whites as a superior race and blacks akin to cattle. Yeah, you're right. Shout out to John with the 2. John says, someone tell Jesse. Oh, I already read that. All right. Shout out to you guys, bro. I appreciate y'all being here. I'm done with this, bro. Like, y'all want to watch the rest of the show, go to Tariq's channel. I think it was a crazy ass debate, but it was necessary because it exposed a bunch of fools who needed to be exposed. Like, it's just crazy the way they think. Oh shit, we got another super chat. Shout out to Molly C with the 5. Molly C says, I was saying the conversation was good. I didn't care about the Hitler stuff. No. I know. That's why I have to clarify that. Like, the conversation was good. I agree with you. I think Tommy did great. It's just when he went into and he did that, to be fair, when he was on his channel too, right? Because we were talking, and then when I brought up, like, because there was something he said where I'm like, this nigga is not. I hope this nigga is not saying the Nazis were better, right? And I remember asking a question that I was like, you know what? I think the answer to this is probably not something I want on this channel. So y'all can go back and watch the video with Tommy and I. You can see it clear as day. I'm like, nah, this nigga nah. But again, no. Again, what Tommy said was absolutely correct on that show. He absolutely called Myron out. He called Sneako out. They absolutely need to be called out. He was on point with that. It's just the Nazi stuff. I have limits, bro. I'm a human being. I have morals. I have certain things going for me. I can't do with that shit. I'm sorry, Tommy, but I'm sorry. It's got to be real with shit like this. All right. But shout out to you guys. I appreciate y'all being here. Y'all can be anywhere in the world right now, but you're rocking with us for tonight. And y'all let me know what y'all think about this whole debate. Right? Who y'all think won? Do you think Tariq Nasheed won? Put a 1 in the chat before you head out here. But don't forget to sponsor the show. But if you think Myron won and Sneako won, okay, put a 2 in the chat. And I'm not saying you're wrong either. I'm just saying, I don't know. I just didn't see that from my perspective. But then you're not here from my perspective. You're here for your perspective and my commentary. So shout out to you. I think, listen, put a 1 if you think Tariq, put a 2 if you think Sneako or Myron combination. I'm going to catch you guys on the next one. Let's get it, y'all. Peace.
But ass.